The Whisperer by Donato Carrisi. Narrated by Saul Reitlin.
Name of prison blanked out. Penitential District Number 45. Report of the Director Alphonse Berenger. 23rd November. For the attention of the Office of the District Attorney J.B. Marin. Subject: Confidential. Dear Mr. Marin, I wish to inform you about the strange case of one of our inmates. The individual in question is prisoner number RK357/9. We can only refer to him in this way since he has consistently refused to supply his personal information. His arrest occurred on the 22nd of October. The man was wandering at night, alone and naked, along a country road near the town of Blank. A comparison between the subject's fingerprints with those contained in the archives ruled out his involvement in previous crimes or in cold cases. Nonetheless, his repeated refusal to reveal his own identity, even before a judge, earned him a sentence of 4 months and 18 days in prison. Since the moment he set foot in the penitentiary, inmate RK357/9 has never shown any sign of indiscipline and has always respected prison rules. The subject is of a solitary disposition and reluctant to socialize. Perhaps for that reason, no one has been aware of one particular trait of his, which has only recently been noticed by one of our warders. Prisoner RK357/9 wipes and rubs with a piece of felt each object with which he comes into contact. He collects all the hairs that he loses each day. He polishes to perfection the sink, the taps, and the toilet each time he uses them. We are plainly dealing with someone with a mania for hygiene, or, more likely, an individual who wants at all costs to avoid leaving behind organic material. We therefore seriously suspect that prisoner RK357/9 has committed a particularly serious crime and wants to prevent us from taking his DNA to identify him. So far, the subject has been sharing his cell with another recluse, which has certainly helped him in his task of mixing up his own biological traces. Thus, our first measure since discovering his habit has been to remove him from this social setting and put him in isolation. I am informing you of the above to start the appropriate investigation and request, if necessary, an urgent measure to force prisoner RK357/9 to provide a DNA sample. The matter is urgent because in precisely 109 days, on the 12th of March, the subject will have served his sentence. Respectfully yours, Director Dr. Alphonse Berenger. 1. Somewhere near W. 5th February. The big moth carried him along, moving by memory through the night. It quivered its dusty wings, weaving through the mountains that lay like giants sleeping back to back. Above them, a velvet sky. Below, the dense forest. The pilot turned towards the passenger and pointed ahead to a huge white hole in the ground that looked like the glowing throat of a volcano. The helicopter veered off in that direction. 7 minutes later, they landed on the verge of the highway. The road was closed, and the area was guarded by police. A man in a blue suit walked beneath the blades and welcomed the passenger, holding down his flyaway tie as best he could.
"Dr. Gavila, we've been expecting you,"
he said loudly to keep his voice from being drowned out by the noise of the rotors. Goran Gavila didn't reply. Special Agent Stern went on.
"Come with me. I'll explain on the way."
They walked along a makeshift path, leaving behind them the sound of the helicopter, which was gaining altitude again, sucked up into an inky sky. The fog rolled like a shroud, blurring the outlines of the hills. Around them, the aromas of the forest, mixed and sweetened by the damp of night that rose up inside their clothes, creeping coldly along their skin.
It hasn't been easy, I assure you. You really have to see it with your own eyes."
Agent Stern walked a few steps ahead of Goran, pushing his way through the bushes with his hands, talking to him without looking round.
"It all kicked off this morning at about 11. 2 little boys are walking along the path with their dog. They enter the forest, climb the hill, and come into the clearing. The dog is a Labrador, and, as you know, they're dogs that like to dig. So suddenly the animal goes mad because it's caught a scent. It digs a hole, and out comes the first one."
Goran tried to keep pace as they made their way into increasingly dense vegetation along the slope that was gradually becoming steeper. He noticed that Stern had a little tear in his trousers at knee-height, a sign that he had come this way several times that night.
"Obviously the boys run away immediately and alert the local police," the officer continued. "They arrive, carry out an examination of the place, the hills, looking for clues. So far, all routine activity. Then someone thinks of digging again to see if there's anything else, and out comes the second one. At this point, they called us. We've been here since 3 now. We still don't know how much stuff there is under there. So, here we are."
A little clearing opened up in front of them, lit by spotlights, the volcano's shining mouth. Suddenly the scents of the forest vanished, and the men were struck by an unmistakable stench. Goran lifted his head, allowing the smell to fill him. "Phenic acid," he said to himself. And then he saw it. A circle of little graves, and about 30 men in white overalls digging in that Martian halogen light, armed with little spades and brushes to move the earth as delicately as possible. Some of them were combing the grass, others taking photographs and carefully cataloguing everything they found. They moved in slow motion. Their gestures were precise, calibrated, hypnotic, wrapped in sacral silence, broken only by the occasional little explosions of the flashes. Goran could see Special Agents Sarah Rosa and Klaus Boris, and Roche, the chief inspector, who recognized him and immediately came striding over. Before he could open his mouth, Goran cut in with a question.
"How many?" 5. Each one is 50 centimeters long, by 20 wide and 50 deep. What do you think you would bury in holes like that?"
One thing in all of them. The same thing. The criminologist stared at him expectantly. The reply came.
"A left arm."
Goran turned to look at the men in the white overalls, working away in that absurd woodland cemetery. The ground yielded only decomposing remains, but the origin of the evil that brought them here must lie somewhere before this unreal and suspended time.
"Is it them?"
Goran asked. But this time he already knew the reply.
"According to the PCR analysis, they're female. They're also Caucasian, and between the ages of 7 and 13. Children."
Roche uttered the phrase without any inflection in his voice, like spittle that leaves a bitter taste in your mouth if you keep it in. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. It had started 25 days before, like a little story in a provincial magazine. The disappearance of a young student from a prestigious boarding school for the children of the rich. Everyone thought she'd run away. The girl in question was 12, and her name was Debbie. Her schoolmates remembered seeing her leaving at the end of lessons. They'd only noticed her absence from the girls' dormitory during the evening register. It looked very much like one of those events that make a middle-sized article on the 3rd page and then fade quietly away into other news, waiting for a predictable, happy ending. And then Annika had disappeared. She was from a little village with wooden houses and a white church. Annika was 10. At first they had thought she'd got lost in the woods, where she often went on her mountain bike. The whole of the local population had joined the search party, but without success. Before they could work out what was really going on, it had happened again. The third was called Sabine. She was the youngest, 7 years old. It had happened in town, on Saturday evening. She had gone to the fairground with her parents, like lots of other families with children. There she had climbed onto a horse on the merry-go-round, which was full of children. Her mother had watched her go round once, and waved, and a second time, and waved again. The third time, Sabine wasn't there. It was only then that someone had started thinking that 3 children disappearing over 3 days might amount to an anomaly. Searches had started on a large scale. There had been television appeals. Suddenly people were talking in terms of one maniac, or several, perhaps a whole gang. But there were no clues to help them narrow it down. The police had set up a dedicated hotline to collect information, including anonymous tip-offs. There had been hundreds of leads. It would have taken months to check them all. But of the little girls, not a trace. To make matters worse, since the disappearances had happened in different places, the local police forces couldn't agree about which one had final responsibility. That was when the Violent Crimes Unit, run by Chief Inspector Roche, had been called in. Missing person cases didn't normally come under its jurisdiction, but because of the mounting hysteria, these had been treated as an exception. Roche and his men were already on the case when child number 4 disappeared. Melissa was the oldest, 13. Like all girls of her age, she had been under a curfew from parents who feared she might become another victim of the maniac who was terrorizing the country. But her enforced seclusion had coincided with her birthday, and Melissa had other ideas for the evening. She and her friends had come up with a little escape plan to go and have a party in a bowling alley. All her friends arrived. Melissa was the only one who didn't show up. From that point onwards, a hunt had begun for the monster, one which was often confused and improvised on the spur of the moment. People had mobilized themselves, ready to take justice into their own hands. The police had set up roadblocks all over the place. Checks on people who had been condemned or suspected of crimes against minors had been stepped up. Parents didn't dare send their children outside the house even for school. Many schools had been closed for lack of pupils. People left their homes only when it was strictly necessary. After a certain time of day, towns and villages were deserted. For a few days there'd been no news of fresh disappearances. Some people had started to think that all the measures and precautions applied had had the desired effect of discouraging the maniac. But they were wrong. The abduction of the 5th little girl was the most sensational. Her name was Caroline, aged 11. She had been taken from her bed as she slept in the room next to her parents, who hadn't noticed a thing. 5 little girls kidnapped in the course of a week. Then 17 very long days of silence. Until now. Until these 5 buried arms. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. Goran looked around at the circle of little trenches. A macabre game of ring-a-ring-a-roses. He could almost hear them chanting.
"From now on, it's clear that we are no longer dealing with a case of missing persons,"
Roche said, beckoning everyone around him to deliver a brief speech. They were used to this. Rosa, Boris, and Stern joined him and listened, eyes fixed on the ground and hands clasped behind their backs. Roche began.
"I'm thinking of the person who has brought us here this evening. The person who predicted that all this would happen. We are here because he wanted us to be, because he imagined it, and he has constructed all of this for us, because the spectacle is for us. He has prepared it all very carefully, savouring the moment, savouring our reaction, to take us by surprise, to let us know who's big and powerful."
They nodded. Whoever was responsible for this had gone completely unnoticed. Roche, who had for some time included Gavila in the squad to all intents and purposes, noticed that the criminologist was distracted, his eyes motionless as he followed a train of thought.
So, Dr. Gavila, what do you think?
Goran emerged from the silence that had fallen and said only, "The birds." At first no one understood. He continued impassively.
I hadn't noticed on the way here. I've only spotted it now. It's strange. Listen.
The voices of thousands of birds rose from the dark forest. "They're singing," said Rosa, startled. Goran turned towards her and gave a nod of agreement.
"It's the floodlights. They think this light is daybreak, and they're singing,"
Boris observed.
"Do you think it makes sense?"
Goran went on, looking at them this time.
"And yet it does. 5 buried arms, pieces, without the bodies. We could say that there's no real cruelty in all this. Without the bodies, no faces. Without the faces, no individuals, not even people. We just have to ask ourselves, where are the children? Because they aren't here, in these trenches. We can't look them in the eye. We can't see that they're like us. Because there's nothing human in any of this. There are only parts. No compassion. He didn't grant them any. He left us with nothing but fear. You can't feel pity for these little victims. He wants to let us know only that they are dead. Do you think that makes sense? Thousands of birds in the darkness, forced to sing in response to an impossible light. But it's the product of an illusion. And you have to be careful with illusionists. Sometimes evil deceives us by assuming the simplest form of things.
Silence. Once again the criminologist had caught a small and telling symbolic meaning. What the others often couldn't see, or, as in this case, hear. The details, the outlines, the nuances. The shadow surrounding things, the dark halo in which evil hides. Every murderer has a plan, a precise form that brings him satisfaction, even pride. The hardest task is to understand what his vision is. That was why Goran was there, to banish that inexplicable evil with the reassuring notions of his science. At that moment, a technician in a white overall approached them and spoke directly to the chief inspector with a confused expression on his face.
"Mr. Roche, there could be a problem. There are 6 arms."
2. The music teacher had spoken. But that wasn't what had struck her. It wasn't the first time. Lots of lonely people give voice to their own thoughts when they're in the safety of their own domestic walls. Even Mila sometimes talked to herself when she was at home. No, it was something else that was new, and it was her reward for a whole week of waiting, sitting in the cold of her own car, constantly parked outside the brown house, peering inside with a little pair of binoculars at the movements of that fat, milky-white man in his 40s, as he moved calmly in his orderly little universe, always repeating the same gestures, weaving a web that only he was aware of. The music teacher had spoken. But what was new was that this time he had uttered a name. Mila had seen it emerging, letter by letter, on his lips. Pablo. It was the confirmation, the key to enter that mysterious world. Now she knew. The music teacher had a guest. Until almost 10 days before, Pablo was only an 8-year-old boy with brown hair and bright eyes who liked speeding around the area on his skateboard. And one thing was certain. If Pablo had to run an errand for his mother or his grandmother, he skated there. He spent hours on that thing, up and down the street. For the neighbors who saw him passing by their windows, little Pablito, as they all called him, was like one of those pictures that have become part of the landscape. Perhaps that was why no one had seen him that February morning in the little residential district where everyone knew everyone else by name and houses and lives all seemed the same. A green Volvo station wagon. The music teacher must have chosen it because it was like so many other family cars parked in the driveways, appeared in the deserted street. The silence of a perfectly normal Saturday morning had been broken only by the slow squeak of the tarmac beneath the tires and the grey scrape of a skateboard progressively gaining speed. It was 6 long hours before anyone noticed that something was missing from the sound of that Saturday, that scrape, and that little Pablo on a cold, sunny morning had been swallowed up by a creeping shadow that wouldn't give him up, parting him from his beloved skateboard. That 4-wheeled plank had ended up lying motionless in the middle of a swarm of policemen who had taken over the area as soon as the report had come in. Now, 10 days later, it could be too late for Pablo, too late for his frail child's psyche, too late to wake up untraumatized from his nightmare. Now the skateboard was in the boot of the policewoman's car, along with other objects, toys, clothes, clues that Mila had sniffed out as she tried to find a trail to follow, and which had led her to this brown lair, to the music teacher, who taught in an institute of higher education and played the organ in church on Sunday morning, the vice president of the musical association that organized a little Mozart festival every year, the shy, anonymous bachelor with the glasses, the incipient baldness, and the soft, sweaty hands. Mila had observed him very carefully, because that was her gift. She had joined the police with a precise purpose, and after leaving the academy had devoted herself to it completely. She wasn't interested in the criminals, let alone the law. That wasn't why she ceaselessly searched every corner where shadows lurked, where life rotted undisturbed. As she read Pablo's name on the lips of his jailer, Mila became aware of a searing pain in her right leg. Perhaps it was from too many hours spent in the car waiting for that sign. Then again, perhaps it was from the wound in her thigh, which she had stitched herself. "I'll treat it properly later on," she promised herself. "Afterwards, though." And as she formulated that thought, Mila realized that she was ready to enter the house, to break the spell and bring the nightmare to an end. "Officer Mila Vasquez to headquarters. Have identified suspected kidnapper of Pablo Ramos. The building is a brown house at 27 Viale Alberas. Possibly dangerous situation." "Fine, Officer Vasquez. We're sending back up, but it'll be at least 30 minutes. Too long. Mila didn't have that much time. Pablo didn't. The terror of having to utter the words, "It was too late," when giving her account of events, impelled her towards the house. The voice on the radio was a distant echo, and, pistol in her fist, arm lowered across her body's centre of gravity, eyes alert, quick, short steps, she reached the cream-coloured fence that surrounded the rear of the little house. An enormous plane tree loomed above her. The leaves changed colour with the wind, showing their silvery outlines. Mila flattened herself against the fence and pricked up her ears. Every now and again the blast of a rock song reached her, carried on the wind from somewhere nearby. Mila leaned over the wooden gate and saw a well-tended garden with a shed and a red rubber hose that snaked through the grass to a sprinkler, plastic furniture and a gas barbecue, all very normal. A mauve door with frosted glass. Mila stretched an arm over the gate and delicately lifted the latch. The hinges squeaked, and she opened the gate just wide enough to step into the garden. She closed it again so that no one inside looking out would notice a change. Everything had to stay as it was. Then she walked as she had been taught in training, carefully weighing her steps on the grass, just with her toes, so as not to leave footprints, ready to leap if the need arose. A few moments later she found herself beside the back door, on the side from which she would cast no shadow when she leaned over to look inside the house. The frosted glass meant that she couldn't make out the interior, but from the outline of the furniture it looked like a sitting room. Mila ran her hand towards the handle on the opposite side of the door. She gripped it and pushed it down. The lock clicked. It was open. The music teacher must have felt safe in the lair that he had prepared for himself and his prisoner. Soon Mila would find out why. The linoleum floor creaked beneath her rubber sole with each step she took. She tried to control her footsteps to keep from making too much noise. Then she took off her trainers and left them beside a chair. Barefoot, she reached the entrance to the hall, and she heard him talking. "I would also need a roll of kitchen paper, and that cleaning product you use for polishing porcelain. Yes, that one. Then bring me 6 tins of chicken soup, some sugar, a copy of the TV guide, and a few packets of cigarettes, lights, the usual brand." The voice came from the sitting room. The music teacher was shopping by phone. Too busy to leave the house? Or perhaps he didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay and keep an eye on his guest's every move. "Yes, number 27, Viale Arberas. Thank you. And bring change for 50, because that's all I've got in the house." Mila followed the voice, walking in front of a mirror that reflected a distorted version of her own image, like the ones you see at fun fairs. When she reached the door to the room, she stretched out her arms, holding the pistol, took a breath, and burst into the doorway. She expected to surprise him, perhaps from behind, with the receiver still in his hand, standing by the window, a perfect living target. Which wasn't there. The sitting room was empty, the receiver resting quite normally on the phone. She realized that no one had made a phone call from that room when she felt the cold lips of a pistol resting like a kiss on the back of her neck. He was behind her. Mila cursed to herself, calling herself an idiot. The music teacher had prepared his lair well. The garden gate that squeaked and the linoleum floor that creaked were the alarms to signal the presence of intruders. Hence the fake phone call, the bait to attract his prey, the distorting mirror so that he could take up a position behind her without being seen. It was all part of the trap. She felt him stretching his arm out in front of her to take the gun from her. Mila let him do it. "Shoot me, but there's no escape for you now. My colleagues will be here soon. You can't get away. You'll have to surrender." He didn't reply. She could almost see him out of the corner of her eye. Was he smiling? The music teacher took a step back. The barrel of the gun detached itself from Mila, but she could still feel that extension of magnetic attraction between her head and the bullet in the magazine. Then the man turned towards her and finally entered her field of vision. He stared at her for a long time, but without looking at her. There was something deep in his eyes that looked to Mila like the antechamber of darkness. The music teacher turned round, fearlessly turning his back on her. Mila saw him walking confidently towards the piano against the wall. Reaching the instrument, the man sat down on the stool and looked at the keyboard. He set both pistols down on the far left. He raised his hands, and a moment later let them fall back on the keys. As Chopin's Nocturne No. 20 in C-sharp minor filled the room, Mila breathed hard, the tension spreading along the tendons and muscles of her neck. The music teacher's fingers slipped lightly and gracefully over the keyboard. The sweetness of the notes made Mila feel like a spectator at this performance, hypnotized by it. She struggled to remain clear-headed and let her bare heels slide backwards, slowly, until she was back in the corridor. She got her breath back, trying to calm her thumping heart. Then she started searching quickly around the rooms, pursued by the melody. She inspected each of them one by one, a study, a bathroom, a larder, until she reached the closed door. She pushed it with her shoulder. The wound in her thigh hurt, and she concentrated her weight on her deltoid. The wood yielded. The faint light from the corridor burst ahead of her into the room, whose windows appeared to have been walled up. Mila followed the glow into the darkness until she met two terrified liquid eyes that returned her gaze. Pablito was there, on the bed, his legs drawn up against his thin chest. He was wearing only a pair of underpants and a sweater. He was trying to work out if there was anything he should be afraid of, if Mila was part of his nightmare or not. She said what she always said when she found a missing child. "We've got to go." He nodded, stretched out his arms, and clung to her. Mila kept an ear out for the music, which was still pursuing her. She was worried that the piece wouldn't last long enough and that there wasn't enough time to get out of the house. A fresh anxiety took hold of her. She had put her own life and the hostages at risk, and now she was scared. Scared of making another mistake, scared of stumbling at the last step, the one that would take her out of this horrible lair. Or discovering that the house would never let her go, that it would close in on her like a silken net, holding her prisoner forever. But the door opened, and they were outside, in the pale but reassuring light of day. When her heartbeat slowed down, and she was able to forget the gun that she had left in the house, and press Pablo to her, shielding him with her warm body to take all his fear away, the little boy leaned toward her ear and whispered, "Isn't she coming?" Suddenly heavy, Mila's feet were rooted to the ground. She swayed, but didn't lose her balance. Fueled by the strength of a terrifying realization, she asked, "Where is she?" The little boy raised his arm and pointed to the second floor. The house watched them with its windows and laughed mockingly, with the same gaping door that had let them go a moment before. It was then that the fear fled entirely. Mila covered the last few meters that separated her from her car. She sat Pablo on the seat and told him, in the solemn tone of a promise, "I'll be right back." Then she went back to let the house engulf her. She found herself at the bottom of the stairs. She looked up without knowing what she would find up there. She started climbing, gripping the banisters. Chopin's notes went on undauntedly, following her exploration. Her feet sank into the steps. Her hands stuck to the banisters, which seemed to be trying to hold her back. Suddenly the music stopped. Mila froze, her senses alert. Then the dry report of a gunshot, a dull thud, and the disjointed notes from the piano beneath the weight of the music teacher as he collapsed onto the keyboard. Mila quickened her pace as she continued on her way upstairs. She couldn't be certain that it wasn't another trick. The stairs curved round, and the landing stretched into a narrow corridor covered with thick carpet. At the end, a window. In front of it, a human body, frail, slender against the light, feet stretched on a chair, neck and arms stretched towards a noose that hung from the ceiling. Mila saw her trying to slip it over her head and gave a cry. The girl saw her and tried to speed up the operation, because that was what he had told her. It was what she had been taught. If they come, you must kill yourself. They were the others, the world outside, the ones who couldn't understand, who would never forgive. Mila hurled herself towards the girl in a desperate attempt to stop her, and the closer she got, the more she seemed to be running back in time. Many years before, in another life, that girl had been a child. Mila remembered her photograph perfectly. She had studied it closely, feature by feature, running through her mind every fold, every expressive wrinkle, cataloguing and repeating all distinguishing features, even the tiniest imperfection of the skin. And those eyes, a speckled, lively blue, the eyes of a 10-year-old child, Elisa Gomez. Her father had taken the picture, an image stolen at a party as she was busy opening a present and didn't expect it. Mila had imagined the scene, with the father calling her to make her turn round and take the picture by surprise, and Elisa turning towards him, without time to be surprised. A moment had been immortalized in her expression, something imperceptible to the naked eye. the miraculous beginning of a smile before it opens up and spills onto the lips or brightens the eyes like a rising star. So Mila had not been surprised when Elisa Gomez's parents had given her that particular photograph when she had asked for a recent picture. It certainly wasn't the most suitable photograph, because Elisa's expression was unnatural, and that made it almost unusable for recreating the ways in which her face might change over the course of time. Her other colleagues who had been put on the investigating team had complained, but Mila hadn't cared, because there was something in that photograph, an energy, and that was what they should have looked for. Not a face among others, one child amongst so many, but that girl, with that light in her eyes, as long as no one had managed to extinguish it in the meantime. Mila grabbed her just in time, clinging to her legs before the rope could take her weight. She kicked out, struggled, tried to scream, until Mila called her by name. "Elisa," she said with infinite gentleness, and the girl recognized herself. She had forgotten who she was. Years of prison had erased her identity, a little piece every day, until she had become convinced that this man was her family, because the rest of the world had forgotten her. The rest of the world would never save her. Startled, Elisa looked Mila in the eyes. She calmed down and let herself be rescued. 3. 6 arms, 5 names. With that mystery, the squad had left the clearing in the middle of the forest and joined the task force waiting on the highway. Snacks and fresh coffee seemed to clash with the situation at hand, although they did provide a semblance of control. But no one on that cold February morning touched the buffet. Stern took a box of mints from his pocket. He shook it and slipped a few into his hand before throwing them straight into his mouth. He said they helped him think. "How is it possible?" he asked, more to himself than anyone else. "Fuck," Boris muttered, shaking his head, but it came out so quietly that no one heard him. Rosa concentrated her attention on a spot inside the camper. Goran noticed. He understood. She had a daughter the same age as those girls. It's the first thing you think about when you find yourself faced with a crime against minors, your own children. And you ask yourself what would happen if... But you don't get to the end of the sentence, because even the very thought is too painful.
"He's going to make us find them in bits,"
said Chief Inspector Roche.
"So that's our task, collecting corpses?"
asked Boris with a hint of annoyance. A man of action, he didn't want to see himself relegated to the role of gravedigger. He wanted a perpetrator, and so did the others, who quickly nodded at his words. Roche reassured them.
"The priority is always an arrest, but we can't avoid the heart-rending search for remains."
It was deliberate. Everyone stared at Goran, pondering his words. The Labrador scenting the arm and digging the hole. It was part of the plan. Our man had his eye on the 2 little boys with the dog. He knew they took it into the forest. That's why he put his little graveyard there. A simple idea. He completed his work, and he put it on display. "You mean we're not going to catch him?" asked Boris, unable to believe his ears, and furious.
"You know better than me how these things go."
"But he's really going to do it? He'll kill again." This time it was Rosa who didn't want to give up. "He's got away with it so far. He'll do it again." She wanted someone to contradict her, but Goran had no reply, and even if he had had an opinion on the matter, he couldn't have translated into humanly acceptable terms the cruelty of having to divide himself between the thought of those terrible deaths and the cynical desire for the murderer to strike again. Because, and they all knew this, the only chance of catching him would be if he didn't stop. Chief Inspector Roche went on.
"If we find the bodies of those little girls, At least we'll be able to give their families a funeral and a grave to weep over."
As usual, Roche had put it in the most diplomatic manner possible. It was a rehearsal for what he would say to the press, to soften the story to the advantage of his own image. First mourning, grief, to take time, then the investigation and the finding of the culprits. But Goran knew that the operation wouldn't be successful, and that the journalists would hurl themselves on every scrap, greedily stripping the matter to the bone and spicing it with the most sordid details. And more than anything, from that moment the police would be forgiven nothing. Their every gesture, every word would acquire the value of a promise, a solemn undertaking. Roche was convinced that he could keep the hacks at bay, feeding them a bit at a time with whatever they wanted to hear. And Goran left the chief inspector with his fragile illusion of control.
"I think we're going to have to give this guy a name, before the press does,"
said Roche. Goran agreed, but not for the same reason as the chief inspector. Like all criminologists who present their work to the police, Dr. Gavila had his own methods. First and foremost, that of attributing traits to the criminal, to transform a still rarefied and indefinite figure into something human. Because faced with such fierce and gratuitous evil, we always tend to forget that the one responsible for it, like the victim, is a person, often with a normal life, a job, and perhaps even a family. In support of his thesis, Dr. Gavila told his university students that almost every time a serial killer was arrested, it came as a complete surprise to his neighbors and family.
"We call them monsters because we feel they are far away from us, because we want them to be different,"
Goran said in his seminars.
"And instead, they are like us in every respect. But we prefer to remove the idea that someone like us is capable of so much, and we do so in part to absolve our own nature. Anthropologists call it depersonalization of the criminal, and it is often the greatest obstacle to the identification of a serial killer, because a man has weak points and can be caught. Not so a monster."
For that reason, Goran always had on the wall of his lecture theatre a black-and-white picture of a child, a chubby, defenseless little man-cub. His students saw it every day and always grew fond of the picture. When, more or less towards the middle of term, a student summoned the courage to ask him who it was, he challenged them to guess. The answers were extremely varied and fantastical, and he was amused by their expressions when he revealed that the child was Adolf Hitler. After the war, the leader of the Nazi movement had become a monster in the collective imagination, and for years the countries that had emerged victorious from the conflict had been opposed to any other vision. That was why no one knew the photographs from the Führer's childhood. A monster couldn't have been a child. He couldn't have had any feelings other than hatred, or a life like that of his contemporaries who would later become his victims. For many, humanizing Hitler meant explaining him in some way, Goran would tell his class. But society insists that extreme evil cannot be explained, it cannot be understood. Trying to do so means trying to find some kind of justification for it. In the task force van, Boris suggested that the creator of the Arm Cemetery should be called Albert, after an old case. The idea was welcomed with a smile by everyone there. The decision was taken. From that point onwards, the members of the unit would refer to the murderer by that name. And day after day, Albert would acquire a face, a nose, 2 eyes, a life of his own. Everyone would imbue him with his own vision, rather than seeing him only as a fleeting shadow.
"Albert, eh?"
At the end of the meeting, Roche was still weighing up the name's media value. He moved it around on his lips. He tried to catch its flavor. It could work. But there was something else that tormented the chief inspector. He mentioned it to Goran.
"To tell you the truth, I agree with Boris. Holy Christ, I can't force my men to pick up corpses while a crazed psychopath is making us look like a bunch of idiots."
Goran knew that when Roche talked about his men, he was really referring to himself. He was the one afraid of coming away without a result, and he was always the one who feared that someone would talk about the inefficiency of the federal police if they couldn't arrest the culprit. And then there was the question of arm number 6.
"I thought I wouldn't disseminate the news of the existence of a 6th victim for the time being."
Goran was disconcerted. "But how will we find out who it is?"
"I've thought of everything, don't worry."
In the course of her career, Mila Vasquez had solved 89 missing person cases. She had been awarded 3 medals and a great deal of adulation. She was considered to be an expert in her field and was often called in to help, even by other forces. That morning's operation, in which Pablo and Elisa had been freed at the same time, had been called a sensational success. Mila had said nothing, but it annoyed her. She would have liked to admit all her mistakes, entering the Brown house without waiting for reinforcements, underestimating the environment and the possible traps it contained. She had put both herself and the hostages at risk by allowing the suspect to disarm her and aim a gun at the back of her neck. Finally, not preventing the music teacher's suicide. But none of that had been mentioned by her superiors, who had instead stressed her merits as they were immortalized by the press in the ritual photographs. Mila never appeared in those snaps. The official reason was that she preferred to protect her own anonymity for future investigations. But the truth was that she hated having her photograph taken. She couldn't even bear to see her image reflected in a mirror. Not because she wasn't beautiful, quite the contrary. But at the age of 32, hours and hours of training had stripped her of every trace of femininity, every curve, every hint of softness, as if being a woman were an evil to be eradicated. Even though she often wore male clothes, she wasn't masculine. There was simply nothing about her that suggested a sexual identity. And that was how she wanted to appear. Her clothes were anonymous. Jeans that weren't too tight, worn trainers, leather jacket. They were clothes, and that was that. Their function was to keep her warm or cover her up. She didn't waste time choosing them. She just bought them. Lots of them were identical. She didn't care. That was how she wanted to be. Invisible among the invisible. Perhaps that was also how she was able to share the district changing room with the male officers. Mila had spent 10 minutes staring at her open locker as she ran through all the day's events. There was something she had to do, but her mind was elsewhere at the moment. Then a stabbing pain in her thigh brought her back to herself. The wound had opened up again. She had tried to staunch the blood with a tissue and sticky tape, but it hadn't worked. The flaps of skin around the cut were too short, and she hadn't been able to do a good job with needle and thread. Perhaps this time she really would have to consult a doctor, but she didn't want to go to hospital. Too many questions. She decided she would put on a tighter bandage in the hope that the bleeding would stop, then try again with new stitches. But she would have to take an antibiotic to avoid contracting an infection. She would get a fake prescription from one of her contacts, who gave her information every now and again about new arrivals among the homeless at the railway station. Stations. It's strange, thought Mila. While for the rest of the world they're only a place you pass through, for some they're a terminus. They stop there, and they don't leave again. Stations are a kind of anti-hell, where lost souls congregate in the hope that someone will come and collect them. An average of 20 to 25 individuals disappear every day. Mila knew the statistic very well. All of a sudden these people vanish without warning, without a suitcase, as if they had dissolved into nothing. Mila knew that most of them were misfits, people who lived off drugs and dodges, always ready to sully themselves with crime, individuals who were constantly in and out of jail. But there were also some, a strange minority, who at some point in their lives decided to vanish forever. Like the mother who went shopping at the supermarket and didn't come home, or the son or brother who boarded a train never to reach their destination. Mila's belief was that each one of us has a path that leads to home, to our dear ones, to the things we are most bound to. Usually, the path is always the same. We learn it as children, and each of us follows it for the whole of our lives. But sometimes the path breaks. Sometimes it starts again somewhere else. Or, after following a series of twists and turns, it returns to the point where it broke, or else it remains hanging there. Sometimes, however, it is lost in the darkness. Mila knew that more than half of those who disappear come back and tell a story. Some, though, have nothing to tell and resume their lives as before. Others are less fortunate. All that remains of them is a mute and silent body. Then there are the ones you never hear about again. Amongst those, there is always a child. There are parents who would give their lives to know what happened, where they went wrong, what act of negligence produced this silent drama, what happened to their little one, who took their child, and why. There are those who question God, asking what sin they are being punished for, those who torment themselves for the rest of their days in search of answers, or who die pursuing those questions. "Let me know at least if he's dead," they say. Some end up wishing it was so, because they want only to weep. Their sole desire is not to give up, but to be able to stop hoping, because hope kills more slowly. But Mila didn't believe the story of liberating truth. She had learned that by heart the first time she had found a missing person. She had felt it that afternoon after bringing Pablo and Elisa home. For the little boy there were cries of joy in the district, festive car horns and parades of cars. Not for Elisa. Too much time had passed. After saving her, Mila had brought her to a specialist centre where social workers had taken care of her. They'd given her food and clean clothes. For some reason they're always 1 or 2 sizes too big, Mila thought. Perhaps because the people they were meant for wasted away during those years of oblivion and had been found just before they vanished away entirely. Elisa hadn't said a word all that time. She had allowed herself to be looked after, accepting everything they did to her. Even when Mila had told her she would bring her home, she had said nothing. Staring at her locker, the young officer couldn't help seeing in her mind the faces of Elisa Gomez's parents when she had turned up with Elisa at their door. They were unprepared and even a little embarrassed. Perhaps they thought she would be bringing them a 10-year-old child, and not that fully grown girl with whom they no longer had anything in common. Elisa had been an intelligent and very precocious little girl. She had started talking early. The first word she had said had been May, the name of her teddy bear. Her mother, however, would also remember her last one. Tomorrow. The end of the phrase, "See you tomorrow," uttered in the doorway before she went off for a sleepover at a friend's house. But that tomorrow had taken too long to arrive, and her yesterday was a very long day that showed no sign of coming to an end. In her parents' minds, Elisa had gone on living like a 10-year-old girl, with her bedroom full of dolls and Christmas presents piled up around the fireplace. This was immortalized like a photograph in their memory, imprisoned as if by a magic spell. And even though Elisa had returned, they would go on waiting for the little girl they had lost, without ever finding peace. After a teary hug and a predictable emotional outburst, Mrs. Gomez had brought them in and offered them tea and biscuits. She had treated her daughter as you would treat a guest, perhaps secretly hoping that she would leave at the end of the visit, letting her and her husband return to the sense of deprivation that they had come to find so comfortable. Mila had always compared sadness to an old cupboard that you'd like to get rid of, but which ends up staying where it is, and after a while emanates a certain smell that fills the room. And over time you get used to it, and you end up being part of the smell yourself. Elisa had come back, and her parents would have liked to shake off their own mourning and give back all the compassion bestowed on them during those years. Never again would they have a reason to be sad. How much courage would it take to tell the rest of the world about their new unhappiness at having a stranger walking around the house? After an hour of civilities, Mila had said goodbye, and she had felt as if she had noticed a plea for help on Elisa's mother's face. "Now what do I do?" the woman cried mutely, terrified about coming to terms with this new reality. Mila, too, had a truth to confront. The fact that Elisa Gomez had been found purely by chance. If her abductor had not felt a need to enlarge the family by taking Pablito as well, no one would ever have known what had happened, and Elisa would have remained closed away in that world created for her alone, and for the obsession of her jailer, first as a daughter, then as a faithful bride. Mila closed the locker on those thoughts. Forgetting, she said to herself. That's the only medicine. The district was emptying, and she felt like going home. She would have a shower, open a bottle of port, and roast chestnuts on the hob. Then she would sit and look at the tree outside the sitting-room window, and perhaps, with a bit of luck, she would go to sleep early on the sofa. But as she prepared to reward herself with her usual lonely evening, one of her colleagues appeared in the changing room. Sergeant Morexu wanted to see her. A gleaming layer of damp covered the streets that February evening. Goran got out of the taxi. He didn't have a car. He didn't have a driving license. He let someone else bother about taking him where he wanted to go. Not that he hadn't tried driving, and been rather good at it, but it's inadvisable for someone accustomed to losing himself in the depths of his own thoughts to sit behind the wheel. So Goran had given up. Having paid the driver, the second thing he did, after setting his size 9s on the pavement, was to take from his jacket the third cigarette of the day. He lit it, took 2 drags, and threw it away. It was a habit he'd formed when he had decided to give up smoking, a kind of compromise, to trick himself about his need for nicotine. As he stood there, he met his image reflected in a shop window. He stopped to contemplate himself for a few moments, the untidy beard that framed his increasingly weary face, his glasses, and his tousled hair. He was aware that he didn't take much care of himself, but the person who did had given up the role some time before. The striking thing about Goran, everyone said, was his long and mysterious silences, and his eyes, huge and piercing. It was nearly dinner time. He slowly climbed the steps. He went into his apartment and listened. A few seconds passed, and when he got used to that new silence, he recognized the familiar, welcoming sound of Tommy, who was playing in his room. He went towards him, but only observed him from the door, without having the courage to interrupt what he was doing. Tommy was 9. He had brown hair, he liked the color red, basketball, and ice cream, even in winter. He had a best friend, Bastian, with whom he organized fantastical safaris in the school garden. They were both in the Scouts, and that summer they were going to go camping together. Lately they hadn't talked about anything else. Tommy looked incredibly like his mother, but he had one thing of his father's, a pair of huge, piercing eyes. When he became aware of Goran's presence, he turned and smiled at him. "It's late," he said.
"I know. Sorry,"
Goran said defensively. "Did Mrs. Runa leave a long time ago?"
"She left to get her son half an hour ago."
Goran was annoyed. Mrs. Runa had been their nanny for some years now. She should have known he didn't like Tommy being left at home alone. And this was one of those little inconveniences that sometimes made the business of getting on with life seem impossible. Goran was finding it difficult to resolve everything on his own. The only person who possessed that mysterious power had forgotten to leave him the book of magic spells before she left. He would have to talk to Mrs. Runa, and perhaps even be a little harsh with her. He would tell her to stay in the evening until he came home. Tommy became aware of his thoughts, and his face darkened. So Goran suddenly tried to distract him, asking, "Are you hungry?"
"I ate an apple and some crackers, and I drank a glass of water."
Goran shook his head, amused. "That's not a proper dinner."
"It was my snack, but now I'd like something else."
"Spaghetti?" Tommy clapped his hands at the suggestion. Goran stroked his head. They cooked the pasta together and set the table. Each had his own tasks and carried them out without consulting the other. His son was a quick learner, and Goran was proud of him. The last few months hadn't been easy for either of them. Their lives risked unravelling. Goran tried to hold the scraps together and make up for absence with order, regular meals, precise timetables, established habits. From that point of view, nothing had changed from before, and that was reassuring for Tommy. They had learned together to live with that void, but when one of them wanted to talk about it, they talked about it. The only thing they never did anymore was say her name, because that name had left their vocabulary. They used other ways, other expressions. It was strange. The man who was concerned about christening every serial killer he came across no longer knew what to call the one who had, for a time, been his wife, and had allowed his son to depersonalize his mother. She could be a character in one of the fairy tales he read to him every evening. Tommy was the only anchor that still kept Goran bound to the world. Otherwise, it would only have taken a moment to slide into the abyss that he explored every day out there. After dinner, Goran went and hid in his study. Tommy followed him. It was another ritual. Goran sat in his creaking old chair, and his son lay belly down on the mat, resuming his imaginary dialogues. Goran studied his library. The books of criminology, criminal anthropology, and legal medicine were beautifully displayed on the shelves, each one with its damask spine and gold blocking. Others were simpler, more modestly bound. They contained the answers. But the difficult thing, as he was always telling his pupils, was finding the questions. These books were full of disturbing photographs, wounded bodies, tortured, martyred, burnt and dismembered, all rigorously sealed in shining pages, annotated with precise captions. Human life reduced to a cold study. That was why, until a short time before, Goran had not allowed Tommy to touch the books in the library. He worried that his curiosity would get the better of him, and that by opening one of those books he would discover how violent life could be. Once, however, Tommy had transgressed. He had found him lying, as he was now, flicking through one of those volumes. Goran still remembered him lingering over the picture of a young woman fished from a river in the winter. She was naked, her skin purple, her eyes motionless. But Tommy didn't seem at all disturbed, and rather than shouting at him, Goran had sat cross-legged beside him. "Do you know what this is?" Tommy had considered impassively for a long time. Then he had replied, diligently listing all the things he could see: the tapering hands, the hair in which frost had formed, the eyes lost in who knows what thoughts. In the end he had begun to fantasize about what she did for a living, about her friends, and where she lived. Then Goran became aware that Tommy noticed everything in the photograph except one thing: death. Children don't see death, because their life lasts a day from when they get up to when they go to sleep. That time Goran understood that however much he tried, he could never protect his son from the evil of the world. Just as years before he had not been able to rescue him from what his mother had done to him. Sergeant Moreksu was not like Mila's other superior officers. He cared nothing for glory or for having his picture in the paper. That was why Mila expected him to haul her over the coals for the way she had conducted the operation at the music teacher's house. Moreksu was brusque in his manners and moods. He couldn't hold an emotion for more than a few seconds. So one moment he would be furious or sullen, and immediately afterwards he would be smiling and incredibly kind. Also, to avoid wasting time, he combined his gestures. For example, if he had to console you, he would put one hand on your shoulder and walk you to the door at the same time. Or he would speak on the phone and scratch his temple with the receiver. But this time he wasn't in a hurry. He left Mila standing by his desk without inviting her to sit down. Then he stared at her, his feet stretched out under the table and his arms folded. "I don't know if you realize what happened today." She anticipated him. "I know. I made a mistake." "And yet you saved 3 people. The statement froze her for a long time. 3? Moreksu sat back in his chair and lowered his eyes to a piece of paper in front of him. "They found a note in the music teacher's house. Apparently he planned to take another one." The sergeant handed Mila the photocopy of a page from a diary. Beneath the day and the month there was a name. "Priscilla?" she asked. "Priscilla," repeated Moreksu. "Who's she?" "A lucky little girl." And that was all he said, because it was all he knew. There was no surname, address, photograph, nothing. Only that name, Priscilla. "So stop beating yourself up about it," Moreksu went on, and before Mila could reply, he added, "I saw you today at the press conference. It looked as if none of it mattered to you." "It doesn't." "For God's sake, Vasquez, do you realize how grateful the people you saved should be to you? Not to mention their families." "You didn't see the look on Elisa Gomez's mother's face," Mila wanted to say. Instead, she merely nodded. Moreksu looked at her, shaking his head. "Since you've been here, I've never heard a single complaint about you." "And is that good or bad?" "If you can't work it out for yourself, you've got big problems, my girl. That's why I decided you'd enjoy a few days working with a unit." Mila didn't agree. "Why? I do my job, and it's the only thing that interests me. I'm used to managing that way. I'd have to adapt my methods to somebody. How can I explain that—" "Go and pack your bags," Moreksu interrupted, dismissing her complaint. "Why the hurry?" "You're leaving this evening." "Is it some kind of punishment?" "It isn't a punishment, and it isn't a holiday either. They want advice from an expert, and you're very popular." Mila's face grew serious. "What's it about?" 5 abducted children. Mila had heard it mentioned on the news. "Why me?" she asked. "Because it looks as if there's a 6th, but they don't know who it is yet." She would have liked further details, but Moreksu had clearly decided that the conversation was over. He went back to being brusque, merely holding out a file with which he pointed at the door. "Your train ticket's in here as well." Mila took the bundle of papers and made for the door. As she left the room, she repeated the name in her head. Priscilla. 4. The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, 1967. A Saucer Full of Secrets, 1968. Amagama was 1969, as was the soundtrack of the film More. In 1971, there had been Medal. But before that there was another one, in 1970. He was sure of it. He couldn't remember the title. The cover, yes, the one with the cow. Damn, what was it called? I've got to get some petrol, he thought. The fuel gauge was on empty, and the warning light had stopped flashing to settle into a peremptory red glare. But he didn't want to stop. He had now been driving for a good 5 hours, and had travelled almost 600 kilometres. And yet putting that remarkable distance between himself and what had happened tonight didn't make him feel any better. He held his arms stiffly on the wheel. The tense muscles in his neck ached. He glanced behind him for a moment. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. He kept his mind busy by running through familiar, reassuring thoughts. Over the past 10 minutes, he'd concentrated on the entire discography of Pink Floyd. But over the previous 4 hours, it had been the titles of his favourite films, the players in the last 3 seasons of the hockey team he supported, the names of his old schoolmates, and even the teachers. He had got as far as Mrs. Berger. What had become of her? He would have liked to see her again, just to keep that thought at bay. And now his mind had got stuck on that stupid album with the cow on the cover. And that thought had come back. He had to chase it away, send it back to the corner of his mind where he had managed to confine it at various times during the night. Otherwise he would start sweating again, and every now and again he would burst into tears, despairing of the situation, even if it didn't last long. The fear came back and gripped his stomach, but he struggled to stay clear-headed. Atom Heart Mother! That was the title of the record. For a moment he felt happy, but it was a fleeting sensation. In his situation there wasn't much to be happy about. He turned round again to look behind him. Then again, I've got to get some petrol. Every now and again a gust of ammonia rose up from the mat at his feet to remind him that he had lost control of himself. The muscles in his legs were starting to ache, and his calf had gone to sleep. The storm that had been beating down on the motorway almost all night was moving away beyond the mountains. He could see its greenish flashes on the horizon, while a voice on the radio delivered yet another weather report. Soon it would be daybreak. An hour before, he had come out of a toll booth and emerged onto the motorway. He hadn't even stopped to pay the toll. His purpose at the moment was to carry on, to get further and further, following the instructions he had received to the letter. For a few minutes he let his mind wander elsewhere, but inevitably it kept coming back to that memory. He had reached the Hotel Modigliani the previous day at about 11 in the morning. He had done his work as a salesman in town all afternoon, and then, in the evening, as planned, he had had dinner with some of his clients at the Hotel Bistro. Just after 10, he had gone back to his room. Having closed the door, he had loosened his tie at the mirror, and at that moment his reflection had shown him, along with his sweat-drenched appearance and his bloodshot eyes, the true face of his obsession. That was what he turned into when the desire took hold of him. Looking at himself, he had been surprised at how he'd been so good at hiding the true nature of his thoughts from his colleagues all evening. He had talked to them, listened to their inane chatter about golf and demanding women, laughed at the irritating jokes about sex. But he was elsewhere. He was savouring the moment when, back in his room, the knot in his tie loosened. He would let the lump of acid that was choking his throat rise up and explode in his face in the form of sweat, laboured breathing, and a treacherous expression. The true face beneath the mask. In the seclusion of his room, he had finally been able to give vent to the urge that had been pressing in his chest and in his trousers, making him fear that it too might burst out. And yet it hadn't happened. He had managed to control himself, because soon he would be leaving. As always, he had sworn to himself that this would be the last time. As always, that promise was repeated before and after. And as always, it would be denied and then renewed the next time. He had left the hotel at about midnight, at the peak of his excitement. He had started idling. He was early. That afternoon, between tasks, he had made sure that everything was going according to plan, so that there would be no glitches. He'd been preparing this for 2 months, carefully grooming his butterfly. Waiting was the down payment required for any kind of pleasure, and he had savoured it. He had checked all the details, because any one of them could expose everything. But that wouldn't happen to him. It never happened to him. Now that the graveyard of arms had been found, he had to take additional precautions. There were a lot of police around, and everyone seemed to be on the alert. But he was good at making himself invisible. He had nothing to fear. He just had to relax. Soon he would see the butterfly in the driveway, at the spot they had agreed the day before. He was always afraid that they might change their minds, that something would go wrong. And then he would be sad, that rotten sadness that took days to dispel. And what's worse, you can't hide it. But he went on repeating to himself that this time, too, everything would be fine. The butterfly would come. He would quickly help her into the car, welcoming her with the usual pleasantries, the ones that help things along, make everything nice, take away the doubts produced by fear. He would take her to the place he had chosen for them that afternoon, turning off into a little side road from where you could see the lake. The butterflies always had a very penetrating scent: chewing gum, gym shoes, and sweat. He liked that. That smell was now part of his car. Even now he could smell it, mixed with the smell of urine. He wept again. So many things had happened since that moment. Things had moved quickly from excitement and happiness to fear and disaster. He looked behind him. "I've got to get some petrol." But then he forgot, and taking a mouthful of that polluted air, he immersed himself once more in the memory of what had happened next. He was sitting in the car, waiting for the butterfly. The opaque moon appeared from time to time among the clouds. To dispel his anxiety, he ran through the plan again. At first they would talk, but he would mostly listen, because he knew that the butterflies always needed to receive what they couldn't get elsewhere: attention. He played his part to perfection, listening patiently to his little prey, which, by opening up its heart to him, made itself weaker. It lowered its guard and let him move undisturbed into deeper territories, close to the cleft of the soul. He always said just the right thing. He did it every time. That was how he became their master. It was nice to teach someone about their own desires, explain properly what it takes, show them how it's done. It was important to become their school, their training ground, give a lesson in what is pleasant. But just as he was composing that magical lesson that would throw open all the doors of intimacy, he had glanced distractedly into the rear-view mirror. At that moment he had seen it. Something less solid than a shadow. Something you might not really have seen because it comes straight from your imagination, and he had thought of a mirage, an illusion, right up to the fist on the window. The dry click of the door opening, the hand snaking into the gap and grabbing him by the throat, clutching it. No chance of reacting. A gust of cold air had filled the inside of the car, and he clearly remembered thinking, "I forgot to lock it." The locks! Not that they would have been enough to stop him. The man was remarkably strong, and he had managed to drag him out of the car with only one hand. His face was covered with a black balaclava. As the man held him in mid-air, he had thought of the butterfly, the precious prey he had taken such trouble to attract, which was now lost. And this time he was the prey. The man had slackened the grip on his neck and flung him on the ground. Then he had lost interest in him and gone back towards his own car. He's gone to get the weapon he's going to use to finish me off. Driven by a desperate survival instinct, he had tried to drag himself along the damp, cold ground, even though the man in the ski mask would have needed to take only a few steps to reach him and finish what he had begun. People do such pointless things when they're trying to escape death, he thought now, in the stale air of his car. Some people stretch out their hands when they're faced with the barrel of a gun, and all that happens is that the bullet perforates their palm. And to escape a fire, some people throw themselves out of the windows of buildings. They're all trying to escape the inevitable, and they make themselves ridiculous. He hadn't thought he belonged to that group of people. He had always been sure that he could confront death with dignity. But that night he had found himself wriggling like a worm, naively begging for his own safety. He had just managed to limp a few yards. Then he had lost his senses. 2 dry blows to the face had brought him to. The man with the balaclava had come back. He loomed above him, staring at him with 2 dead, dark eyes. He wasn't carrying a weapon. He had nodded to the car and said only, "Go now, and don't stop, Alexander." The man with the balaclava knew his name. At first it had struck him as reasonable. Then, thinking about it again, it was the thing that terrified him most. Getting away from there. At the time he hadn't believed it. He had got up from the ground and staggered to the car, trying to hurry for fear that the other man might change his mind. He had immediately sat down at the wheel, his eyesight still misty and his hands trembling so much he couldn't start the engine. Then, at last, his long night on the road had begun. Far from there, as far as possible. "I've got to get petrol," he thought, becoming practical again. The tank was running on fumes. He looked out for signs for a filling station, wondering whether or not this was part of the task he'd been set the night before. Don't stop. 2 questions had filled his thoughts. Why had the man with the balaclava let him go? What had happened while he had been unconscious? He had had the answers at 1 o'clock in the morning, when, his mind clear for a moment, he had heard the noise. Something rubbing against the bodywork, accompanied by a rhythmic metallic beating. Tum, tum, tum. Grim and ceaseless. He must have done something to the car. Sooner or later one of the wheels will loosen and detach itself from the axle, and I'll lose control and crash into the guardrail. But nothing of the kind happened, because the noise wasn't mechanical. But he'd worked that out only later, even if he still wasn't able to admit it to himself. At that moment a road sign had appeared. The nearest filling station was less than 8 kilometers away. He would get there, but he would have to be quick. At that thought he turned around for the umpteenth time, but his attention wasn't focused on the motorway that he was leaving or the cars in his wake. No, his gaze stopped before he got there, long before. What was pursuing him was not on the road. It was much closer than that. It was the source of the sound. It was something he couldn't get away from. It was the thing in his luggage. That was what he kept staring at insistently, even though he was trying not to think about what it might contain. But by the time Alexander Berman turned around to stare straight ahead, it was already too late. The policeman at the edge of the carriageway was gesturing to him to pull over. 5. Mila got off the train. Her face was bright and her eyes swollen from her sleepless night. She walked under the roof of the station. The building consisted of a magnificent 19th-century main hall and a huge shopping centre. Everything was clean and orderly, and yet, after a few minutes, Mila knew all its dark corners, the places she would look for missing children, where life is bought and sold, where it nestles or hides. But that wasn't why she was there. 2 colleagues were waiting for her in the office of the railway police. A stocky woman of about 40, with an olive complexion and big hips, too big for the jeans she was wearing, and a man of about 38, very tall and well-built. He made her think of the lads from the village where she had grown up. She'd gone out with a couple of them at middle school. She remembered how clumsy their advances had been. The man smiled at her, but his colleague merely stared, with one eyebrow raised. Mila stepped over for the introduction ritual. Sarah Rosa mumbled her name and rank. The man, however, held out his hand, saying clearly, "Hello, I'm Special Agent Klaus Boris." Then he offered to carry her canvas bag. "Let me." "No, thanks, I can do it myself," said Mila. But he insisted. "It's not a problem." His tone and the stubborn way he smiled at her told Mila that Agent Boris must be a bit of a ladies' man, convinced that he could work his charm on any woman who came within range. She was sure that he'd decided to have a try as soon as he'd seen her in the distance. Boris suggested having a coffee before setting off, but Sarah Rosa glared at him. "What's up? What did I say?" he pleaded. "We don't have much time, remember?" the woman shot back dismissively. "Our colleague has had a long journey, and I was just thinking that—" "There's no need," Mila cut in. "I'm fine, thanks." Mila had no intention of getting on the wrong side of Sarah Rosa, who didn't seem to appreciate the fact that Mila was there to work with them. They reached the car in the car park, and Boris sat down in the driver's seat. Rosa sat next to him. Mila got into the back, along with her canvas bag. They pulled out into the traffic and headed down the road that ran along the river. Sarah Rosa seemed rather annoyed to have to act as escort to a colleague. Boris didn't seem to mind. "Where are we going?" asked Mila shyly. Boris looked at her in the rear-view mirror. "Headquarters. Chief Inspector Roche needs to talk to you. He's going to be giving you your instructions." "I've never had anything to do with the serial killer case before," Mila pointed out. "You won't have to catch anyone," Rosa replied acidly. "We'll take care of that. Your only task is to discover the name of the 6th child. I hope you've been able to study the file." Mila ignored the note of smugness in her colleague's voice as she thought of the sleepless nights she had spent on that envelope. The photographs of the buried arms, the sparse medico-legal data about the age of the victims and the chronology of the deaths. "What happened in that forest?" she asked. "It's the biggest case for ages," Boris said, taking his hands off the wheel for a moment, excited as a little boy. "Never seen anything like it. If you ask me, the shit's about to hit the fan at the top level. That's why Roche is bricking it." Boris's vulgar slang annoyed Sarah Rosa, and Mila too, in fact. She'd never met the chief inspector, but she already knew that his men didn't hold him in especially high regard. Certainly Boris was more direct, but if he took these liberties in front of Rosa, it meant that she agreed with him, even if she didn't let on. "It's not going well," Mila thought. She decided to judge Roche and his methods for herself, not be swayed by the comments she might come to hear. Rosa repeated a question, and only then did Mila notice that she was talking to her. "Is that blood yours?" Sarah Rosa had turned in her seat and was pointing at a spot at the bottom. Mila looked at her thigh. Her trousers were stained with blood. The scar had opened up. She put a hand on it and hastily came up with an explanation. "I fell when I was jogging," she lied. "Well, try and get that wound healed. We don't want your blood contaminating any of our samples." Mila felt suddenly embarrassed by the rebuke, not least because Boris was staring at her in the mirror. She hoped it would stop there, but Rosa hadn't finished her lesson. "Once a rookie who was supposed to be keeping an eye on the scene of a sexual homicide went and pissed in the victim's bathroom. We spent 6 months chasing a ghost, thinking the murderer had forgotten to flush." Boris laughed at the memory. Mila, though, tried to change the subject. "Why did you call me? Couldn't you find the girl by just glancing at the list of disappearances for the past month?" "Don't ask us," said Rosa spikily. The dirty work, thought Mila. It was only too obvious that that was why she had been called in. Roche had wanted to give the thing to someone outside the unit, who wasn't too close to him, to let them take the fall if the sixth corpse were left nameless. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. "What about the families of the other 5? Asked Mila. "They're coming over to headquarters too, for the DNA test." Mila thought of those poor parents, forced to subject themselves to the DNA lottery, to be certain that the blood of their blood had been barbarously killed. Soon their lives would change forever. "And what do we know about the monster?" she asked, trying to distract herself from that thought. "We don't call him a monster," Boris observed. "That would depersonalize him." As he said it, Boris exchanged a meaningful glance with Rosa. "Dr. Gavila doesn't like that." "Dr. Gavila?" Mila repeated. "You'll meet him." Mila's unease increased. It was plain that her scant knowledge of the case put her at a disadvantage over her colleagues, who would be able to make fun of her over it. But once again she didn't say a word to defend herself. Rosa, on the other hand, had no intention of leaving her in peace, and pressed her indulgently. "You see, my dear, you shouldn't be surprised if you don't understand how things stand. I'm sure you're good at your work, but this is different, because serial killers have different rules, and that applies to the victims too. They've done nothing to deserve it. Their only crime, most of the time, is that they happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, or they were wearing one particular colour rather than another when they left the house, or, as in our case, their crime was to be little girls, Caucasian, and to be aged between 9 and 13. Don't take this the wrong way, but you can't know these things. Nothing personal." "Yeah, sure, I believe that," thought Mila. Since the very moment when they met, Rosa had made everything personal. "I learn quickly," Mila replied. Rosa turned and looked at her, her face hard. "Do you have children?" Mila was startled for a moment. "No? Why? What's that got to do with it?" "Because when you find the parents of the 6th little girl, you'll have to tell them the reason why their beautiful daughter was treated like that. But you will know nothing about them, about the sacrifices they made to bring her up and educate her, the sleepless nights when she had a temperature, the savings they'd put aside for her studies to make sure she had a future, the hours spent playing with her or helping her with her homework." Rosa's tone was getting increasingly angry. "And you will never know why 3 of those girls wore the same shiny polish on their nails, or that one of them had an old scar on her elbow because maybe she fell off her bike when she was 5, or that they were all young and pretty, and their dreams and desires of that innocent age that have been violated forever. You don't know these things because you've never been a mother." "Holly," was Mila's brusque reply. "What?" Sarah Rosa stared at her without comprehension. "The brand of nail polish is called Holly. It's the shiny kind, coral dust. It was a freebie that was given away a month ago with a teenage magazine. That's why all 3 of them had it. It was really successful. Also, one of the victims was wearing a charm bracelet." "We haven't found a bracelet," said Boris, who was starting to get interested. Mila took one of the photographs out of the folder. "It's number 2. Annika. The skin near her wrist is paler, a sign that she was wearing something there. The murderer might have taken it off. Perhaps she lost it when she was being kidnapped or during a struggle. They were all right-handed, except for one. She had ink stains on the side of her index finger. She was left-handed." Boris was impressed. Rosa startled. Mila was a river in full spate. "One last thing. Number 6, the one whose name we don't know, knew the one who vanished first, Debbie." "How the hell do you know that?" asked Rosa. Mila took the pictures of the arms out of the folder, one by one. There's a little red dot on the tips of both their index fingers. They're blood sisters. The Department of Behavioral Sciences of the Federal Police dealt chiefly with savage crimes. Roche had been head of it for 8 years, and he had been able to revolutionize its style and methods. He had been the one, in fact, to open the doors to civilians like Dr. Gavila, who, with his writing and research, was unanimously considered the most innovative amongst current criminologists. In the investigative unit, Agent Stern was the information officer. He was the oldest and the most senior. His job involved collecting data that would then be used to construct profiles and trace parallels with other cases. He was the memory of the group. Sarah Rosa was the logistics officer and computer expert. She spent much of her time studying new technologies, and she had received specific training in the planning of police operations. Finally, there was Boris, the interrogating officer. His responsibility was to question the people involved, using the most appropriate method, and to make the possible culprit confess. He was a specialist in all kinds of techniques that would achieve that goal, and usually he reached it. Roche issued the orders, but he didn't materially direct the unit. It was Dr. Gavila's intuitions that guided investigations. The chief inspector was a politician more than anything else, and his choices were often dictated by his career. He liked to appear in public and take the merit for investigations that were going well. In the ones that were unsuccessful, however, he divided responsibility around the whole group, or, as he had called it, the Roche unit. This method had brought him the dislike and often the contempt of his subordinates. They were all in the meeting room on the 6th floor of the building that was home to the Midtown Department headquarters. Mila sat down in the back row. In the bathroom she had treated the wound in her leg again, closing it up with 2 layers of sticking plaster. Then she had changed her jeans for another identical pair. She looked around, setting her bag on the floor. She immediately recognized a gangling man as Chief Inspector Roche. He was talking animatedly to an unassuming man with a curious aura about him. A grey light. Mila was sure that outside that room, in the real world, the man would have vanished like a ghost. But in here, his presence had a meaning. He was plainly the Dr. Gavila that Boris and Rosa had been talking about in the car. There was something about the man that immediately made you forget his crumpled clothes and untidy hair. It was his eyes, huge and piercing. As he went on talking to Roche, he shifted them onto Mila, catching her in flagrante. She looked away, awkwardly, and after a while he did the same, going to sit down not far from her. From that point onwards he ignored her completely, and a few minutes later the meeting officially began. Roche stepped onto the platform and began to speak with a solemn gesture of his hand, as if talking to an enormous audience rather than an auditorium of 5 people.
I have just heard the scientific report. Our Albert has left no clues behind. He really knows what he's doing. Not a trace, not a fingerprint in the little graveyard of arms. He just left us with 6 little girls to find. 6 bodies and a name.
Then the inspector invited Goran to speak, but Goran didn't join him on the platform. Instead, he stayed in his place, with his arms crossed and his legs stretched out under the row of chairs in front of him. Albert knew from the start how things would go. He predicted them down to the smallest detail. He's the one running the show. And 6 is a complete number in the formula of serial murder. 666, the number of the beast, Mila interjected impulsively. Everyone turned to look at her with expressions of reproach. "Let's not resort to that kind of banality," said Goran, and Mila felt herself sinking into the floor. "When we talk about a complete number, we are referring to the fact
that the subject has already completed one series or more.
Barely noticeably, Mila frowned, and Goran guessed that she hadn't understood, so he explained it better.
We call someone a serial killer if they have killed 3 times using similar methods.
2 corpses only make a multiple murderer, added Boris.
That's why 6 victims are 2 series.
So it's a kind of convention? Mila asked. No, it means that if you kill for the 3rd time, you don't stop, said Rosa, bringing the discussion to an end.
The inhibitory brakes are relaxed. The sense of guilt is lessened, and now you're killing mechanically,
Goran concluded and turned back to the others.
But why don't we know anything about corpse number 6?
Roche broke in.
We do know one thing now. From what I've been told, our distinguished colleague has supplied us with a clue that I consider to be important. She has linked the nameless victim to Debbie Gordon, our number 1.
Roche said it as if Mila's idea were in fact his own.
Officer Vasquez, if you would be so kind as to tell us the results of your investigative intuition.
Mila found herself at the center of attention again. She lowered her head to her notes, trying to bring some order to her thoughts before starting to speak. Meanwhile, Roche nodded to her to stand up. Mila got to her feet. Debbie Gordon and child number 6 knew one another. Of course, this is just a supposition on my part, but it would explain the fact that they both have an identical mark on their index fingers.
What is it, exactly?
Goran asked curiously. Well, it's that ritual of pricking your fingertip with a needle and mixing your blood by bringing your fingertips together. An adolescent version of the blood pact. You usually do it to consecrate a friendship. Mila herself had done it with her friend Graciela. They had used a rusty nail because needles had struck them as too girly. The memory suddenly flooded into her mind. Graciela had been her playmate. Each knew each other's secrets. And once they had even shared a boyfriend, even though he hadn't known anything about it. They had allowed him to believe that he was the clever one who managed to go out with both friends without their noticing. What had happened to Graciela? She hadn't heard from her for years. They had lost contact too soon, never to see one another again. And yet they had promised each other eternal friendship. Why had it been so easy to forget her? If that's the case, child number 6 should be a contemporary of Debbie's, she concluded.
The Barr body test carried out on the 6th limb bears out this thesis.
The victim was 12, said Boris, who couldn't wait to gain points in Mila's eyes. Debbie Gordon went to an exclusive boarding school. It isn't plausible that her blood sister could have been a schoolmate, because none of the other students are missing.
So she must have met her outside of the school setting,
Boris butted in again. Mila nodded. Debbie had been at the school for 8 months. She must have felt very lonely, far from home. I would guess that she had trouble bonding with the other girls. So I suppose she met her blood sister in different circumstances.
Roche said, I want you to go and take a look at the girls' room at the school. Something might come out of that.
I'd like to talk to Debbie's parents too, if possible.
Sure, do what you see fit.
Before the chief inspector could continue, there was a knock at the door. 3 quick taps. Immediately afterwards, a short man in a white shirt made his entrance, even though no one had invited him in. He had bristly hair and unusual almond eyes.
Ah, Chang,
said Roche by way of welcome. The man was the medical examiner, dealing with the case. Mila realized almost immediately that he wasn't actually Oriental. His name was Leonard Vross, but everyone had always known him as Chang. The little man came and stood next to Roche. He carried a dossier that he opened straight away, even though he had no need to read its contents, because he knew them by heart. Probably keeping those pages in front of him gave him a sense of security.
I'd like you to listen carefully to what Dr. Chang has discovered,
said the chief inspector.
Even though I know it might be difficult for some of you to understand certain details.
The reference was to her, Mila was more than sure. Chang put on a pair of glasses that he kept in his shirt pocket, cleared his throat, and began to speak.
The state of preservation of the remains, in spite of their having been buried, was excellent.
This confirmed the idea that not very much time had passed between the making of the arm graveyard and its discovery. So the pathologist expanded on a number of details. But when Chang finally had to illustrate the method by which the 6 little girls had been killed, he got straight to the point.
He killed them by cutting off their arms.
Lesions have a language of their own, and they use it to communicate. Mila was well aware of that. When the medical examiner turned the page of the file to the enlargement of the photograph of one of the arms, she immediately noticed the reddish halo around the cut and the break of the bone. The seepage of blood into the tissue is the first indication of whether the lesion is lethal or not. If it has been inflicted on a corpse, there is no activity from the cardiac pump, so the blood flows passively from the torn vessels without settling in the surrounding tissues. If, on the other hand, the blow is delivered when the victim is still alive, the heart is pushing the blood into the injured tissues in a desperate attempt to scar them. In the little girls, the life-saving mechanism had stopped only when the arm had gone away. Chang went on.
The lesion occurred halfway down the brachial biceps. The bone isn't shattered. The break is clean. The killer must have used a precision saw. We haven't found any iron filings along the margins of the injury. The uniform section of the blood vessels and the tendons tells us that the amputation was completed with what I would call surgical skill. Death was caused by bleeding.
Then he added,
It was a hideous death.
At this phrase, Mila felt an impulse to lower her eyes in a sign of respect, but she immediately noticed that she would have been the only one. Chang went on.
I would say he killed them straight away. He had no interest in keeping them alive longer than necessary, and he didn't hesitate. The methods of killing are identical for all the victims, except for one.
His words hung in the air before raining down on his listeners like a shower of icy water.
What do you mean?
Goran asked. Chang pushed his glasses back from the tip of his nose and stared at the criminologist.
Because for one of them, it was even worse.
Absolute silence settled on the room.
The toxicological examinations have revealed traces of a cocktail of pharmaceuticals in the blood and the tissue. In this case, antiarrhythmics like disopyramide, ACE inhibitors, and atenolol, which is a beta blocker.
He reduced her heart rate, lowering the pressure at the same time, added Goran Gavila, who had already understood everything.
Why?
Asked Stern, for whom it wasn't clear at all. A grimace, like a bitter smile, appeared on Chang's lips.
He slowed down the bleeding to make her die more slowly. He wanted to enjoy the show. Which child was it?
Asked Roche, even though they all knew the answer.
Number 6.
This time Mila didn't need to be an expert on serial killers to work out what had happened. The medical examiner had effectively stated that the murderer had altered his modus operandi, which meant that he had become confident about what he was doing. He was experimenting with a new game, and he liked it. He changed because he was happy with the result. He was getting better and better, concluded Goran. From what we can tell, he was enjoying it. Mila suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was that tickle at the base of the neck that alerted her every time she was getting close to a solution to one of her missing person cases. It was hard to explain. When it happened, her mind would reveal an unexpected truth. Usually that perception lasted for longer, but this time it disappeared before she could grasp it. Some words from Chang swept it away.
One more thing.
The doctor turned to face Mila, Even though he didn't know her, she was the only strange face in that room, and he must already have been informed about the reasons for her presence.
The parents of the missing girls are in the next room.
From the window of the traffic police station, hidden away among the mountains, Alexander Berman was able to enjoy a complete view of the car park. His car was down there, in the 5th row. From that observation point, it looked very far away. The sun, already high in the sky, made the sheet metal gleam. After last night's storm, he could never have imagined a day like this. It was like late spring, and it was almost hot. A faint breeze came through the open window, bringing a sense of peace. He was strangely content. When he had been stopped at the roadblock at dawn, he hadn't been flustered. He hadn't panicked. He had stayed inside the car with the annoying sensation of dampness between his legs. From the driver's seat, he had an excellent view of the officers beside the police car. One of them was holding the envelope containing his documents, running through them, dictating to the other the data which the other man then passed on by radio. Soon they're going to come over and make me open the boot, he thought. The officer who had pulled him over had been very polite. He had asked him about his fog lamp and been sympathetic as he told him that he didn't envy him for having been forced to drive all night in that awful weather.
"You're not from around here,"
he had announced, reading the number plate.
"No, you're right,"
Alexander had replied. "I'm from somewhere else." The conversation had ended there. For a moment he had thought of telling him everything, but he had changed his mind. The moment had not yet come. Then the officer had walked off towards his colleague. Alexander Berman didn't know what would happen, but for the first time he had relaxed his grip on the wheel. The blood had started circulating in his hands again, and their colour had returned. And he had found himself thinking about his butterflies again. So frail, so unaware of the spell they cast. While he had stopped time for them, making them aware of the secrets of their fascination, the others merely drained them of their beauty. He took care of it. What could they accuse him of, after all? When he had seen the policeman coming back towards his window, those thoughts had suddenly fled, and the tension, which had relaxed for a moment, had mounted again. They had taken too long, he had thought. As he came over, the officer held one hand at his hip, level with his belt. Berman knew what that gesture was. It meant that he was about to draw his gun. When he was finally nearby, he heard him say something that he wasn't expecting.
"We'd like you to follow us to headquarters, Mr. Berman. Your logbook is missing from your documentation."
That's strange, he had thought. I was sure I put it there. But then he had understood. The man with the balaclava had taken it out when he had been unconscious, and now here he was in this little waiting room, enjoying the undeserved warmth of the breeze. They had shut him up in here after confiscating his car, without knowing that the threat of an administrative sanction was the last of his worries. They were holed up in their offices, completely unaware, making decisions about things that no longer had any importance for him. How do you change the hierarchy of priorities for a man who no longer has anything to lose? His most urgent thought at the moment was that the caress of that breeze shouldn't cease. Meanwhile, he still had his eyes fixed on the car park and the comings and goings of the policemen. His car was still there, in full view, with its secret locked away in the boot, and no one noticed anything. As he reflected on the uniqueness of his situation, he noticed a squad of policemen coming back from their mid-morning coffee break. 3 men and 2 women, all in uniform. One of them seemed to be telling a story and waved his arms about as he walked. When he finished, the others laughed. Alexander hadn't heard a single word of the story, but the sound of laughter was contagious, and he found himself smiling. It didn't last long. The group passed close to his car. One of them, the tallest, suddenly stopped, letting the others continue on their own. He had noticed something. Alexander immediately spotted the expression that had formed on his face. The smell, he thought. He must have caught the smell. Without saying anything to his colleagues, the policeman started looking round. He sniffed the air, trying to find the faint trace that had for a moment put his senses on the alert. When he found it again, he turned towards the car next to him. He took a few steps in that direction, then froze by the closed boot. Alexander Berman, seeing the scene, sighed with relief. He was grateful. Grateful for the coincidence that had brought him here, for the breeze that had been granted him, and for the fact that he would not be the one who opened that damned boot. The caress of the wind subsided. Alexander got up from his seat by the window and took his mobile out of his pocket. The time had come to make a phone call. 6. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. Mila silently repeated those names as she gazed through a pane of glass at the family members of the 5 identified victims who had assembled in the morgue of the Institute of Legal Medicine. It was a Gothic building with big windows surrounded by bare parkland. There are 2 missing, was Mila's obsessive thought. A father and a mother that we haven't yet managed to find. They had to give a name to left-hand number 6. The girl Albert had tormented the most, with that cocktail of drugs to slow down death as painfully as possible. He wanted to enjoy the show. She thought again of the music teacher case when she had freed Pablo and Elisa. And yet you rescued 3, Sergeant Morexo had said, referring to the note found in the man's diary. That name, Priscilla. Her boss was right. The little girl had been lucky. Mila became aware of a cruel link between her and the 6 victims. Priscilla had been chosen in advance by her executioner. It was only by chance that she had not become his prey. Where was she now? What was her life like? And was there a part of her, deep and hidden, that was aware of escaping a kind of horror like that? From the moment she had set foot in the music teacher's house, Mila had rescued her. And she would never know. She would never be able to appreciate the gift of the second life that had been granted her. Priscilla, like Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. Predestined, but without their destiny. Priscilla, like number 6, a faceless victim. But she, at least, had a name. Chang maintained that it was just a matter of time, that the identity of the 6th little girl would emerge sooner or later. But the idea that she had disappeared forever made it difficult to consider any other option. But now she had to be clear-minded. My turn, she thought, as she looked through the glass separating her from the parents of the little girls who already had a name. She studied the human aquarium, the choreography of those silent, grief-stricken creatures. Soon she would have to go in there to talk to Debbie Gordon's father and mother, and she would have to give those parents what remained of their grief. The morgue corridor was long and dark. It was in the basement of the building. It was reached by a flight of stairs or a lift that wasn't usually working. There were narrow windows on either side of the ceiling, which let in a very small amount of light. The white glazed tiles covering the walls didn't manage to reflect it, which had probably been the plan when they were put there. The result was that it was dark there, even by day, and the fluorescent lights on the ceiling were always lit, filling the spectral silence of the place with their unceasing hum. What a horrible place to face the news of the loss of a child, Mila reflected, still studying those suffering parents. There was nothing to comfort them but some anonymous plastic chairs and a table of smiling old magazines. Debbie, Annika, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. "Take a look," said Goran Gavila, standing close behind her. "What do you see?" First he had humiliated her in front of everyone, and now he was being familiar. Mila went on observing for a long while. "I see their suffering." "Take a better look. There's more." "I see those dead children, even though they aren't there. Their faces are the sum of their parents' faces. That's how I can see the victims." "And I see 5 nuclear families, each one with a different social background, with different incomes and different lifestyles. I see couples who have, for various reasons, had only one child. I see women who are long past 40, and for that reason can't biologically hope for another pregnancy. That's what I see." Goran turned to look at her. "They are his true victims. He has studied them. He has chosen them. An only daughter. He wanted to strip them of any hope of overcoming their grief, of trying to forget their loss. They will have to remember what he did to them for the rest of their days. He has amplified their grief by taking away their future. He has deprived them of the possibility of passing on a memory of themselves to the years to come, of surviving their own death. And he has fed on that. It is the reward for his sadism, the source of his pleasure." Mila looked away. The criminologist was right. There was a symmetry in the evil that had been done to these people. "A pattern," Goran stated, correcting her thoughts. Mila thought again about girl number 6. There was no one to mourn her yet. She had a right to those tears, like all the others. Suffering has a task to perform. It rebuilds the bonds between the things of the living and those of the dead. It is a language that stands in for words, that changes the terms of the question. It was what the parents on the other side of the glass were doing, minutely rebuilding, with their pain, a scrap of the life that no longer existed, weaving together their frail memories, binding the white threads of the past to the thin ones of the present. Mila summoned her strength and crossed the threshold. The parents' eyes immediately moved to her, and there was silence. She walked towards the mother of Debbie Gordon, sitting beside her husband, who rested his hand on her shoulder. Her footsteps sounded grim as she stepped in front of the others. "Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, I need to talk to you for a moment." Mila pointed the way with a movement of her arm. Then she made them walk ahead of her towards a second little room with a coffee machine and a snack dispenser, a worn sofa against the wall, a table with blue plastic chairs, and a rubbish bin full of plastic cups. Mila asked the Gordons to sit on the sofa and went to get one of the chairs. She stretched her legs, feeling another little pang in the wound in her thigh. It wasn't all that strong. She was getting better. Mila screwed up her courage and began by introducing herself. She talked about the investigation, without adding any details to what they knew already. Her intention was to put them at ease before asking them the questions that interested her. The Gordons hadn't stopped looking at her for a moment, as if she somehow had the power to stop the nightmare. Both husband and wife were attractive and elegant, both lawyers, the kind that are paid by the hour. Mila imagined them in their perfect home, surrounded by selected friends, with their gilded lives. It made sense that they could send their only daughter to study at a prestigious private school. Both husband and wife must be 2 sharks in their profession, people who can deal with the most critical situations in their own field, who are used to smashing in the teeth of their opponents, and never being discouraged by adversity. But now they were both completely unprepared for a tragedy like this. Once she had finished the exposition of the case, she got to the point. "Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, are you by any chance aware of any special friendship that Debbie might have made with a girl her age outside of the boarding school?" The couple looked at one another as if, rather than an answer, they were trying to find a plausible reason for the question. But they couldn't find it.
"Not that we know of,"
said Debbie's father. Mila, however, wasn't satisfied with that meagre reply. "Are you sure that Debbie never talked to you on the phone about anyone who wasn't a schoolmate?" As Mrs. Gordon struggled to remember, Mila found herself studying her outline. That flat stomach, the toned muscles of her legs. She understood immediately that the choice to have only one child had been carefully mulled over. This woman would not have weighed down her physique with a second pregnancy. But it was too late now. Her age, close to 50, would not allow her to have any more children. Goran was right. Albert hadn't chosen them by chance. "No, but lately she'd sounded much more at ease on the phone," said the woman. "I imagine she must have asked you to bring her home." She had hit a sore point, but she couldn't help it if she wanted to get to the truth. His voice cracking with guilt, Debbie's father admitted, "It's true. She was out of her element. She said she missed us. And Sting." Mila looked at him, baffled, and the man explained. "Her dog. Debbie wanted to come home, to her old school. Well, she never actually said that. Perhaps she was afraid of disappointing us, but it was apparent from her tone of voice." Mila knew what was going to happen. These parents would forever reproach themselves for not listening to their daughter's heart when she begged them to let her come home. But the Gordons had put their ambition before her, hoping that it was something that could be genetically transmitted. There was really nothing wrong about their behavior. They'd wanted the best for their only daughter. Basically, they were just behaving like parents. And if things had gone differently, perhaps one day Debbie would have been grateful to them. But that day, sadly for them, would never come. "Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, I'm sorry to have to insist. I can imagine how painful this is. But I must ask you to think back to the conversations you had with Debbie. The people she saw out of school might turn out to be very important to the solving of the case. Please, think back, and if anything comes to mind—" The two of them nodded at the same time, promising they would try to remember. Mila glimpsed a figure behind the glass of the door, Sarah Rosa, trying to attract her attention. Mila apologized to the Gordons and left. When she stood face to face with Sarah Rosa in the corridor, the woman said only a few words. "Get yourself ready. We have to go. They found the body of a little girl." Special Agent Stern was still wearing a jacket and tie. He preferred brown or beige or blue suits and shirts with thin stripes. Mila worked out that his wife was keen on him walking around in well-ironed clothes. He looked well-groomed, his hair combed back with a little brilliantine. He shaved every morning, and the skin on his face was soft rather than smooth. It smelled good. He was a very precise character, Stern, one of those who never change their habits, for whom an orderly appearance is more important than being fashionable. And he must have been very capable in his work as a collector of information. During the car journey that brought them to the place where the body had been found, Stern threw a mint into his mouth, then quickly set out the facts as he knew them. "The arrested man is called Alexander Berman. He's 40 years old, and he's a sales representative, machine parts for the textile industry. He's a great salesman, apparently. He's married, and he's always lived a quiet life. He is highly regarded and well known in the city where he lives. His work brings him in a fair income. He's not rich exactly, but he's doing okay." "He's clean, then," added Rosa. "Not the kind you'd expect." When they reached the traffic police station, The officer who had found the body was sitting on an old sofa in one of the offices. He was in shock. The local authorities had handed the place over to the Violent Crimes Unit, and they got to work with the help of Goran and under the eyes of Mila, whose role consisted simply in checking the presence or otherwise of useful clues that would let her do her job more easily without actively intervening. Roche had stayed in the office, letting his men reconstruct what had happened. Mila noticed that Sarah Rosa kept her distance from her. She couldn't help being pleased about that, even though the policewoman was keeping an eye on her, waiting to catch her out. She was sure of it. A young lieutenant offered to walk them to the exact place. Trying to look confident, he was at pains to make it clear that nothing had been moved. But all the members of the unit knew very well that it was probably the first time he had faced a scene of this kind. In a career as a provincial policeman, you don't often come across such a horrible crime. Along the way, the lieutenant set out the facts with extreme precision. Perhaps he'd rehearsed the speech beforehand so as not to get it wrong. So it came out like a written statement. "We have ascertained that yesterday morning Alexander Berman arrived at a hotel in a village very far from here." 400 miles away, Stern specified. "It would appear that he drove all night. The petrol tank was almost empty," the lieutenant added. "Did he meet anyone at the hotel?" asked Boris. "Apparently he dined with clients. Then he retired to his room. That's what the people who were with him say, but we're still checking their versions." Rosa jotted this down in a notebook, and Mila glimpsed the note from over her shoulder. "Collect hotel guest version re-timetables." Goran broke in. "Berman hasn't said anything yet, I suppose?" "Suspect Alexander Berman refuses to speak without a lawyer present." They reached the car park. Goran noted that white screens had been arranged around Berman's car to conceal the spectacle of death. But it was only one hypocritical precaution among many. Agitation is often a mask used to respond to terrible crimes. That was something that Goran Gavila had learned early on. Death, especially violent death, exerts a strange fascination on the living. Corpses always arouse our curiosity. Death is highly seductive. Before reaching the scene of the crime, they put on plastic shoe covers and caps to hold their hair in, and the inevitable sterile gloves. Then they passed around a small container of camphor paste. Each of them took a little to rub under their nostrils to keep any kind of smell away. It was a tried and tested ritual, which needed no words, but also a way of finding the right level of concentration. When she received the tub from Boris, Mila felt like a participant in that strange act of communion. The traffic police lieutenant, having been invited to walk ahead of them, suddenly lost all his confidence and hesitated. Then he left. Before crossing the boundaries of this new world, Mila caught Goran looking at her with concern. She nodded, and he seemed reassured. The first step was always the hardest. Mila wouldn't easily forget her own. In those few square yards, where even the sunlight was altered by the cold and artificial glare of the halogen lamps, there was another universe, with physical rules and laws entirely unlike those of the known world. The 3 dimensions of height, width, and depth were joined by a fourth, the void. Every criminologist knows that it is in the voids of a crime scene that you find the answers. By filling those spaces with the presence of the victim and the executioner, you reconstruct the crime, you give a meaning to the violence, you cast light on the unknown. The first impression at a crime scene is always the most important. Mila's first impression was the smell. In spite of the camphor, the smell was penetrating. The scent of death is both nauseating and sweet. It's a contradiction in terms. First it hits you like a blow to the stomach. Then you discover there is something deep within it that you can't help liking. The team members quickly arranged themselves in a circle around Berman's car. Each of them occupied an observation point, their eyes creating a grid that covered every square inch. Mila followed Goran to the rear of the car. The boot was open, as it had been left by the officer who found the body. Goran leaned into it, and Mila did the same. Inside the boot there was nothing but a big black plastic bag, within which the outline of a body was just visible. The bag had clung perfectly to its form, moulding itself to the features of the face and assuming its shape. The mouth was wide in a mute cry, as if the air had been sucked out by the dark abyss. Like a shroud of flesh. Annika, Debbie, Sabine, Melissa, Caroline. Or was it number 6? The eye sockets could be seen, and the head thrown backwards. The body had not given up its life without a struggle. On the contrary, the posture of the limbs was stiff, as if it had been struck by lightning mid-leap. In that statue of flesh, something was plainly absent. An arm was missing. The left one. "Fine. Let's start the analysis," said Goran. The criminologist's method consisted of asking questions, some of them simple and apparently insignificant, questions to which they would all try to find an answer. Even in this context, every opinion was accepted. "First of all, the orientation," he began. "So tell me, why are we here?" "I'll begin," suggested Boris, who was standing on the driver's side. "We're here because of a missing logbook." "What do you think? Is that enough of an explanation?" Goran asked, looking around the group. "The roadblock," said Sarah Rosa. "Since the little girls went missing, there have been dozens of them, scattered all over the place. It was a possibility, and it happened. It was luck." Goran shook his head. He didn't believe in luck. Why should he take the risk of driving around with this compromising cargo? "Perhaps he just wanted to get rid of it," Stern suggested. "Or perhaps he was afraid that we were onto him, and he was trying to shift the clues as far as possible from himself." "I agree that it might be an attempt to throw us off the trail," said Boris. "But it went wrong." Mila worked out that they had already made their minds up. Alexander Berman was Albert. Only Goran seemed still to be slightly perplexed. "We've still got to work out what his plan was. That's why we've got a corpse in a boot. But the first question was a different one, and we still don't have an answer to it. Why are we here? What has brought us together around this car, looking at this body? Since the outset, we've taken it for granted that our man was clever, perhaps even more intelligent than we are. He's tricked us several times, managing to kidnap the little girls even when everyone was on full alert. Can you really imagine, then, that it was the lack of a stupid logbook that gave him away?" Everyone considered this in silence. The criminologist turned back to the traffic police lieutenant, who had stood apart in the meantime, silent and as pale as the shirt he wore under his uniform. "Lieutenant, a short time ago you told us that Berman requested the presence of a lawyer. Is that right?" "Exactly. Maybe a duty lawyer would do, because for now I'd like to have a talk with the suspect, to let him refute the results of our analyses when we've finished here." "Do you want me to give instructions now?" The man was waiting for Gavila to dismiss him, and Goran was about to do as he wished. "Berman has probably found a way to get a version of the facts ready. Better to take him by surprise and try to catch him out in a contradiction before he learns it off by heart," Boris added. "I hope he's had time to examine his conscience while he's been locked up in there." As the lieutenant spoke, the team members looked at one another in disbelief. "You mean you've left him alone?" asked Goran. The lieutenant was uncomfortable. "We put him in solitary, in line with police practice. Why, what—" He didn't have time to finish his sentence. Boris was the first to move. With a leap he found himself outside the enclosure, and he was followed in turn by Stern and Sarah Rosa, who, as they left, quickly took off their shoe covers to keep from slipping when they ran. Mila, like the young traffic lieutenant, appeared not to understand what was going on. Goran dashed after the others, shouting back,
"He's an at-risk subject. You should have kept an eye on him."
At that moment, both Mila and the lieutenant understood the risk the criminologist was talking about. A few moments later, they met up by the door of the cell where the man had been locked up. There was a surveillance officer who hurried to open up the spy hole when Boris showed him his card. Through that little chink, though, there was no sign of Alexander Berman. "He's chosen the blind corner of the cell," Mila thought. As the guard opened the heavy locks, the lieutenant went on trying to calm everyone, but himself most of all, by stressing once again that the procedure had been followed to the letter. Berman's watch, his belt, his tie, and even his shoelaces had been taken away. He had nothing that he could hurt himself with. But the policeman was proved wrong as soon as the iron door was flung open. The man was lying in a corner of the cell, the blind corner. Back against the wall, his arms were abandoned in his lap and his legs spread wide. His mouth was drenched in blood. A black pool surrounded the body. He had used the least traditional of ways to kill himself. Alexander Berman had torn away the flesh of his wrists with his teeth and waited to bleed to death. 7. They would take her home. With that unvoiced promise, they had taken delivery of the little girl's body. They would do her justice. After Berman's suicide, it was hard to keep that commitment, but they would try anyway. That was why the corpse was here, at the Institute of Legal Medicine. Dr. Chang arranged the microphone hanging from the ceiling so that it was perpendicular to the steel morgue table. Then he turned on the tape recorder. First of all, he took a scalpel and rapidly slid it along the plastic bag, tracing a very precise, straight line. He set down the surgical instrument and with his fingers delicately picked up the 2 flaps that he had made. The only light in the room was the glare from the lamp above the operating table. All around, the chasm of darkness. And balanced on the edge of that abyss were Goran and Mila. None of the other members of the team had felt they had to take part in the ceremony. The medical examiner and the 2 guests had put on sterile gowns, gloves, and face masks so as not to contaminate the evidence. With the help of a saline solution, Chang slowly began to spread out the edges of the bag, detaching the plastic from the body beneath, to which it had perfectly adhered, a little at a time, with great patience. It gradually began to appear. Mila immediately saw the green corduroy skirt, the white blouse and the woolen waistcoat. Then she began to see the flannel of a blazer. As Chang carried on, new details came to light. He reached the thoracic section, the arm of which was missing. The jacket wasn't actually blood-stained there. It was simply cut off, level with the left shoulder, from which a stump protruded.
"He didn't kill her with these clothes on. He rearranged the corpse afterwards,"
the pathologist said. That afterwards was lost in the echo of the room, plunging into the chasm of darkness that surrounded them, like a stone bouncing off the walls of a bottomless pit. Chang slipped the right arm out. On the wrist there was a bracelet with a key-shaped pendant. Reaching the level of the neck, the doctor stopped for a moment to wipe his brow with a little towel. Only then did Mila notice that the pathologist was sweating. He had reached the most delicate point of the operation. The fear was that when the plastic was detached from the face, the epidermis might also come away. Mila had been present at other autopsies. Usually the medical examiners didn't have such scruples about the way they treated the bodies under examination. They cut them apart and sewed them up quite carelessly. At that moment, however, she worked out that Chang wanted the parents to see their child one last time in the best possible state. That was why he was so apprehensive. She felt a surge of respect for the man. Finally, after a few interminable minutes, the doctor succeeded in completely removing the black bag from the little girl's face. Mila recognized her straight away. Debbie Gordon, 12 years old, the first to go missing. Her eyes were wide open. Her mouth was still gaping, as if she was desperately trying to say something. She was wearing a clasp with a white lily. He's combed her hair. How ludicrous, Mila thought suddenly. It had been easier to be compassionate with a corpse than with a living child. But then she deduced that there was another reason why he had taken such care of her. He made her beautiful for us. Her hunch made her furious. But she also understood that at that moment those emotions did not belong to her. They were meant for someone else. And soon she would have to go in there, overcome the profound sense of darkness, and inform two parents, already destroyed, that their life was truly over. Dr. Chang exchanged a glance with Goran. The moment had come to establish what kind of murderer they were dealing with, whether his interest in this child had been generic or horribly targeted. In other words, whether or not the little girl had been subjected to sexual violence. Everyone in that room was torn between the desire that she had been spared that final torment and the hope that she hadn't, because in the latter case there would be a greater chance of the murderer leaving organic traces that would enable them to identify him. There was a precise procedure for cases of sexual violence, and Chang, having no reason to diverge from it, started the physical examination. It usually began with the marking and identification of the clothing on the body. Then came the search for any suspicious stains on the clothes, any threads, hairs, leaves. Only then did the pathologist move on to subungual scraping, which consisted in collecting from the victim's nails with a kind of toothpick possible residues of the murderer's skin, if the victim had defended herself, or earth or various fibers to identify the location of the killing. But the result was negative. The condition of the corpse, apart from the amputation of the limb, was perfect. Her clothes were clean, as if someone had taken the trouble of washing her before putting her in the bag. The third phase was the most invasive and contained the gynecological examination. After a few minutes, Chang lifted his head towards Goran and Mila, stating coldly,
"He didn't touch her."
Mila nodded, and before leaving the room bent over Debbie's corpse to slip from her wrist the bracelet with the little key dangling from it. That object, along with the information that the little girl had not been raped, would be the only gift that she could bring to the Gordons. As soon as she said goodbye to Chang and Goran, Mila became aware of an urgent need to remove her clean gown, because at that moment she felt dirty. Passing through the changing room, she stopped by the big ceramic basin. She turned on the hot water and slipped in her hands, beginning to rub them hard. Still frantically washing, she looked up at the mirror in front of her. She imagined little Debbie's reflection as she came into the changing room, with her green skirt, her blue blazer, and the clasp in her hair. And she imagined her supporting herself on her one remaining arm and going to sit on the bench by the wall, and beginning to look at her, her feet dangling. Debbie opened her mouth wide and then closed it again, as if trying to communicate with her. But no words came out, and Mila so wanted to ask her about her blood sister, the one they all knew only as child number 6. Then she woke from her vision. The water was pouring from the tap, steam rose in wide swirls and had covered almost the whole surface of the mirror. It was only then that Mila became aware of the pain. She looked down and instinctively pulled her hands from the jet of boiling water. The skin on the back of her hands was red, while blisters were already appearing on her fingers. Mila immediately wiped them with a towel, then went to the first aid cupboard in search of bandages. No one must ever know what had happened to her. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she remembered was the burn on her hands. She sat bolt upright, abruptly becoming aware of the bedroom that surrounded her. The wardrobe in front of her, with its framed mirror, the cupboard on its left, and the window with a lowered shutter that let in a few lines of bluish light. Mila had gone to sleep with her clothes on, because the sheets and blankets of that squalid motel room were stained and dirty. Why had she woken up? Perhaps someone had knocked, or perhaps she had only dreamed it. There was another knock. She got up and walked over to the door, opening it a few centimetres. "Who is it?" she asked pointlessly as she saw Boris's smiling face.
"I've come to get you. They start searching Berman's house in an hour. The others are waiting for us there, and I thought I'd bring you breakfast."
He waved beneath her nose a paper bag that probably contained coffee and a croissant. Mila quickly glanced at herself. She wasn't actually presentable, but perhaps that was a good thing. It would discourage her colleague's hormones. She invited him in. Boris took a few steps inside the room, looked around, puzzled, as Mila walked over to the basin in a corner to splash her face, but, more importantly, to hide her bandaged hands.
"This place is even worse than I remembered."
He sniffed the air.
"And there's always the same smell."
"I think it's an insect repellent."
"When I joined the unit, I spent almost a month here before finding myself an apartment. You know, every key here opens all the rooms. The customers have a habit of leaving without paying, and the owner got tired of constantly having to replace the locks. At night you're best off blocking the door with the wardrobe."
Mila looked at him in the mirror over the basin. "Thanks for the advice."
"No, seriously. If you need a better place to live, I can give you a hand."
Mila glanced at him quizzically. "You wouldn't by any chance be inviting me to stay at yours, officer?" Boris, embarrassed, quickly backtracked.
"No, I didn't mean that. It's more that I could ask around and see if there's a colleague who might want to share her apartment, that's all."
"I hope I won't be staying here long enough to need it," she observed with a shrug. After drying her face, she spotted the bag he had brought her. She almost snatched it from his hands and went and sat cross-legged on the bed to inspect its contents. Coffee and croissants, as she had hoped. Boris was caught off guard by her movements, all the more so when he saw her hands covered with bandages. But he said nothing. "Hungry?" he asked instead, shyly. She answered with her mouth full. "I haven't had a bite for 2 days. If you hadn't come this morning, I don't think I'd have had the strength to get out the door." Mila knew she shouldn't have said anything like that. It sounded too much like encouragement, but she couldn't find another way of thanking him, and besides, she really was hungry. Boris smiled at her proudly.
"So, how are you getting on?"
he asked her. "I'm pretty adaptable, so okay. Apart from the fact that your friend Sarah Rosa practically hates me," she thought.
"I liked your intuition about the blood sisters."
A stroke of luck. I just fished among my adolescent experiences. You must have done stupid things when you were 12, didn't you?" As she noticed the bafflement of her colleague, who was trying helplessly to think of a reply, she couldn't help smiling. "I was joking, Boris."
"Oh, of course,"
he said, blushing. Mila swallowed down the last mouthful, licked her fingers, and threw herself on the second croissant in the bag, which was meant for Boris, although in the face of such ravenous hunger he didn't have the courage to say anything. "Boris, tell me one thing. Why did you call him Albert?"
"It's a very interesting story," he said.
He cautiously moved to sit beside her.
5 years ago, a really strange thing happened to us. There's this serial killer abducting women, raping them, strangling them, and then letting us find the corpses with their right feet missing."
"Their right feet?"
"Exactly. No one can understand it, because when he acts, this guy's very precise and clean. He leaves no clues. He just does this amputation thing, and he strikes at complete random. So, we're already at the 5th corpse, and we can't stop him. At this point, Dr. Gavila has an idea."
Mila had finished the second croissant as well and moved on to the coffee. "What kind of idea?"
He asks us to go through the archives for all cases concerning feet, even the most petty and trivial."
Mila looked more than puzzled. Then she emptied 3 sachets of sugar into the polystyrene cup. Boris noticed and pulled a disgusted face. He was about to say something about it, but instead went on with his story.
"It struck me as ridiculous too, at first. So instead we start looking, and it turns out that a little while ago there was a thief going around the area, stealing women's shoes from the stands outside shoe shops. They only have 1 shoe per size and model, to stop them being stolen, and usually it's the right one, to make it easier for the customers to try them on."
Mila froze, holding her cup of coffee in mid-air, and thought for a moment delightedly about the originality of that investigative hunch. "So you kept an eye on the shoe shops and caught the thief?"
"Albert Finley, a 38-year-old engineer, married, 2 young sons, little house in the country, and a camper van for holidays."
"Normal guy."
"In the garage at his home we find a freezer, and inside it, carefully wrapped in cellophane, 5 women's right feet. He enjoyed making them wear the shoes he stole. It was a kind of fetishist obsession."
"Right foot, left arm. Hence Albert."
"Exactly,"
said Boris, putting a hand on her shoulder in a gesture of approval. Mila abruptly moved aside, jumping off the bed. The young policeman was hurt. "Sorry," she said. "No problem." It wasn't true, and Mila didn't believe him, but she decided to pretend that it was as he said. She turned her back on him and went back towards the basin. "I'll just get myself ready, then we can go." Boris got up and went to the door. "That's fine. I'll wait for you outside." Mila saw him leaving the room. Then she looked up at the mirror. "Oh, God, when will it end?" she wondered. "When am I going to let anyone touch me again?" All the way to Berman's house they had hardly exchanged a word. In fact, as she got into the car, Mila had found the radio on and immediately understood that this was a declaration of intent about how the journey was to be. Boris had been hurt, and perhaps now she had another enemy within the unit. They got there in just under an hour and a half. Alexander Berman had lived in a small villa surrounded by trees in a quiet residential area. The street in front had been screened off. Beyond that boundary there was a crowd of onlookers, neighbours and journalists. Mila, looking at them, thought it had begun. As they arrived, they had listened to a radio news item about the discovery of little Debbie's corpse, and Berman's name had also come out. The reason for so much media euphoria was simple. The graveyard of arms had been a public relations disaster, but now, at last, they had a name to give the nightmare. Mila had seen it happen on other occasions. The press had clung tenaciously to the story, and in a very short time they would be trampling indiscriminately over every aspect of Berman's life. His suicide amounted to an admission of guilt. For that reason, the media would insist on their version. They would put him in the role of monster without allowing any contradiction, trusting solely in the force of their unanimity. They would cruelly tear him to pieces, just as he was supposed to have done to his little victims, but without seeing the irony of the parallel. They would extract litres of blood from the whole business, just to spice up the headlines and make them more enticing, without respect, without fairness. And even when someone was bold enough to point it out, they would take refuge behind the handy idea of press freedom to conceal their unnatural prurience. Mila and Boris made their way through the little crowd, entered the exclusion zone set up by the law enforcement officers, and walked quickly along the drive to the front door of the house, unable to avoid being dazzled by a few camera flashes. At that moment, Mila caught Goran's eyes on the other side of the window. She felt absurdly guilty because he had seen her arriving with Boris, and then stupid for having thought such a thing. Goran turned his attention back to the inside of the house. Shortly afterwards, Mila stepped through the door. Stern and Sarah Rosa, with the help of other detectives, had already been there for a while, and were bustling around like worker ants. Everything had been turned upside down. The officers were painstakingly examining furniture, walls, and anything else that might be able to reveal a clue to the mystery. Once again, Mila had been unable to join in the search. Besides, Sarah Rosa had immediately barked in her face that she had only observation rights. So she started looking around, keeping her hands in her pockets so that she didn't have to justify the bandages wrapped around them. What attracted her attention were the photographs. There were dozens of them, arranged around the place on tables and chests of drawers in elegant walnut or silver frames. They showed Berman and his wife in happy times, a life that now seemed far away and impossible. They had done a lot of travelling, Mila noticed. There were pictures from all over the world. But as the pictures became more recent and their faces older, their expressions seemed veiled. There was something in those photographs, Mila was sure of it. But she couldn't say what it was. She had had a strange feeling as she walked into that house. Now she thought she had a clearer sense of what it might be. A presence. Amidst all the comings and goings of the police officers, there was another spectator. Mila recognized the woman in the photographs, Veronica Berman, the wife of the alleged murderer. She could tell immediately that the woman was proud by nature. She maintained an attitude of decorous detachment as those strangers touched her things without asking her permission, violating the intimacy of those objects, those memories, with their invasive presence. She seemed not so much resigned as consenting. She had offered to cooperate with Chief Inspector Roche, confidently asserting that her husband had nothing to do with those terrible accusations. Mila was still watching her when, turning round, she found herself confronted with an unexpected spectacle. There was an entire wall covered with preserved butterflies. They were in glass frames. There were strange ones and beautiful ones. Some of them had exotic names, which were quoted along with the place of origin on a bronze plate. The most fascinating ones came from Africa and Japan. "They're beautiful, because they're dead." It was Goran who said it. The criminologist was wearing a black jumper and wool trousers. Part of his shirt collar stuck out of the neck of his pullover. He came and stood next to her to get a better look at the butterfly wall. "When we see something like this, we forget the most important and most obvious thing. Those butterflies will never fly again." "It's unnatural," Mila agreed, "and yet it's so seductive." "That's exactly the effect that death has on some individuals. That's why serial killers exist." Goran made a small gesture. That was all it took for all the members of the team to gather around him immediately, a sign that even if they seemed entirely absorbed in their own tasks, they were really still looking at him, waiting for him to say or do something. Mila had confirmation of the great trust that they placed in his hunches. Goran guided them. It was very strange, because he wasn't a police officer, and cops, at least the ones she knew, had always resisted putting their trust in civilians. It would have been more accurate for the group to call themselves the Gavila team than the Roche team, particularly since Roche, as usual, wasn't there. He would only appear if incontestable evidence appeared that would nail Berman once and for all. Stern, Boris, and Rosa took up their positions around the criminologist, according to their usual pattern. Mila remained a step behind. Afraid of feeling excluded, she excluded herself. Goran spoke in a low voice, immediately catching the tone with which he wanted the conversation to proceed. He probably didn't want to disturb Veronica Berman. "So, what have we got?" Stern was the first to reply with a shake of his head.
There's nothing in the house to link Berman to the 6 little girls. His wife seems to be in the dark about everything. I asked her a few questions, and I didn't have the feeling that she was lying," added Boris. "Our men are going over the garden with the corpse dogs," said Rosa, "but there's nothing so far." "We'll have to reconstruct all of Berman's movements over the past 6 weeks," observed Goran, and everyone agreed, even though they knew it would be an almost impossible task. "Stern, is there anything else?" "No strange movements of money in his account. The biggest bill that Berman had to foot over the past year was a course of artificial insemination for his wife, which set him back a fair bit." Listening to Stern's words, Mila realized what it was that she had felt just before entering the house and then looking at the photographs. Not a presence, as she had thought at first. She had been wrong. It was more of an absence. What she had noticed was the lack of children in this house, which, with its expensive and impersonal furnishings, was a house created for 2 individuals who feel destined to remain alone. That was why the course of artificial insemination mentioned by Officer Stern seemed contradictory, since in that place you couldn't even feel the anxiety of someone expecting the gift of a child. Stern concluded his exposition with a quick sketch of Berman's private life. He didn't use drugs, he didn't drink, and he didn't smoke. He had a card for a gym and one for a video store, but he only rented documentaries about insects. He went to the local Lutheran church and twice a month worked as a volunteer at a rest home. "A saintly man," said Boris sarcastically. Goran turned towards Veronica Berman to check if she had heard that last remark. Then he turned to look at Rosa. "Is there anything else?" "I've scanned the hard disk of the home and office computers. I've also recovered all deleted files, but there was nothing of interest. Just work, work, work. The guy was fixated on his job." Mila noticed that Goran had suddenly become distracted. It didn't last long, and he soon returned to concentrate on the conversation. "What do we know about his internet use?" "I called his web server and they gave me a list of the web pages he had visited over the last 6 months. Nothing there either. It seems he has a passion for sites dedicated to nature, travel, and animals, and he bought antiques online, and on eBay, mostly collectible butterflies." When Rosa had finished her report, Goran folded his arms again and started looking at his colleagues, one by one. That brief look took in Mila, too, and at last she felt involved. "So, what do you think?" he asked. "I feel as if I've been dazzled," Boris said suddenly, emphatically underlining the phrase with a hand screening his eyes. "He's too clean." The others nodded. Mila didn't know what he was referring to, but she didn't want to ask. Goran slid a hand over his forehead and rubbed his weary eyes. Then that distraction appeared on his face once again. It was a thought that took him elsewhere for a second or two and suggested that the criminologist was filing something away for future reference. "What's the first reason for investigating a suspect?" "We all have secrets," said the diligent Boris. "Exactly," said Goran. "We all have a weakness, at least once in our lives. Each of us has one secret, big or small, that we can't own up to. And yet look around. That man is the prototype of the good husband, the good believer, the great worker," he said, marking out each word on his fingers. "He's a philanthropist, a health fanatic. He only rents documentaries. He has no vices of any kind. He collects butterflies. Can you believe in a man like that?" This time the reply was taken for granted. No, you couldn't. "So, what's a man like that doing with the corpse of a little girl in his boot?" Stern cut in. "He's having a clean-up," Goran agreed. "He casts a spell on us with all this perfection to keep us from looking elsewhere. And where are we not looking at this moment?" "So,
"What do we have to do?" asked Rosa. "Start from the beginning. The answer is there, among the things you've already examined. Go through everything again. You've got to remove that brilliant coating covering it all. Don't be deceived by the glare of the perfect life. That glitter is only there to distract us and muddle our ideas. And then you've got to—" Goran wandered off again. His attention was elsewhere. This time they all noticed. Something was finally materializing in his head and growing. Mila decided to follow the criminologist's eyes as they moved around the room. They weren't simply lost in the void. She noticed that he was looking at something. The little red LED flashed intermittently, marking out a rhythm of its own as a way of attracting attention. Gavila asked in a loud voice, "Has anyone listened to the messages on the answering machine?" The room instantly froze. They stared at the phone, winking its red eye at everyone, and immediately felt guilty, exposed by that glaring oversight. Goran paid no attention and simply went and pressed the button that activated the little digital recorder. A moment later, the darkness regurgitated a dead man's words. "And Alexander Berman entered his house for the last time. It's me. I haven't much time, but I wanted to tell you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I should have done it before, but I didn't. Try to forgive me. It was all my fault." The communication broke off, and a stony silence fell over the room. Everyone's eyes inevitably came to rest on Veronica Berman, who was as impassive as a statue. Goran Gavila was the only one who moved. He walked towards her and gripped her shoulders, entrusting her to a policewoman to lead her into another room. It was Stern who spoke for everyone.
"Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would seem to have a confession."
8. She would call her Priscilla. She would adopt the method used by Goran Gavila, who gave an identity to the murderers he was hunting down, to humanize them, to make them more real in his eyes, more than just fleeting shadows. So Mila would christen victim number 6, giving her the name of a luckier little girl who was now, somewhere, who knows where, going on being a little girl like so many others, unaware of what she had escaped. Mila took the decision on the way back to the motel. An officer had been given the task of taking her there. Boris hadn't offered his services this time, and Mila didn't blame him, having rejected him so abruptly that morning. The choice of the name Priscilla for the 6th child was not due solely to the need to give her a sense of humanity. There was another reason, too. Mila couldn't go on referring to her with a number. Now she felt she was the only one who still had the girl's identity at heart, because after hearing Berman's phone call, finding her was no longer a priority. They had a corpse in a car and on a telephone voicemail tape what sounded to all intents and purposes like a confession. There was no need to take any further trouble. All that had to be done was to link the sales rep to the other victims, and then come up with a motive. But perhaps there already was one. The victims aren't the children. They are the families. It was Goran who had given her this explanation as they studied the little girl's families from behind the glass in the morgue. Parents who, for various reasons, had had only one child. A mother long past 40 and hence no longer biologically capable of hoping for another pregnancy. They are his true victims. He studied them. He chose them. And then, an only daughter. He wanted to strip them of all hope of getting over their grief, of trying to forget their loss. They will have to remember what he did to them for the rest of their days. Alexander Berman had no children. He had tried to have them, but it hadn't worked. Perhaps that was why he had wanted to unleash his rage on those poor families. Perhaps he had used them to take his revenge on his fate of infertility. No, it wasn't revenge, Mila thought. There's something else. She wasn't giving up, but she didn't know where that feeling came from. The car arrived near the motel, and Mila got out, saying goodbye to the officer who'd been her driver. He exchanged a nod with her and turned his car before heading back, leaving her alone in the middle of the big gravel yard, a strip of forest behind her, with bungalows poking out of it here and there. It was cold, and the only light came from the neon sign announcing vacancies and pay TV. Mila headed towards her room. All the windows were in darkness. She was the only guest. She walked past the porter's office, which was plunged in the bluish darkness of a flickering television set. The sound was turned off, and the man wasn't there. Perhaps he'd gone to the toilet, Mila thought, and continued on her way. Luckily, she had kept the key, or else she would have had to wait for the porter to come back. She had a paper bag containing a fizzy drink and 2 cheese-toasted sandwiches, her dinner for the evening, and a tub of ointment that she would later spread on the little burns on her hands. Her breath condensed in the cold air. Mila quickened her pace. She was starving. Her footsteps on the gravel were the only sound that filled the night. Her bungalow was the last in the row. Priscilla, she thought as she walked, and she remembered the words spoken by Chang, the medical examiner, that it had been even worse for the 6th one. That phrase was what had obsessed Mila. But not just because of the idea that the 6th girl had had to pay a higher price than the others. He slowed down the bleeding to make her die more slowly. He wanted to enjoy the show. No, there was something else. Why had the murderer changed his modus operandi? As she had during her meeting with Chang, Mila felt a tickle at the base of her neck. By now her room was only a few meters away, and she was concentrating on that sensation, sure this time that she would be able to grasp its cause. A little dip in the ground nearly made her trip. It was then that she heard it. The brief sound behind her swept her thoughts away in an instant. Steps on the gravel. Someone was copying her walk. He was coordinating his footsteps with hers to get close to her without her noticing. When she had tripped, her pursuer had lost the rhythm, thus revealing his presence. Mila didn't get flustered. She didn't slow down. Her pursuer's footsteps were lost once more in hers. She calculated that he was about 10 meters behind her. Meanwhile, she started trying to come up with possible solutions. No point drawing the gun she wore behind her back. If the person behind her was armed, they would have plenty of time to shoot first. The porter, she thought. The television left on in the empty office. He's killed him already. Now it's my turn. By now it wasn't far to the door of the bungalow. She had to make her mind up. And she did. She had no other choice. She rummaged in her pocket for her key and quickly climbed the 3 steps leading to the porch. She opened the door after turning the key a couple of times, her heart thumping in her chest, and slipped into the room. She drew her gun and reached her other hand towards the light switch. Her bedside light came on. Mila didn't move from her position. Frozen, her back flattened against the door, and her ears pricked. He hasn't attacked me, she thought. Then she heard footsteps moving on the planks of the porch. Boris had told her the keys of the motel were all skeleton keys, since the owner had got fed up replacing them because guests took them with them when they left without paying. Does the person who's following me know that? He's probably got a key like mine. And she thought that if he tried to get in, she could take him by surprise from behind. She fell onto her knees and slid along the stained carpet until she reached the window. She flattened herself against the wall and raised her hand to open it. It was so cold that the hinges stuck. With a bit of effort, she opened one of the panels. She got to her feet, took a jump, and found herself outside, back in the dark. In front of her was the forest. The high treetops swayed rhythmically together. To the rear of the motel there was a concrete platform connecting all the bungalows. Mila crept over to it, keeping low to the ground and trying to catch every movement, every sound around her. She quickly reached the bungalow next to hers and the one next to that. Then she stopped and entered the narrow gap that separated one from the other. At that point she could have leaned out to get a glimpse of the porch of the bungalow, but it would have been a risk. She wrapped the fingers of both hands around her pistol to improve her grip, forgetting the pain of her burns. She quickly counted to 3, taking 3 big breaths as well, and sprang around the corner with her weapon raised. No one. It couldn't have been her imagination. She was convinced that someone had been following her, someone perfectly capable of moving behind his target, concealing the acoustic shadow of his footsteps. A predator. Mila searched for some sign of the enemy in the square. He seemed to have vanished into the wind, to the repetitive concert of the yielding trees surrounding the motel.
"Excuse me."
Mila leapt back and looked at the man without raising her pistol, paralyzed by those 2 simple words. It took her a few seconds to work out that it was the porter. He realized that he had frightened her and repeated, "Excuse me," this time only by way of apology. "What's going on?" asked Mila, who still hadn't managed to get her heart rate back to normal.
"There's a call for you."
The man pointed to his booth, and Mila set off in that direction without waiting for him to show her the way. "Mila Vasquez?" she said into the receiver.
"Hi, Stern here. Dr. Gavila wants to see you."
"Me?" she asked, surprised, but with a hint of pride.
"Yes. We called the officer who drove you there. He's coming back to pick you up."
"Fine." Mila was puzzled Stern said nothing more, so she ventured to ask, "Has anything turned up?"
"Alexander Berman was hiding something from us."
Boris tried to set the sat-nav without taking his eyes off the road. Mila stared straight ahead without saying anything. Gavila was in the back seat, huddled in his crumpled coat, eyes closed. They had been sent to the house of Veronica Berman's sister, where the woman had sought refuge from the journalists. Goran had reached the conclusion that Berman had been trying to cover something up. Everything on the basis of that message on the answering machine. It's me. I haven't much time, but I wanted to tell you I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I should have done it before, but I didn't. Try to forgive me. It was all my fault." They had established from the phone records that Berman had made the call when they were at the traffic police station, more or less at the same time as the corpse of little Debbie Gordon had been found. Goran wondered why a man in Alexander Berman's situation, with a corpse in the boot and the intention of getting away as quickly as possible, should have made a call to his wife. Serial killers don't apologize. If they do, it's because they want to create a different image of themselves. It's part of their mystifying nature. Their purpose is to muddy the truth, to feed the curtain of smoke that surrounds them. But with Berman it seemed different. There was an urgency in his voice. There was something he had to finish before it was too late. What did Alexander Berman want to be forgiven for? Goran was convinced that it had something to do with his wife, with their relationship as a couple. "Could you repeat that for me, please, Dr. Gavila?" Goran opened his eyes and saw Mila turned in her seat, staring at him as she waited for a reply. "Veronica Berman may have discovered something. That probably caused arguments between her and her husband. I reckon he wanted to ask her forgiveness for that." "And what makes that information so important for us?" "I don't know if it really is. But a man in his situation doesn't waste time resolving a simple marital row if he doesn't have an ulterior motive." "And what might that be?" "Perhaps his wife isn't entirely aware of what she knows." And with that phone call, he wanted to damp down the situation, to stop her getting to the bottom of it. Or telling us.
Yes, that's what I think. Veronica Berman has been very cooperative until now. There would be no point in her hiding anything from us if she thought the information had nothing to do with the crimes, but concerned only the two of them.
Now Mila was quite clear about everything. Dr. Gavila's hunch would inevitably lead to a change of direction for the investigation, but first it had to be checked. That was why Goran hadn't yet spoken to Roche. They hoped to extract significant clues from the meeting with Veronica Berman. Boris, as an expert in the interrogation of witnesses and people with information about particular crimes, would have had to have a kind of informal chat with her. But Goran had decided that only he and Mila would meet with Berman's wife. Boris had agreed, as if the order had come from a superior and not a civilian advisor. But his hostility towards Mila had grown. He didn't see why she had to be present. Mila was aware of the tension, and in reality she herself didn't fully understand what it was that had led Gavila to prefer her. Boris had been left only with the task of instructing her in how to guide the conversation, and that was exactly what he had done before fiddling with the sat-nav in search of their destination. Mila remembered Boris's comment as Stern and Rosa drew a portrait of Alexander Berman. "I feel as if I've been dazzled. He's too clean." That perfection was hardly credible. It seemed to have been prepared for someone. "We all have a secret," Mila repeated to herself. "Even me. There's always something to hide." Her father had said to her when she was young, "We all stick our fingers in our noses. We might do it when no one else is watching, but we do it." So what was Alexander Berman's secret? What did his wife know? What was the name of child number 6? It was almost dawn when they got there. The village lay behind a church, on the curve of an embankment overlooking the river. Veronica Berman's sister lived in a flat over a pub. Sarah Rosa had phoned Veronica to tell her about the visit she was about to receive. Predictably enough, she hadn't objected, and had shown no unwillingness to talk. The fact that she'd been given notice was intended to make it clear to her that she wasn't going to face an interrogation. But Veronica Berman wasn't interested in Special Agent Rosa's precautions. She would probably have agreed to a grilling. It was almost 7 o'clock in the morning when the woman welcomed Mila and Goran, perfectly at ease in dressing gown and slippers. She invited them into the living room, with visible beams in the ceiling and carved furniture, and offered them some freshly made coffee. Mila took time to savour her coffee. She was in no hurry. She wanted the woman to lower her defences completely before she began. Boris had warned her. In some cases it only takes a word out of place for the other person to close up and refuse to go on cooperating. "Mrs. Berman, all this must be very hard, and we're sorry to descend on you so early. Don't worry, I always get up early. We need to find out more about your husband, not least because it's only by knowing him better that we'll be able to establish how deeply involved he really was. And believe me, there are still plenty of dark sides to this business. Could you tell us about him?" Veronica's face didn't move a muscle, but her eyes grew more intense. Then she began. "Alexander and I had known each other since high school. He was 2 years older than me. He was on the hockey team. He wasn't a great player, but they were all very fond of him. We started going out together, but in a group, just friends. Nothing was going on yet, and it didn't even occur to us that something else might bring us together. To tell the truth, I don't think he ever saw me like that, as a possible girlfriend, I mean, and neither did I." "It happened later?" "Yes. Isn't that strange? After high school I lost track of him, and we didn't see each other for many years. Mutual friends told me he'd gone to university. Then one day he reappeared in my life. He called me, saying he'd found my number in the phone book. Then I found out from friends that, in fact, when he'd come back after graduating, he'd asked around about me and wanted to know what had become of me." Listening to her, Goran had a sense that Veronica Berman wasn't just abandoning herself to nostalgia, but that in some way her story had a precise purpose, as if she was deliberately guiding him somewhere, far away in time, where they would find what they had come looking for. "It was then that you started seeing each other again," said Mila, and Goran noticed with satisfaction that the officer, following Boris's advice, had decided not to ask Veronica Berman any questions, but to suggest sentences that she would then complete, so that it seemed more like a conversation than an interrogation. "It was then that we started seeing each other again," repeated Mrs. Berman. "Alexander started pressing me to marry him, and, in the end, I accepted." Goran concentrated on that last sentence. It sounded wrong, like a proud lie hastily added to the discussion in the hope that it might pass unobserved. And he remembered what he had noticed the first time he saw the woman. Veronica wasn't pretty. She probably never had been. A mediocre, undramatic kind of femininity. While Alexander Berman was a handsome man. Pale blue eyes, the dark smile of someone who knows he can exert a certain fascination. It was hard for the criminologist to believe that it had taken such persistence to persuade her to marry him. Mila resumed control of the conversation. "But lately your relationship hadn't been going very well." Veronica paused. For quite a long time, thought Goran. Maybe Mila had cast her bait too soon. "We had problems," she admitted at last. "You tried to have children in the past?" "I took some hormonal treatment for a while. Then we tried insemination as well." "I imagine you both really wanted a baby." "It was Alexander who was keenest on the idea." She said it defensively, a sign that that might have been the reason for the greater friction between the couple. They were getting close to their goal. Goran was satisfied. He had wanted Mila there to talk to Mrs. Berman because he was sure a female presence would be the ideal way of striking a sympathetic bond and break down any possible resistance on the woman's part. He could, of course, have chosen Sarah Rosa, and perhaps that wouldn't have upset Boris's susceptibilities. But Mila had struck him as more suitable, and he hadn't been wrong. The policewoman leaned over the little table that separated the sofa from the place where Veronica Berman was sitting to set down her coffee cup. It was a way of meeting Goran's eye without letting the woman see. Goran nodded slightly. It was a sign that the time had come to stop beating about the bush and try for the all-out attack. "Mrs. Berman, why in your husband's answering machine message did he ask you to forgive him?" Veronica turned her head away to hide a tear that was threatening to break through the barrier she had created for her emotion. "Mrs. Berman, your confidences are safe with us. I'm going to be frank with you. No policeman or lawyer or judge will ever be able to force you to answer this question, because the fact is that it has no relevance to the investigation. But it's important that we know, because it's quite possible that your husband is innocent." Hearing those last words, Veronica Berman turned to face her. "Innocent? Alexander didn't kill anyone, but that doesn't mean he was faultless." She said this with a dark rage that had appeared without warning and distorted her voice. Goran had the confirmation he had been waiting for. Mila understood it too. Veronica Berman had wanted this. She had been waiting for their visit, their questions camouflaged by innocuous phrases scattered here and there in the conversation. They had imagined that they were leading the dialogue, but this woman had prepared her story to bring them to this precise result. She had to tell someone. "I suspected that Alexander had a lover. A wife always takes this kind of eventuality into account. And at that moment she also decides whether or not she'll be able to forgive. But sooner or later, a wife also wants to know. And that's why one day I started going through his things. I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, and I couldn't predict how I would react if I found any proof. What did you find? Confirmation. Alexander was hiding an electronic diary, identical to the one that he usually used for work. Why take two, the same, except to use the first to conceal the second? That's how I found out the name of his lover. He marked all their appointments. I confronted him with the facts. He denied everything and immediately made the second diary disappear, but I wouldn't leave it there. I followed him to that woman's house, to that squalid place. I didn't have the courage to go any further, though. I stopped at the door. I didn't even want to look her in the face, in reality. Was that Alexander Berman's unmentionable secret? Goran wondered. A lover? They'd gone to all that trouble for so little? Luckily he hadn't informed Roche of his initiative, or else he would also have had to face the mockery of the chief inspector, who would by now have closed the case. Meanwhile, Veronica Berman was a river in full spate, and had no intention of letting them go any further before giving vent to her grievances about her husband. Her husband's attitude of resolute self-defense after the discovery of the corpse was plainly nothing but a shrewd facade, a way of escaping the weight of accusation, to dodge the sprays of mud. Now that she had found the courage to free herself from the pact of conjugal solidarity, she too had begun to dig Alexander Berman into a hole from which he would never be able to escape. Goran tried to catch Mila's eye, to get her to bring the conversation to an end as soon as possible. It was at that moment that the criminologist noticed a sudden change in the policewoman's features, which now revealed an expression somewhere between astonishment and uncertainty. In the many years of his career, Goran had learned to recognize the effects of fear on other people's faces. He could tell that something had deeply disturbed Mila. It was a name. He heard her ask Veronica Berman, "Could you repeat the name of your husband's lover for me?" "I told you. That whore's name is Priscilla." 9. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Mila recalled for the benefit of those present the most salient aspects of the last case she had dealt with, the case of the music teacher. As she reported what Sergeant Morexu had said about finding that name, Priscilla, in one of the diaries belonging to the monster, Sarah Rosa raised her eyes to the sky, and Stern echoed her gesture with a shake of the head. They didn't believe her. That was understandable, and yet Mila couldn't stop thinking that there was a connection. Only Goran indulged her. No one knew what the criminologist was hoping to achieve, but Mila wanted to explore that quirk of fate at all costs. Veronica Berman had said she had followed her husband to his lover's house, and that was where they were headed now. It was possible that other horrors were hidden there, perhaps even the bodies of the missing children, and the answer to the question of number 6. Mila wanted to tell the others, "I called her Priscilla," but she didn't. It felt almost like blasphemy now. It was as if the name had been chosen by Berman himself, the girl's killer. The structure of the little building was typical of a place on the outskirts of town. They were in the classic ghetto area, built in the 60s as the natural adjunct to a new industrial area. It was made up of grey buildings which had, over time, been coated by the reddish dust from a nearby steelworks. Buildings of little commercial value, in urgent need of repair. A transient population lived there, chiefly immigrants, the unemployed, and people who got by on state benefits. "Why would anyone come and live in a place like this?" Boris wondered, looking around disgustedly. The house number they were looking for was at the end of the block. It was a basement flat reached by an external staircase. The door was made of iron. The 3 windows at street level were protected by grills and boarded off on the inside. Stern tried to look through them, bent into a ridiculous position, hands cupped around his eyes and hips jutting backwards so he didn't get his trousers dirty.
"You can't see anything from here."
Boris, Stern, and Rosa nodded to one another and arranged themselves around the entrance. Stern gestured to Goran and Mila to stay back. It was Boris who stepped forward. There was no bell, so he knocked. He did so energetically with the palm of his hand. The noise was intimidating, while Boris's tone remained deliberately calm.
"This is the police. Open up, please, madam."
It was a technique of psychological pressure to make the other party lose their bearings, addressing them with fake patience and at the same time asking them to hurry. But in this case it didn't work, because there didn't seem to be anyone in the house. "Okay then, let's go in," suggested Rosa, who was the most impatient to check.
"We have to wait for Roche to call and tell us he's got a warrant,"
Boris replied and looked at the time.
"We shouldn't take too long."
"Roche and his warrant can fuck right off," Rosa retorted. "There could be anything in there."
Goran said, "She's right. Let's go in."
From the way everyone accepted the decision, Mila knew that Goran carried more weight than Roche in this team. They arranged themselves around the door. Boris took out a set of screwdrivers and started fiddling with the lock. After a few moments, the mechanism clicked open. Holding the gun firmly in his fist, he pushed the iron door with his other hand. The first impression was that the place was completely uninhabited. A corridor, narrow and bare. The daylight couldn't get in. Rosa pointed her torch, and they saw 3 doors, the first 2 on the left, the third at the end. The third was closed. They started to walk forward into the apartment. Boris at the front, Rosa behind him, then Stern and Goran. Mila brought up the rear. Apart from the criminologist, each was carrying a weapon. Mila was only attached to the unit, so she couldn't, but she kept a gun slipped into her jeans behind her back, with her fingers closed around the butt, ready to draw. That was why she had come in last. Boris tried the switch on one of the walls.
"There's no light."
He raised the torch to examine the first of the 3 rooms. It was empty. On the wall he noticed a damp patch rising from the foundations, eating away at the plaster like a cancer. The heating and drainage pipes crossed on the ceiling. A pool of sewage had formed on the floor.
"What a stench,"
said Stern. No one could have lived in these conditions.
"Hardly what you'd call a love nest,"
said Rosa.
"Then what is this place?"
Boris wondered. They reached the entrance to the second room. The door was stiff on rusted hinges and slightly ajar. A possible attacker could easily have been hiding behind it. Boris kicked the door wide open, but there was no one there. The room was virtually identical to the first. The floor tiles had come away, revealing the concrete that covered the foundation. There was no furniture, just the steel skeleton of a sofa. They walked on. There was one last room, the one at the end of the corridor, with the closed door. Boris raised the first 2 fingers of his left hand, bringing them up to his eyes. Stern and Rosa nodded at the signal and took up position on either side of the door. Then the young officer took a step back, lifted his foot, and kicked the door at handle height. The door burst open, and the 3 officers immediately put themselves in the line of fire, at the same time illuminating all the corners with their torches. There was no one there. Goran pushed his way among them, sliding his latex-gloved hand along the wall. He found the switch. After 2 brief flickers, a fluorescent light lit up on the ceiling, casting its dusty glow on the room, which was quite different from the others. First of all, it was clean. The walls showed no signs of damp, because they were covered with plastic, impermeable paper. Here the floor still had its tiles, and they weren't broken. There were no windows, but an air conditioner came on after a few seconds. The electric wires weren't set into the walls, a sign that they had been added later. Plastic channels led the cables to the switch with which Goran had turned on the light, and also to a plug on the right-hand side of the wall, where there was a desk and an office chair, and on the table a personal computer that was switched off. That was the only furniture, apart from an old leather armchair against the opposite wall on the left.
From the look of it, this was the only room Alexander Berman was interested in,
Stern said, turning to Goran. Rosa stepped through the door and walked towards the computer. "I'm sure this is where we're going to find the answers we're looking for." But Goran stopped her, holding her back with one hand.
"No, we should follow procedure. Let's leave here now, so as not to alter the humidity of the atmosphere."
Then he turned to Stern.
"Call Krepp and tell him to come with his unit to take prints. I'll tell Roche."
Mila carefully studied the light that gleamed in the criminologist's eyes. She had a strong sense that he was close to something important. He ran his fingers over his head, as if combing hair that he didn't have. All he had was a strip of hair at the back of his neck, from which a ponytail emerged and fell down his back. A green and red snake stretched along his forearm, its jaws opening on his hand. His other arm had a similar tattoo, and there was yet another on his chest, where it was revealed under his shirt. In the middle of the various piercings that covered his face was Krepp, the scientific expert. Mila was fascinated by his appearance, so unlike the average 60-year-old. She thought, this is how punks end up when they get old. And yet, until a year before, Krepp had been a perfectly normal middle-aged man, fairly austere and rather grey in his manners. From one day to the next, a change occurred. But after everyone had checked that the man hadn't lost his senses, no one had said a word about his new look, because Krepp was the best in his field. After thanking Goran for preserving the original humidity of the scene, Krepp had immediately set to work. He had spent an hour in the room with his team, all in overalls and with masks on their faces to protect themselves from the substances they used to take fingerprints. Then he had left the basement and come over to the criminologist and Roche, who had joined them in the meantime.
"How's Krepp?"
the chief inspector had said by way of greeting.
"That business about the graveyard of arms is driving me out of my mind," Krepp began. "We were still analyzing those limbs in search of useful prints when you called us."
Goran knew that taking a print from human skin was the most difficult thing in the world, because of possible contamination, or because of the sweating of the subject under examination, or, in the case of a corpse, such as the arms, because of the processes of putrefaction.
"I tried using iodine fuming, chromicote paper, and even electromyography."
"What's that?" asked the criminologist.
"It's the most modern way of taking prints left on the skin, radiography in electronic emission. That bastard Albert is pretty clever at not leaving prints,"
said Krepp. And Mila noticed that he was the only one now who referred to the murderer by that name, because for the others he had by now assumed the identity of Alexander Berman.
"So, what have we got here, Krepp?"
asked Roche, who was fed up hearing things that were of no use to him. The technician slipped off his gloves and, still looking down, began to describe what he had done.
"We used ninhydrin, but the effect wasn't entirely clear under the laser, so I improved it with zinc chloride. We took some prints on the wallpaper by the light switch and the porous covering of the table. It was harder with the computer. The prints were superimposed on one another. We would have needed cyanoacrylate, but we should take the keyboard to the atmospheric chamber and—" "Later. We've no time to get hold of a replacement keyboard, and we have to analyze the computer now,"
Roche broke in, desperate to know.
"So, the prints belong to a single person?"
"Yes, they all belong
to Alexander Berman."
Everyone was struck by the sentence, except one person, the one who already knew the answer, and he had known it since the moment they had set foot in the basement.
"From the look of it, Priscilla never existed,"
Gavila said. He made the statement without looking at Mila, who felt a twinge of pride nonetheless.
"There's something else."
Krepp had started talking again.
"The leather armchair."
"What?" asked Mila, emerging from the silence. Krepp looked at her as one does when noticing something for the first time, then lowered his eyes to her bandaged hands and suddenly assumed an expression of concern.
Mila couldn't help thinking it was ridiculous that Krepp, looking as he did, should have looked at her like that. But she maintained her composure. "There are no prints on the armchair."
"And is that strange?" asked Mila.
"I don't know,"
said Krepp.
"I can only say that they are everywhere else, but not there." "But we have Berman's prints on everything else. What does it matter?"
Roche cut in.
"They're enough to fix him good and proper. And if you really want to know, I'm starting to like this guy less and less."
Mila reflected that he should really have liked him quite a lot, given that he was the solution to all his problems.
"So, what do we do with the chair? Do we go on analyzing it?" "Forget that damned chair, and let my men take a look at the computer."
At the words, "my men," the team members tried not to look at one another, to keep from laughing. Sometimes Roche's steely tone could be even more self-contradictory than Krepp's appearance. The chief inspector walked off towards the car that waited for him at the end of the block, but not before reassuring his people with the words,
"Keep at it, guys. I'm counting on you."
When he was far enough away, Goran turned to the others.
"Okay,"
he said.
"Let's see what's in that computer."
They resumed possession of the room. The plastic-coated walls made it look like a huge womb. Alexander Berman's lair was about to open itself up only to them. At least that was what they hoped. They put on their latex gloves. Then Sarah Rosa sat down at the terminal. It was her turn. Before turning on the PC, she connected a little gadget to one of the USB ports. Stern turned on a tape recorder, setting it next to the keyboard. Rosa described the operation. "I've connected Berman's computer to an external memory. In case the PC crashes, this will copy the whole of the hard disk in a flash." The others were standing behind her in a silent group. She turned on the computer. The first electrical signal was followed by the familiar sound of the drives starting up. It all seemed normal. Slowly the PC started to wake from its lethargy. It was an old model that was no longer produced. The data of the operating system appeared in order, followed soon after by the image of the desktop. Nothing important, just a blue screen with the icons of very common programs. "It looks like my PC at home," Boris ventured, but no one laughed. "Okay, let's see what Mr. Berman has in his documents folder."
"There are no text files." "That's strange," observed Goran. "Maybe he chucked everything away at the end of each session,"
Stern suggested. "If that's the case, I can try to get them back," Rosa said confidently. Then she put a CD in the disk drive and quickly uploaded some software capable of restoring any deleted files. The computer memory never empties completely, and it's almost impossible to erase certain data, all of which is indelibly stamped there. Mila remembered someone telling her that the silicon composite imprisoned in every computer works a little like the human brain. Even when it seems that we've forgotten something, somewhere in our heads there's actually a group of cells that preserves the information, and it may give it back to us, if not in the form of images, then as instinct. We don't necessarily have to remember the first time we were burnt by fire as children. What matters is that that awareness, stripped of all the biographical circumstances in which it was formed, remains stamped on our minds, to reappear every time we approach anything hot. Mila glanced down at her bandaged hands. Apparently the wrong information was stored in some part of her. "There's nothing here." Rosa's disconsolate observation brought Mila back to reality. The computer was completely empty. But Goran wasn't convinced.
"There's a web browser."
"But the computer isn't connected to the internet," Boris pointed out. Sarah Rosa had worked out what the criminologist was getting at. She picked up her mobile and checked the display. "There's a signal. He could have been connected by mobile phone." She immediately opened the browser screen and checked the list of addresses in its history. There was only one. "That's what Berman was doing in here." There was a sequence of numbers. The address was a code. HTTP 458927.894745525.com. "It's probably the address of a restricted server," Rosa suggested. "What does that mean?" Boris asked. "That you can't get into it via a search engine and you have to have a key to get in. It's probably contained inside the computer, but if it isn't, we risk denying ourselves access forever."
"Then we've got to be careful and do exactly what Berman did," said Goran before turning towards Stern. "Do we have his mobile phone?" "Yes, I've got it in the car with his home computer." "Then go and get it."
When Stern got back, he found them in silence. They were waiting for him with ill-disguised impatience. The officer passed Berman's mobile phone to Rosa, who connected it to the computer and switched it on. The server took a moment to recognize the call. It was processing the data. Then it quickly started loading. "Apparently we can get in without any difficulty." Eyes fixed on the screen, they waited for the image that would appear in a few minutes. It could be anything, Mila thought. A powerful tension united the members of the team, like a charge of energy crackling from one body to the next. She could feel it in the air. The monitor began to settle into an arrangement of pixels arranged in order across the screen like little pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. But what they saw wasn't what they were expecting. The energy that had filled the room until a moment before drained away in an instant, and the enthusiasm vanished. The screen was blank. "It must be a firewall," Rosa announced. "It interpreted our attempt as an intrusion." "Did you hide the signal?" asked Boris uneasily. "Of course I did," the woman snapped. "Do you think I'm an idiot? There's probably a code or something." "Some sort of login and password?" asked Goran, wanting to know more about it. "Something like that," Rosa replied distractedly. "What we had was an address for a direct connection. Login and password are old-fashioned mechanisms. They leave traces, and they can always lead you to someone. Anyone who enters this site wants to remain anonymous." Mila still hadn't said a word, and the conversation was making her nervous. She breathed deeply and clenched her fists until her fingers cracked. There was something that didn't tally, but she couldn't work out what it was. Goran turned towards her for a moment as if stung by her gaze. Mila pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room was overheating. Boris had decided to unleash on Sarah Rosa his frustration at this failure. "If you thought the site might be blocked, why didn't you follow a parallel connection procedure?" "Why didn't you suggest it?"
"Why? What happens in cases like that?" asked Goran.
"What happens is that when a system like this is blocked, there's no way of penetrating it." "We could try to come up with a new code and have another go," Sarah Rosa suggested. "Really? There will be millions of combinations," Boris scoffed. "Oh, piss off! Are you trying to put all the blame on me?" Mila went on watching this curious exchange in silence. "If anyone had any ideas to put forward or any advice to give, they could have done it before. But you jump down our throats every time we open our mouths. Boris, just leave me alone. I could also point out that—"
"What's this?"
Goran's phrase fell between the adversaries like a barrier. His tone wasn't alarmed or impatient, as Mila might have expected, but still made them fall silent at last. The criminologist was pointing at something in front of him. Following the line of his outstretched arm, they found themselves studying the computer screen again. It wasn't black anymore. In the upper part, by the left-hand edge, some writing had appeared. "Are you there?" "Oh, Christ!" exclaimed Boris. "So, what is it? Can any of you tell me?" Goran asked again. Rosa sat down at the monitor again, with her hands outstretched towards the keyboard. "We're in," she announced. The others gathered around her to get a better view. The cursor under the phrase went on flashing, waiting for an answer, one that didn't come for the time being. "That you?"
"Look, could someone please explain to me what's going on?"
Goran was losing patience now. Rosa quickly delivered an explanation. "It's a door."
"Which is?"
"It's a means of access. It seems to me that we're inside a complex system, and this is a dialogue window, a kind of chat. There's someone at the other end."
"And they want to talk to us,"
added Boris. "Or to Alexander Berman," Mila corrected him.
"So what are we waiting for? Let's answer,"
said Stern, with a note of urgency in his voice. Gavila looked at Boris. He was the communication expert. The young officer nodded and took his place behind Sarah Rosa so that he could suggest what she should write. "Tell them you're here." And she wrote, "Yes, I'm here." They waited a few moments, and then another phrase appeared on the monitor. "I hadn't heard from you. I was worried." Boris dictated the next reply to Sarah Rosa. But he recommended using only lower-case letters, like the person at the other end, and then explained that some people feel intimidated by the use of capitals, and they really wanted the other person to feel at ease. "I've been busy. How you?" "I've been asked loads of questions, but said 0. Someone had been asking questions. About what? Everyone, and Goran in particular, immediately had a sense that the person they were talking to was involved in something shady. "Maybe he's been interrogated by the police, but they didn't think it was advisable to hold him," suggested Rosa.
"Or perhaps they didn't have sufficient proof,"
Stern said, backing her up. The figure of an accomplice of Berman's started forming in their minds. Mila thought back to what had happened in the motel when she had thought someone was following her on the gravel. She hadn't mentioned it to anyone for fear that she'd only been imagining it. "Who asked you questions?" A pause. "Them." "Them who?" There was no reply. Boris tried to get round the obstacle by asking something else. "What did you tell them?" "I told them the story you said, and it worked." More than the obscurity of the words, it was the grammatical mistakes that worried Goran.
"It might be a code of recognition," he explained. "He might be waiting for us to make some mistakes as well, and if we don't, he might terminate the communication."
"You're right. Then copy the language and put in your own mistakes," Boris suggested to Rosa. Meanwhile, some more words appeared on the screen. "I've prepared everything as you wanted. I can't wait. Will you tell me when?" The conversation wasn't getting them anywhere. Then Boris asked Sarah Rosa to reply that soon they would know when, but for the time being it was better to recapitulate the whole plan to be sure that the other person knew it. Mila thought that was an excellent idea. That way they would have an advantage over whoever it was at the other end. A moment later the reply came. "The plan is, leave at night, 'cause then no one will see me. At 2, go to end of street. Hide in bushes. Wait. The car lights will come on 3 times. Then I can appear." No one understood a thing. Boris looked round in search of suggestions. He caught Gavila's eye. "What do you think, Dr. Gavila?" The criminologist was thinking. I don't know. There's something I'm not getting. I can't quite put my finger on it. I had the same feeling, said Boris. The guy who's speaking seems either to be retarded or have some sort of psychological deficiency. Goran came closer to Boris. You've got to bring him out into the open. How? I don't know. Tell him you're safer than him and that you're thinking of calling the whole thing off. Tell him they are on your tail as well, and then ask him to give you some proof. That's it. Ask him to call you on a secure number. Rosa hurried to tap in the question, but for a long time there was nothing in the space for the answer but the blinking cursor. Then something began to appear on the screen. I can't speak on the phone. They're listening to me. It was quite plain. Either he was very cunning, or he really was afraid of being spied on. Insist, get round it. I want to know who they are, said Goran. Ask him where they are right now. The answer came quickly. They're close. Ask him how close, insisted Goran. They're here, beside me. And what the hell does that mean? Boris snorted, bringing his hands behind his neck in a gesture of exasperation. Rosa slumped against the back of the chair and shook her head, disheartened. If they are so close and they're keeping an eye on him, how come they can't see what he's writing? Because he can't see what we're seeing. It was Mila who said it, and she was pleased to notice that they hadn't turned to look at her as if a ghost had just spoken. Instead, her remark sparked the group's interest. What do you mean? Asked Gavila. We've been taking it for granted that he has a blank screen in front of him, just like we do. But I think his dialogue window is inserted in a web page that contains other elements, perhaps graphic animations, words or images of some kind. That's why, even though they're close to him, they can't tell that he's communicating with us. She's right, said Stern. The room filled once more with a tentative euphoria. Goran turned to Sarah Rosa. Can we see what he's seeing? Of course, she said. I'll send him a recognition signal, and when his computer bounces it back to me, we'll have the internet address that he's logged on to. As she was explaining all this, the officer was already opening her notebook to create a second internet connection. A moment later, the words appeared on the main screen. Are you still there? Boris looked at Goran. What should we say? Take your time, but don't arouse his suspicions. Boris wrote to wait a few seconds because there was someone at the door and he had to go and get it. Meanwhile, in the notebook, Sarah Rosa managed to copy the internet address from which the other person was communicating. There, got it, she announced. She inserted the data in the URL bar and pressed Enter. A few seconds later, a web page appeared. It would have been impossible to say whether it was astonishment or horror that left her speechless. On the screen, bears were dancing with giraffes, hippopotami were beating out the rhythm on bongos, and a chimpanzee was playing the ukulele. The room filled with music, and as the jungle came to life all around them, a brightly coloured butterfly welcomed them to the sight. Its name was Priscilla. They were stunned with disbelief. Then Boris looked at the main screen, where the question still shone out. Are you still there? It was only then that the officer managed to utter those 4 painful words. Fuck, it's a child. 10. The word most frequently entered in search engines is sex. The second is God. Every time Goran thought about it, he wondered why anyone would try to find God on the internet, of all places. In third place, there are actually 2 words, Britney Spears. And joint third is death. Sex, God, death, and Britney Spears. The first time Goran had entered his wife's name in a search engine had been just 3 months before. He didn't know why he had done it. The idea had just come to him instinctively. He hadn't been sure he would find her, and he actually hadn't found her. But that was officially the last place he would have thought of looking for her. Was it possible that he knew so little about her? From that moment, something had snapped within him. He had worked out why he was following her. In reality, he didn't want to know where she was. Deep down, he didn't really care. What he really wanted to know was whether she was happy right then. Because that was what made him angry, that she had left him and Tommy so that she could be happy somewhere else. Can a person be capable of hurting someone so deeply in order to follow a selfish desire for happiness? Obviously they could. She had done it, and what was worse, she hadn't come back to repair things, to heal the wound, that tear in the flesh of the man with whom she had chosen to share her life, and in the flesh of his flesh. Because you can come back. You have to. There's always a moment when, walking along, looking straight ahead, you hear something, a cry, and you turn a bit to see if everything's still as it was, or whether something has changed in the people we left behind us, and in ourselves. That moment comes for everyone. Why not for her? Because she hadn't even tried? No silent phone call in the dead of night? No wordless card? How many times had Goran stood and waited outside Tommy's school, hoping to catch her secretly spying on her son? And yet there was nothing. She hadn't even gone to check that he was all right. Goran had started wondering about the person he had thought he would be able to keep by his side for his whole life. What really made him so different from Veronica Berman? That woman had been tricked. Her husband had used her to create a respectable facade so that she would look after his possessions, his name, his house, his belongings, everything. Because, in the end, what he wanted was somewhere else. But unlike Goran, Mrs. Berman sensed the abyss that gaped beneath her perfect life. She had sniffed out its rotten smell, and had said nothing. She had joined in with the deception, even without taking part in it. She had been an accomplice in the silence, a companion in the performance, a wife for good or ill. Goran, on the other hand, had never suspected that his wife might abandon him. Not a clue, not a sign, not even a sign of decay that one might remember and say, "Yes, it was so obvious, and like an idiot I didn't notice." He would rather have discovered that he was a terrible husband so that he could blame himself, his carelessness, his lack of attention. He wished he could find the reasons within himself. That way, at least, he would have had some. And there was nothing. Just silence. And doubts. He had given the rest of the world the crudest version of the facts. She had walked out. Full stop. Because Goran knew that everyone would see what he wanted them to see. Someone would see the poor husband. Someone else, the man who must have done something to make her run away. And he had immediately identified himself in those roles, passing freely from one to the other. Because every pain is ordinary in its own way. And what about her? For how long had she pretended? Who could say how long the idea had been maturing? Who knows how much it had taken to enrich it with unmentionable dreams, with thoughts hidden under the pillow every evening as she slept next to him, weaving that desire with the everyday gestures of a mother, of a wife, until those fantasies became a project, a plan, a design. Who could say when she had convinced herself or worked out that what she imagined could be realized? The pupa contained the secret of its metamorphosis, and meanwhile she went on living alongside them, alongside him and Tommy, silently preparing for change. And where was she now? In a parallel universe made up of men and women, like the ones Goran met every day, made of houses to run, husbands to support, children to nurture. A world identical and banal, but far removed from him and from Tommy, with new colours, new friends, new faces, new names. What was she looking for in that world? Basically, we're all in search of answers in a parallel universe, Goran thought. Like the people who use the web to look up sex, God, death, and Britney Spears. Alexander Berman, on the other hand, went on the internet in search of children. It had all come out at once. From the opening of the website, Priscilla the Butterfly, on Berman's computer, to the identification of the international server that managed that system, everything had begun to come into shape. It was a paedophile network, with branches in various different states. Mila was right. Her music teacher was on there too. The Special Unit for Internet Crimes had identified almost 100 subscribers. The first arrests had taken place. Others would be happening in the next few hours. A small but well-selected number of subscribers, all professional people beyond suspicion, affluent, and hence willing to pay large sums to preserve their anonymity. Among them, Alexander Berman. On his way home that night, Goran thought again of the mild-mannered man, always smiling and morally upright in the descriptions of Berman's friends and acquaintances. A perfect mask. Who could say what had made him connect the idea of Berman with the idea of his wife? Or perhaps he knew, but didn't want to admit it. At any rate, once the threshold had been crossed, he would set those reflections aside and dedicate himself completely to Tommy, as he had promised him on the phone when he had told him he would be coming home soon. His son had received the news enthusiastically and asked him if they could send out for pizza. Goran had agreed easily, knowing that that small concession would be enough to keep him happy. Children are always able to draw some kind of happiness from the things that happen to them. So Goran had found himself getting pizza with pepperoni for himself and double mozzarella for Tommy. They had ordered the pizza together on the phone, because ordering pizzas was a shared ritual. Tommy had dialed the number, and Goran had made the request. Then they'd got out the big plates bought specially for the purpose. Tommy would drink fruit juice. Goran had allowed himself a beer. Before bringing them to the table, they had put their glasses in the freezer so that they would be opaque with frost and cold enough to receive their drinks. But Goran was far from peaceful. His mind was still running to that perfect organization. The officers in the Special Web Crime Unit had unearthed a database containing more than 3,000 children's names, linked with addresses and photographs. The network used fake domains for children to lure victims into the trap, so like the ones in the cartoons that Goran and Tommy had watched together after dinner on a satellite channel. The Blue Tiger and the White Lion. As his son had cuddled up against him, concentrating completely on the two jungle friends, Goran had watched him. I have to protect him, he thought. And the thought had given him a strange fear deep in his chest, a dark, sticky knot. The dread of not doing enough, of not being enough. Because a single parent can't be enough. Even if Tommy and he basically managed. But what would have happened if, behind Berman's blank computer screen, rather than that unknown child, it had been his Tommy? Would he have been capable of noticing that someone was trying to enter his son's mind, his son's life? As Tommy finished his homework, Goran had hidden himself away in his study. It wasn't yet 7 o'clock, so he had started flicking through Berman's file again, finding various bits of food for thought that might be useful to the investigation. First of all, that leather armchair in the basement, the one on which Krepp had found no fingerprints. On everything else, but not there. Why? He was sure there was a reason for that too, and yet every time he thought he had grasped a concept, his mind slipped elsewhere, to the dangers surrounding the life of his son. Goran was a criminologist. He knew what evil was made of, but he had always observed it from a distance, as an academic. He had never been corrupted by the idea that the same evil might somehow stretch out its bony finger until it touched him. Now, though, he was thinking about it. When do you become a monster? That term, which he had officially banned, now returned to the deepest recess of his mind, because he wanted to know how it happens, when you realize you have crossed that boundary. Berman belonged to a perfect organization, with a related hierarchy and status system. The sales representative had joined it while at university. In those days, the Internet was not yet seen as a hunting ground, and it took a considerable effort to stay in the shadows and not arouse suspicion. That was why followers were advised to create a safe and exemplary life for themselves, in which they could hide their own true nature and conceal their own impulses. Blend in and disappear. Those were the key words of the strategy. Berman had come back from university with a crystal-clear idea of what he would do. First of all, he had traced an old school friend that he hadn't seen for years, Veronica, who had never been pretty enough for the boys, himself included, to take an interest in her. He had led her to believe that his was a love that he had nurtured for years and shyly concealed, and she, as predicted, had immediately agreed to marry him. The first years of marriage had passed as they do for all couples, with highs and lows. He frequently travelled for work. In reality, he was often taking advantage of his travels to meet others like himself, or to groom his young prey. With the advent of the Internet, things had got much easier. Paedophiles had immediately started making use of that incredible instrument that not only let them act under cover of anonymity, but also set up ingenious traps to manipulate their victims. But Alexander Berman couldn't complete his perfectly planned disguise because Veronica couldn't give him an heir. That was the missing piece, the detail that would truly have put him beyond suspicion, because a father isn't interested in other people's children. The criminologist brushed aside the fury that had risen up in his throat and closed the file that had been getting fatter and fatter over the last few hours. He didn't want to read it any more. In fact, he wanted only to go to bed and dull himself with sleep. Who could Albert be but Berman? Even if they had yet to link him to the graveyard of arms and the disappearance of all 6 little girls, and find the missing corpses, no one more than he would deserve to wear the executioner's garb. But the more Goran thought about it, the less convinced he was. At 8 o'clock, Roche would officially announce the capture of the guilty man at a packed press conference. Goran realized that the idea tormenting him now had started buzzing around in his head soon after he had discovered Berman's secret. Lingering behind, foggily indistinct, it had squatted in a corner of his mind all afternoon. But in the shadows where it had taken refuge, it went on pulsing, to show him it was there, and it was alive. Only now, in the peace of his room, Goran had decided to concentrate on it fully. There's something in this business that doesn't add up. You don't think Berman's guilty? Oh, of course I do. The man was a paedophile. But he didn't kill the 6 little girls. He has nothing to do with it. How can you be so sure? Because if Alexander Berman really was our Albert, we would have found the last little girl in his boot, number 6, and not Debbie, the first. She would already have been rotting for some time. And just as he was becoming aware of this deduction, the criminologist looked at his watch. A few minutes till the press conference at 8. He had to stop Roche. The chief inspector had summoned the main newspapers as soon as information about developments in the Berman case had started circulating. The official pretext was that he didn't want the journalists to get hold of the information second-hand, perhaps badly filtered by some confidential source. In reality, he was worried that the story could trickle away in different directions, excluding him from the limelight. Roche was good at handling events like this. He knew how to gauge the weight, and he derived a certain pleasure from leaving the press dangling. That was why he started those meetings a few minutes late, letting it be known that, as head of the team, he was always delayed by last-minute developments. The inspector enjoyed the murmur coming from the press room next to his office. It was like energy that fed on his ego. Meanwhile, he sat there calmly, with his feet on the desk that he had inherited from his predecessor, whose vice-inspector he had been for a long time. Too long, he thought, and had had no compunction about firing 8 years before. The lines on his phone had gone on lighting up uninterruptedly, but he had no intention of replying. He wanted to let the tension mount. There was a knock at the door.
"Come in,"
said Roche. As soon as she entered, Mila noticed a smug grin on the chief inspector's face. She had wondered why on earth he wanted to see her.
"Officer Vasquez, I wanted to thank you personally for the invaluable contribution that you have made to this investigation."
Mila would have blushed if she hadn't understood that this was only the calculated prelude to getting rid of her. "I don't think I did much, sir." Roche picked up a letter opener and went on cleaning his nails with the tip. Then, distractedly, he went on.
"No, it was extremely useful."
"We don't yet know the identity of the 6th girl."
"It will come out like everything else."
"Sir, I would like to ask your permission to complete my work, at least for a few days. I'm sure I can get a result." Roche dropped the letter opener, took his feet off the desk, and got up to walk towards Mila. With the most brilliant of smiles, he took her right hand, still bandaged, and shook it, without noticing that he was hurting her.
"I've talked to your superior. Sergeant Morexu assured me that you will receive a commendation for this case."
Then he walked her to the door.
"Safe home, officer, and think of us from time to time."
Mila nodded, because there was nothing else to say. A few seconds later she found herself outside, watching the office door as it closed. She would have liked to discuss the question with Goran Gavila, because she was sure he knew nothing about her sudden dismissal. But he had already gone home. A few hours before she had heard him on the phone, agreeing to dinner. Judging by the tone he was using, the person on the other end couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old. They were going to order a pizza. Mila had worked out that Goran had a son. Perhaps there was also a woman in his life, and she too would be sharing the pleasant evening that father and son were preparing. Mila had felt a twinge of envy, without knowing why. She handed in her badge at the door and was given an envelope with a railway ticket to take her home. This time no one would take her to the station. She would have to call a taxi, in the hope that her own police headquarters would reimburse the expense, and drop by at the motel to pick up her things. Once she was in the street, though, Mila discovered that she wasn't in a hurry. She looked around, breathed in air that suddenly struck her as clear and peaceful. The city looked as if it was immersed in an unnatural bubble of cold, balanced on the edge of a meteorological event. 1 degree more or less, and everything would change. The rarefied atmosphere contained the premature promise of a snowstorm. Or else everything would stay as it was now, motionless. She took the ticket from the envelope. There were still 3 hours till her train, but she was thinking about something else. Would that be long enough to do what she had to do? There was no way of knowing except having a go. Basically, if she drew a blank, no one would know. And she couldn't leave with that doubt. 3 hours. They would have to do. She had hired a car and had been travelling for around an hour. The mountain tops carved out the sky in front of her. Log cabins with sloping roofs. Grey smoke, scented with resin, rose from the chimneys. Wood stacked up in the yards. From the windows, a comforting ochre light. Driving along Highway 115, Mila had taken exit 25. She was heading for the boarding school that Debbie Gordon had attended. She wanted to see her room. She was sure she would find something there that would take her to child number 6, to her name. Even if she was of practically no use to Chief Inspector Roche by now, Mila couldn't leave that undiscovered identity behind her. It was a little gesture of pity. The news had not yet been broadcast that there had been more than 5 girls, because no one had yet had the opportunity to mourn the 6th victim. And they wouldn't be able to do it without a name. Mila knew that. She would become the white mark on a tombstone, the silent pause at the end of a brief list of names, just one number to add to the cold accountancy of death. And she absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. In fact, there was another idea that obsessed her, for which she had travelled so many miles. It was that tickle at the base of her neck. The policewoman reached her destination just after 9. The boarding school was in a pretty village 1,200 metres up the hill. The streets at that time of day were deserted. The school building was just outside the village, surrounded by a pretty park with a riding school and tennis and netball courts. It was reached by a long drive on which students walked slowly back from their sports activities. The girls' crystalline laughter violated the instructions that they walk in silence. Mila passed them and parked in the area in front of the school. A little while later, she turned up at the office to ask if she could visit Debbie's room, hoping that no one would cause any problems. After consulting with a superior, the assistant came back to her and told her she could go. Luckily, after their discussion, Debbie's mother had phoned to tell them Mila was on her way. The assistant gave her a pass with visitor on it and showed her the way. Mila walked down the corridors until she reached the wing where the pupils had their rooms. It wasn't hard to find Debbie's. Her classmates had covered her door with coloured ribbons and notes. They said they would never stop missing her, they would never forget her. And there was the inevitable, "You will always stay in our hearts." She thought once more of Debbie, of the phone call she had made to her family, desperate for them to take her home, the isolation that a child of her age, shy and self-conscious, can suffer at the hands of her schoolmates in a place like that. And that was why she found those notes in bad taste, the hypocritical manifestation of belated emotion. You could have noticed her when she was here, she thought, or when someone took her away from under your noses. Shrieks and delighted squawks reached her from the end of the corridor. Stepping over the stumps of the now extinguished candles that someone had arranged along the threshold as a sign of remembrance, Mila entered Debbie's refuge. She closed the door behind her, and everything was suddenly silent. She stretched a hand out towards a lamp and lit it. The room was small. Outside it there was a window that looked out directly over the park. Resting against the wall, a very tidy desk stood below shelves packed with books. Debbie liked reading. On the right was the bathroom door, closed, and Mila decided she would leave it till last. On the bed were a few cuddly toys that scrutinized the policewoman with their cold, useless eyes, making her feel like an intruder. The room was entirely covered with posters and photographs showing Debbie at home with her classmates from her old school, her girlfriends, and her dog Sting. All the things that had been taken from her so that she could attend that exclusive boarding school. Debbie was a girl with the potential to be a beautiful woman, Mila observed. Her contemporaries would have noticed the fact too late, sorry not to have glimpsed the swan hidden in that bewildered duckling sooner. But at that point she would have wisely ignored them. She cast her mind back to the autopsy that she had witnessed, to when Chang had freed her face from the plastic and the grip with the white lily had appeared in her hair. Her murderer had combed it, and Mila remembered thinking that he had made her beautiful for them. No, though, she was beautiful for Alexander Berman. Her eye was drawn to an area of wall that had remained strangely empty. She approached it and discovered that at various points the plaster had flaked away, as if something had been stuck to it that was no longer there. Other hands, other eyes had touched Debbie's world, her things, her memories. Perhaps it had been her mother who had taken the pictures off the wall. She would have to check. She was still thinking about that when she was startled by a sound. It came from outside, not from the corridor, but from behind the bathroom door. She instinctively brought her hand to her belt in search of her gun. When she had taken it out and levelled it, she rose and walked over to the bathroom door. Another sound, clearer this time. Yes, there was someone in there. Someone who hadn't noticed she was there. Someone who, like herself, had thought that this would be the best time to enter Debbie's room undisturbed and take something away. Clues? Her heart was thumping madly. She wouldn't go in. She would wait. Suddenly the door opened. Mila moved her finger to the safety catch. Then, luckily, she froze. The little girl spread her arms wide with terror, dropping what she held in her hands. "Who are you?" Mila asked her. The girl stammered, "I'm a friend of Debbie's." She was lying. Mila was perfectly well aware of it. She put her gun back in her belt and looked at the ground, at the things the girl had dropped. They were a bottle of perfume, some bottles of shampoo, and a wide-brimmed red hat. "I came to get the things I lent her." But it sounded more like an excuse. "The others came here before me." Mila recognized the red hat from one of the photographs on the wall. Debbie was wearing it, and she realized that she was witness to an act of looting that had probably been going on for several days, the work of some of Debbie's schoolmates. It wouldn't have been strange if one of them had taken the photographs from the wall. "Fine," she said crisply. "Now get out of here." The girl hesitated for a moment, then picked up the things she had dropped and ran from the room. Mila let her go. Debbie would have liked that. The things would have been no use to her mother, who would blame herself for the rest of her life for sending her there. Compared to the other parents, Mrs. Gordon was lucky, if you could talk of luck in such cases, to have her daughter's body to mourn. Mila started rummaging among the papers and books. She wanted a name, and she would get one. Of course it would have been easier to find Debbie's diary. She was sure she must have had something to confide her miseries in, and like all 12-year-olds, she would have kept it in a secret place. A place not too far from her heart, however, where she could have gone and got it as soon as she needed it. And when do we have the greatest need to take refuge in what is dearest to us? At night. Mila knelt down beside the bed, reached under the mattress, and felt around until she found something. It was a tin box decorated with little silver rabbits, closed with a miniature padlock. She set it down on the bed and looked around in search of the place where the key might be hidden. Then she suddenly remembered the bracelet dangling from Debbie's right wrist at the autopsy, with a tiny key on it. She had given it back to Debbie's mother, and there was no time to get the key back. So Mila decided to force the box open. Using a ballpoint pen as a lever, she managed to dislodge the rings that held the padlock. Then she lifted the lid. Inside was a potpourri of spices, dried flowers, and scented wood. A red-stained safety pin that must have been used for the Blood Sisters ritual. An embroidered silk handkerchief. A rubber bear with chewed ears. Birthday cake candles. a teenager's treasure trove of memories, but no diary. Strange, Mila said to herself. The size of the box and the meagreness of its remaining contents suggested the presence of something else. And also the fact that Debbie felt the need to protect it all with a padlock. Or perhaps there really wasn't a diary. Disappointed to have drawn a blank, she looked at her watch. She'd missed the train. She might as well stay there and look for something that might lead her to Debbie's mysterious friend. Even before, as she was looking through the girl's things, that sensation had floated back to the surface, the one that she had already felt several times without ever managing to grasp it. Tickle at the base of the neck. She couldn't leave there without first understanding what it was. But she needed someone or something that might back up her fleeting thoughts, give them a direction. In spite of the late hour, Mila took a decision that was difficult but necessary. She dialed Goran Gavila's number. "Dr. Gavila, it's Mila." The criminologist was startled and didn't say a word for a few seconds.
"How can I help you, Mila?"
Did he sound irritated? No, it was just a sense she had. Mila began by telling him she should already have been on a train, and instead she was in Debbie Gordon's room at the boarding school. She preferred to tell him the whole truth, and Goran listened to her without comment. When she had finished, there was a long silence at the other end. Mila couldn't have known, but Goran was staring at his kitchen cupboards, holding a cup of steaming coffee. The criminologist was still awake because he'd been trying to contact Roche to halt his media suicide, but without success. "We might have been a bit hasty with Alexander Berman." Mila noticed that Gavila had spoken in a faint voice, as if the words had had to struggle up from his lungs. "That's what I think too," she said. "How did you get there?"
"Because he had Debbie Gordon in the boot. Why not the last child?"
Mila remembered Stern's explanation of that curious circumstance. Perhaps Berman had made mistakes when hiding the corpse, some false steps that might have given him away, so he was moving her to a place where he could hide her better. Goran listened, puzzled. His breathing at the other end was measured. "What's the matter? Have I said something wrong?"
"No, but you didn't sound very convinced as you were saying it."
Mila considered this for a moment. "No, you're right," she admitted.
"There's something missing. Or rather, there's something that isn't in harmony with everything else."
Mila knew that a good policeman lives on perceptions. He never mentions them in official reports. All that matters there is an account of the facts. But since it was Gavila who had introduced the subject, Mila ventured to talk to him about her two sensations. "The first time it happened was during the medical examiner's report. It was like a wrong note, but I didn't manage to catch it. I lost it almost immediately." Tickle at the base of the neck. She heard Goran moving a chair at his house, and she sat down too. Then he spoke.
"Let's try, hypothetically, to rule out Berman."
"Okay."
"Let's imagine that someone else was behind all this. Let's say that this guy appeared out of nowhere and slipped a little girl with a severed arm into Berman's boot."
"Berman would have said so, to shift suspicion from himself," Mila said.
"I don't think so," Goran replied confidently. "Berman was a paedophile. He wouldn't have shifted a thing. He knew he was finished. He killed himself because he had no way out, and to cover up for the organization to which he belonged."
Mila remembered that the music teacher had killed himself as well. "So what do we do?"
"We go back to Albert, the neutral and impersonal profile we'd developed originally."
For the first time, Mila felt truly involved in the case. Teamwork was a new experience for her, and she didn't mind working with Dr. Gavila. She hadn't known him for long, but she'd already learned to trust him.
"The assumption is that there's a reason for the abduction of the little girls and the graveyard of arms. It may be absurd, but it exists. And to explain it, we have to know our man. The better we know him, the more we'll be able to understand. The better we understand, the closer we'll get to him. Is that clear?"
"Yes, but what's my role exactly?" she asked. Goran's voice was low and full of energy.
"He's a predator, isn't he? So, teach me how he hunts."
Mila opened the notebook she had brought with her. At the other end he heard her flicking through the pages. She started reading from her notes about the victims. Debbie, 12, disappeared at school. Her classmates remember seeing her coming out at the end of lessons. They didn't notice she was missing from the school until the evening register. Goran took a long sip of his coffee and said, "Now tell me about the second one." "Annika, 10. At first everyone thinks she's lost in the woods. Number 3 was called Sabine. She was the youngest, 9. It happened on Saturday evening when she was at the fair with her mother and father. She's the one he took from the merry-go-round, right from under her parents' noses. And that's when alarms went off all over the country. Our team was called in, and that was when the 4th girl disappeared. Melissa, the oldest, 13. Her parents had given her a curfew, but on her birthday she broke it to go and celebrate with her friends at the bowling alley. They all showed up except Melissa, the criminologist remembered. Caroline was taken from her bed, which means he got into her house. And then there's number 6. Later. Let's stick with the others for now. Goran felt incredibly in tune with the policewoman. It was something he hadn't felt for a long time. Now I need you to talk to me, Mila. Tell me, how does our Albert behave? First, he kidnaps a little girl who's far from home and who doesn't socialize much. So no one notices anything, and he'll have time. Time to do what? It's a test. He wants to be sure that he'll succeed in what he does. And with time at his disposal, he can always get rid of the victim and disappear. With Annika, he's already more relaxed. But even so, he decides to abduct her in the woods, far from any witnesses. And how does he act with Sabine? He takes her from under everyone's noses, at the funfair. Why? Goran cut in. For the same reason that he abducts Melissa when everyone's already on the alert, or Caroline in her house. What's the motive for that? He feels strong. He's become confident. Fine, said Goran. Go on. Now tell me about this blood sisters business, from the beginning. It's something you do when you're very young. You prick your index finger with a safety pin and then bring your fingertips together while reciting a nursery rhyme. Who are the 2 girls? Debbie and number 6. Why does Albert choose her? Goran wondered. It's ludicrous. The authorities are in a state of alarm. They're all looking for Debbie already, and back he comes to take her best friend. Why run a risk of that kind? Why? Mila knew what the criminologist was getting at, but even if she was the one who said it, he was the one who had taken her there. I think it's about challenge. The last word uttered by Mila opened a closed door in the head of the criminologist, who rose from his chair and started walking through the kitchen. Go on. He wanted to demonstrate something, that he was the most cunning, for example. The best of all. He's plainly egocentric, a man afflicted with a narcissistic personality disorder. Let's talk about number 6. We know nothing about her. Talk to me about her anyway. Do it with what we've got. Mila set the notebook down. Now she was forced to improvise. Fine. Let's see. She's approximately the same age as Debbie, because they were friends, so about 12. That's confirmed by the bar body tests. Fine. And? According to the autopsy, she died in a different way. Meaning? Remind me. She tried to find the answer in the notebook. He cut off her arm, as he did to the others, except that her blood and tissues contained traces of a drug cocktail. Goran asked her to repeat Chang's list of medicines: antiarrhythmics like disopyramide, ACE inhibitors, and atenolol, which is a beta blocker. He wasn't convinced by that. "I'm not convinced by that," said Mila, and for a moment Goran Gavila was struck by the suspicion that the woman could read his mind. "During the meeting, he said that was how Albert reduced her heartbeats, lowering the pressure," Mila pointed out. "And Dr. Chang added that the purpose was to slow the bleeding, to make her die more slowly." Slow the bleeding, make her die more slowly. "Okay, fine. Now tell me about her parents." "Which parents?" asked Mila, trying to keep up. "I don't care if it isn't written in your bloody notes. I want your thoughts, damn it." How did he know about her notes? She wondered, shaken by his reaction. "The parents of the 6th child have not presented themselves like the others for the DNA test. We don't know who they are because they haven't reported her disappearance." "Why haven't they reported it?" "Perhaps they don't know yet?" "Unlikely. Slow the bleeding." "Perhaps she didn't have any parents. Perhaps she was alone in the world. Perhaps none of them gives a damn about her." Goran was losing his temper. "No, she has a family. She's got to be like all the others, remember? Only daughter, mother over the age of 40, a couple who decided to have only one child. He doesn't change because they are his true victims. They probably won't have any more children. He chose the families, not the girls." "Right," said Goran, to her gratification. "Then what?" Mila thought for a moment. "He likes to challenge us. He likes a challenge, like the little blood sisters. This is a puzzle. He's testing us." Make her die more slowly. "If there are parents and they know, why haven't they reported the disappearance?" Goran pressed her, letting his gaze wander around the kitchen floor. He felt as if they were close to something, perhaps an answer. "Because they're scared." Mila's words illuminated all the dark corners of the room, and she felt an itch at the base of her neck, a tickle. Scared of what? They wanted the idea to assume the form of words so that they could grasp it and make sure it didn't dissolve. Her parents are scared that Albert might hurt her. How, if she's already dead? Slow the bleeding, make her die more slowly. Goran stopped, kneeling. Mila rose to her feet. "He didn't slow the bleeding. He stopped it." They got there at the same time. "Oh, my God," she said. "Yes, she's still alive." 11. The little girl opens her eyes. She takes a deep breath, as if re-emerging from a liquid abyss, with lots of tiny, invisible hands dragging her back down. But she struggles to keep her balance, to stay awake. The pain is searing, but it gives her some lucidity. She tries to remember where she is. She has lost her bearings. She's lying on her back. She knows that. Her head spins, and she's surrounded by a curtain of darkness. She definitely has a fever, and she can't move. Only two other sensations can pierce the fog of her half-sleep. The smell of damp and rocks, like the smell of a cave, and the repeated, enervating sound of dripping. What has happened? The memories return one at a time around her. Then she feels like weeping. Hot tears start flowing down her cheeks, wetting her dry lips. That's how she discovers she's thirsty. They were supposed to go to the lake that weekend, she, Dad, and Mum. There were days when she couldn't think of anything else. The outing when her dad was going to teach her to fish. She had collected earthworms in the garden, putting them in a tin. They moved, they were alive, but she didn't care about that. Or rather, she thought that detail was irrelevant.
because she took it for granted that earthworms have no feelings. She hadn't wondered what it felt like for them to be trapped in there. But now she wonders, because that's what she's feeling now. She feels sorry for them, and for herself, and shame for having been bad, and she hopes with all her heart that whoever has taken her, dragging her from her life, is better than she is. She doesn't remember much of what happened. She had woken early to go to school, even earlier than usual, because it was Thursday, and like every Thursday, her father couldn't take her because he was seeing his clients. He sold hairdressing products, and, in anticipation of an increase in regular customers at the weekend, supplied them with hair lacquer and shampoo as well as cosmetics. That was why she had to go to school on her own. She'd been doing it now since she was 9. She still remembered the first time he had walked her the short distance to the bus stop. She held his hand, paying attention to his instructions, such as looking both ways before crossing the road, or not being late because the driver wouldn't wait, or not stopping to talk to strangers because it could be dangerous. Over time, she had interiorized that advice to such an extent that she no longer felt she was hearing her father's voice saying them in her head. She had become an expert. That Thursday morning she had got up with new joy in her heart. Apart from the imminent trip to the lake, there was another reason to be happy. The plaster she had on her finger. In the bath she had lifted a flap off it in the hot water and looked at her fingertip with a mixture of pride and pain. She had a blood sister. She couldn't wait to see her again. But that wouldn't happen before the evening, since they went to different schools. In the usual place, they would tell each other the latest news, because they hadn't seen each other for some days. Then they would play and make plans, and before parting they would make a solemn pledge to stay friends forever. Yes, it was going to be a great day. She had slipped her algebra book into her rucksack. It was her favorite subject, and her mark said as much. At 11 they had PE, so she had taken a leotard from one of the drawers and put her gym shoes and white socks in a carrier bag. As she was making the bed, her mother had called her down for breakfast. They were always in a great hurry at the breakfast table. That morning had been no different from the others. Her father, who usually had only a coffee, was standing by the table reading the paper. He held it in front of his face in one hand, while the other gripped the cup that went back and forth from his lips. Her mother was already on the phone to a colleague, and she had made fried eggs without missing a word of the conversation. Houdini was curled up in his basket and hadn't deigned to glance at her since she had come downstairs. Her grandfather said that, like himself, the cat suffered from low blood pressure, so he needed some time to get his act together in the morning. For a while now she'd stopped being hurt by Houdini's indifference. They had reached a tacit pact whereby they respected one another's space, and that would have to do. After breakfast, she had put her dirty plate in the sink and walked around the kitchen for a kiss from each of her parents. Then she had left the house. In the wind she could still feel on her cheek the damp imprint of coffee from her father's lips. The day was bright. There was nothing threatening about the few clouds that sullied the sky. The forecasts said the weather would stay like that all weekend. "All the better for a fishing trip," her father had remarked. And with that promise in her heart, she had walked along the pavement straight to the bus stop. It was 329 steps in all. She had counted them. From time to time she counted them again, as she did that morning. And when she was about to get to the 310th step, someone had called her. She would never forget that number, the precise point at which her life had broken into pieces. She had turned round and seen him. That smiling man, walking towards her, didn't have a familiar face, but she had heard him calling her name and had immediately thought, if he knows me, he can't be dangerous. As he came towards her, she tried to get a better look at him, to work out who he was. He had speeded up his footsteps to catch up with her. She had waited for him. His hair was strange, like the hair of a doll she had when she was little. It looked fake.
By the time she had worked out that the man was wearing a wig, it was too late. She hadn't even noticed the parked white van. He had grabbed her, opening the door at the same time and getting inside with her. She had tried to cry out, but he had a hand over her mouth. The wig had slipped from his head, and he had pressed a wet handkerchief against her face for a long time. Then the sudden, unstoppable tears, black dots and red patches over her eyes, stripping the world of its colour. Finally, darkness. Who is this man? What does he want from her? Why has he brought her here? Where is he now? The questions come quickly and leave again unanswered. The images of her last morning as a little girl fade away, and she finds herself in that cave once more, the damp belly of the monster who swallowed her up. On the other hand, that comfortable sense of torpor is returning. Anything, as long as I don't have to think about all that, she thinks. She closes her eyes, plunging once again into the sea of shadows that surrounds her. She hasn't even noticed that one of those shadows is watching her. 12. Snow had fallen heavily during the night, settling like silence on the world. The temperature had grown milder, and a pale breeze swept the streets. While the long-awaited meteorological event slowed everything down, a new frenzy had taken hold of the team. They had a purpose, at last, a way of making up for all the evil that had occurred, if only partially. Find the sixth girl, save her, and save themselves at the same time. As long as she's still alive, Goran kept on repeating to himself, somewhat dampening the enthusiasm of the others. After the discovery, Chang had been hung out to dry by Roche for not reaching the same conclusion before. The press still hadn't been informed of the existence of the sixth abducted child, but in anticipation, the chief inspector was coming up with an excuse for the media, and he needed a scapegoat. In the meantime, Roche had called together a team of medics, each with a different specialization, to answer a single fundamental question.
How long could a child survive in those conditions?
There had been no unequivocal answer. The more optimistic maintained that with appropriate medical treatment and without the development of infections, she would be able to survive between 10 and 20 days. The pessimists thought that in spite of her young age, with an amputation like that, her life expectancy would inevitably diminish by the hour, and in fact it was very likely that the girl was already dead. Roche wasn't satisfied and decided to go on maintaining publicly that Alexander Berman was still the main suspect. Even though he was convinced that the sales rep had nothing to do with the disappearance of the girls, Goran would not deny the chief's official version. The truth wasn't the issue. He knew that Roche couldn't afford to lose face by taking back his previous declarations about Berman's guilt. It would be damaging to him, but also to the credibility of their investigative methods. The criminologist's conviction, however, was that the man had been somehow chosen by the real perpetrator. Albert was suddenly at the center of their attention again.
He knew that Berman was a pedophile, said Goran when they were all in the operations room. We underestimated him for a moment.
A new element had entered Albert's profile. They had first guessed as much when Chang had described the lesions on the recovered arms, using the word surgical for the precision with which the murderer had inflicted the fatal blow. The use of drugs to slow the blood pressure of the sixth child confirmed their man's clinical abilities. Finally, the fact that he was probably keeping her alive led them to think that he had a remarkable knowledge of reanimation techniques and the protocols of intensive therapy.
He could be a doctor, or perhaps he used to be one,
Goran reflected.
I'll do some research into the professional registers. He might have been struck off,
Stern said suddenly. It was a good start. How would he get hold of the medicine to keep her alive?
Excellent question, Boris. Let's check the pharmacies, the private ones, and the ones in the hospitals, to see if anyone's requested those drugs."
"He might have got hold of them months ago," Rosa observed.
"Especially antibiotics. He might need them to avoid infections. What else?"
Apparently there was nothing else. Now it was just a question of finding out where the little girl was, dead or alive. In the operations room, everyone looked at Mila. She was the expert, the person to consult to reach the goal that would give a meaning to their work. "We have to find a way of communicating with the family." Everyone looked at each other until Stern asked,
"Why? Now we have the edge over Albert. He doesn't yet know that we know."
"Do you really think a mind capable of imagining all this wouldn't have predicted our actions long ago?"
"If our hypothesis is correct, he's keeping her alive for us."
Gavila had intervened in support of Mila, bringing her the gift of his new theory.
"He's the one controlling the game, and the girl is the final prize. It's a competition to see who's the more clever."
"So he's not going to kill her?" Boris asked.
"He isn't going to kill her. We are."
The statement was hard to digest, but it was the essence of the challenge.
If we take too long to find her, the girl will die. If we irritate him in any way, the girl will die. If we don't stick to the rules, the girl will die."
"The rules? What rules?" asked Rosa, her anxiety ill-concealed.
"The ones he has established, and we unfortunately don't know. The tracks along which his mind works are obscure to us, but very clear to him, in the light of which every one of our actions can be interpreted as breaking the rules of the game."
Stern nodded thoughtfully.
"So going straight to the family of the sixth child is a bit like playing along with his game."
"Yes," said Mila. "That's what Albert expects of us right now. He has taken it into account, but he's also convinced that we'll fail, because the parents are too scared to come out into the open, or they would have done so already. He wants to show us that his force of persuasion is more powerful than any attempt on our part. Paradoxically, he's trying to come across as the hero of the story in their eyes. It's as if he was saying to them, 'I'm the only one who can save your child. You can trust no one but me.' Do you realize how much psychological pressure he can exert? If we can persuade those parents to contact us, we will have scored a point in our favor." "But there's a danger of causing him offense," protested Sarah Rosa, who didn't seem to agree. "That's a risk we have to take. But I don't think he'll hurt the girl because of that. He'll punish us. He may make us lose some time. He won't kill her now. First he has to show us the finished job." Goran thought it was extraordinary the way Mila had mastered the mechanisms of the investigation so quickly. She was good at setting out precise guidelines. Still, even if the others were listening to her at last, she wouldn't find it easy to be accepted once and for all by her colleagues. They had immediately identified her as an alien presence, one that they didn't need. And their opinion certainly wouldn't change quickly. At that moment, Roche decided he had had enough and decided to intervene.
"We'll do as Officer Vasquez suggests. We'll spread the news of the existence of a sixth abducted girl, and in the meantime we'll publicly address her family. Christ, let's show some balls here. I'm tired of waiting for things to happen, as if this monster was really making all the decisions."
Some people were startled by the Chief Inspector's new attitude. Not Goran. Without noticing, Roche was merely using their serial killer's technique of reversing roles, and consequently responsibility. If they didn't find the child, it would only be because her parents hadn't trusted the investigators and had stayed in the shadows. And yet there was a hint of truth in what he was saying. The time had come to try and anticipate events.
"You heard those quacks, didn't you? The sixth girl has 10 days at the most."
Then Roche studied the members of the unit one by one and announced in a serious voice,
"I've decided. We're reopening the studio."
At dinner time, on the evening news, the face of a famous actor appeared on the screen. They had chosen him to announce the appeal to the parents of the sixth child. He was a familiar face, and he would bring the right dose of emotional involvement to the subject. The idea had plainly been Roche's. Mila thought it was just right. It would discourage time-wasters and compulsive liars from calling the superimposed number. More or less at the same time as the public found out, with a mixture of horror and hope about the existence of the sixth still-living child, the team took possession of the studio. It was an apartment on the 4th floor of an anonymous building near the centre. It was mostly home to secondary officers of the federal police, the ones that dealt with administration and accounts, and the outmoded paper archives that hadn't yet been digitized for the new databases. The apartment had previously been used by the Witness Protection Program to accommodate people who needed to be hidden. The studio was set perfectly between two other identical apartments. That was why it had no windows. The air conditioning was always running, and the only means of access was the front door. The walls were very thick, and there were various security devices. Given that the apartment was no longer used for its original purpose, the devices had been deactivated. All that remained was a heavy armoured door. Goran had been the one who had wanted this place since the establishment of the Violent Crimes Investigation Unit. It hadn't taken much for Roche to make him happy. He had simply remembered that safe house that hadn't been used for years. The criminologist maintained the need to live shoulder to shoulder while the case continued. That way, ideas could circulate more easily and be shared and processed instantly. Their forced cohabitation would yield cooperation, and that in turn would serve to feed a single pulsing brain. Dr. Gavila had borrowed from the new economy the methods for setting up the work environment, made up of common spaces and with a horizontal distribution of functions, as opposed to the vertical division that normally prevails in the police, linked to divisions of rank, which often generates conflict and competition. In the studio, on the other hand, differences were erased, solutions evolved, and everyone's contribution was requested, listened to, and considered. When Mila crossed the threshold, she thought immediately that this was the place where serial killers were caught. It didn't happen in the real world, but in here, between these walls. At the center of it all, there was a simple manhunt, but also the effort to understand the motive behind an apparently incomprehensible sequence of horrific crimes. The distorted vision of a sick mind. Mila was aware that that step would be the harbinger of a new phase of the investigation. Stern was carrying the brown fake leather bag that his wife had prepared for him and stepped aside to let the others in. Boris with his rucksack on his back, then Rosa, and last of all, Mila. Beyond the armoured door there was a booth covered with bulletproof glass that had once housed the security guards. Inside, the dead monitors of the video system, a few revolving chairs, and a rack for weapons, empty. A second security threshold, with an electric gate, separated that passageway from the rest of the house. Once the guards had had to activate it, but now it was wide open. Mila noticed that it smelled stuffy in there, a smell of damp and stale smoke, and the incessant hum of the air conditioning. It wouldn't be easy to sleep. They would have to get hold of some earplugs. A long corridor cut the apartment in two. On the walls, sheets of paper and photographs from a previous case. The face of a girl, young and beautiful. From the glances the others were exchanging, Mila understood that the case hadn't ended well, and that they probably hadn't set foot in that place since then. No one spoke, no one explained anything to her. Only Boris exploded. "Fucking hell! They could at least have taken her face off the walls." The rooms were furnished with old office furniture, from which wardrobes and sideboards had been fashioned with a great deal of imagination. In the kitchen, a desk acted as a dining table. The fridge was the old-fashioned kind that uses CFCs and damages the ozone layer. Someone had had the sense to unplug it and leave it open, but they hadn't freed it from the blackened remains of a Chinese meal. There was a common room with a few sofas, a TV, and a place for plugging in notebooks and peripherals. In one corner there was a coffee machine. Here and there, dirty ashtrays and all kinds of rubbish, especially cardboard cups from a fast-food restaurant. There was only one bathroom, small and malodorous. Next to the shower, someone had put an old filing cabinet on which lived half-empty bottles of liquid soap and shampoo and a pack of 5 toilet rolls. 2 closed rooms were reserved for interrogations. At the end of the apartment was the guest accommodation. 3 bunk beds and 2 camp beds against the wall. A chair for each bed to put suitcases or personal effects on. They were all sleeping together. Mila waited for the others to take possession of the beds, imagining that each of them had had their own for some time. As the last to arrive, she would take the one that remained. In the end, she opted for one of the camp beds, the furthest away from Rosa. Boris had been the only one to take the top bed of one of the 3 bunks. "Stern snores," he warned her under his breath as he passed her. The amused tone and the smile with which he had accompanied this impertinent confidence made Mila think that perhaps his rage with her had subsided. Better that way. It would make it less difficult for them to live together. She had shared spaces with colleagues before, but in the end, socializing with them had always been rather awkward, even with members of her own sex. While a natural camaraderie had soon established itself among the others, she remained aloof, unable to close up the distance between them. At first it was very difficult for her. Then she had learned to create a bubble of survival around herself, a portion of space that sounds and noises, including the remarks of the people who stayed outside it, could only enter if she allowed it. Goran's things were already arranged on the 2nd camp bed in the guest accommodation. He was waiting for them in the main room, the one that Boris had, on his own initiative, christened the thinking room. They entered in silence and found him behind them, busy writing on the board. Familiar with reanimation techniques and protocols of intensive therapy. Probable doctor. Stuck to the walls were the photographs of the 5 little girls, the snapshots of the graveyard of arms and Berman's car, as well as copies of all the reports on the case. In a box placed in a corner, Mila recognized the face of the beautiful young girl. The criminologist must have taken those pictures down from the wall to replace them with the new ones. In the middle of the room, 5 chairs arranged in a circle. The thinking room. Goran noticed the way Mila glanced at the sparse furniture and immediately explained, "It helps us to focus. We have to concentrate on what we've got. I've arranged everything according to a method that seemed right to me. But as I always say, if you don't like it, you can change it. Put them wherever you want. In this room, we're free to do whatever comes to mind. The chairs are a small concession, but coffee and the toilet will be a special reward. So we've got to deserve them." "Perfect," said Mila. "What do we have to do?" Goran clapped his hands once and pointed to the board where he had already started to jot down the characteristics of their serial murderer. "We have to understand Albert's personality. Each time we discover a new detail about him, we'll write it down here. Can you imagine what goes into the heads of serial killers? And try to think the way they do?" "Yes, of course." "Well, forget that. It's nonsense. You can't. Our man Albert has an intimate justification for what he does, perfectly structured in his psyche. It's a process constructed through years of experiences, of traumas or fantasies. That's why we mustn't try and imagine what he's going to do,
but force ourselves to understand how he came to do what he's done, hoping to get to him that way.
Mila thought that in any case the path of clues traced by the killer had been interrupted by the Berman discovery.
He's going to make us find another corpse. That's what I think too, Stern. But at the moment there's something missing, don't you think?
What? Asked Boris, who, like the others, still didn't understand where the criminologist was taking things. But Goran Gavila wasn't a man for easy, direct answers. He preferred to reason with them up to a certain point and allow the rest to reconstruct itself.
A serial killer moves in a world of symbols. He treads an esoteric path, begun many years before in the depths of his heart, and which he now pursues in the real world. The abducted children are only a way of reaching a destination, a goal.
"It's a search for happiness," said Mila. Goran looked at her.
Exactly. Albert is looking for a kind of payment, a retribution, not only for what he does, but above all, for what he is. His nature suggests an impulse to him, and he's just following it. And with what he does, he's also trying to communicate something to us.
That was what was missing. A sign was missing. Something that would take them beyond the exploration of Albert's very personal world. Sarah Rosa spoke. "There were no clues on the corpse of the first child."
"That's a reasonable observation,"
Goran agreed.
"In the literature on serial killers, including the film versions, it's well known that the serial killer always tends to trace his own journey, leaving investigators with some trails to follow. But Albert hasn't done that."
"Or else he has, and we haven't noticed."
"Perhaps because we're not able to read the signs,"
Goran conceded.
"We probably don't know enough yet. That's why the time has come to reconstruct the stages."
There were 5 stages that criminologists used to mark out the action of serial murderers. The starting point is the assumption that the serial killer isn't born that way, but passively accumulates experiences while incubating the homicidal personality that will later flow into violence.
The first stage of this process is fantasy. "What is Albert's fantasy?"
Stern asked as he slipped his umpteenth mint into his mouth.
"What fascinates him?"
"It's the challenge that fascinates him," said Mila. "Maybe he was, or felt he was, underestimated for a long time. Now he wants to demonstrate to us that he's better than the others, and better than us."
"But Albert has gone further. He's planned every move, predicting our reaction. He's in control. That's what he's telling us. He knows himself very well, but he knows us well too,"
said Goran.
"This phase is in the past. The second stage is organization or planning. When the fantasy matures, he moves on to an executive phase, which inevitably began with the choice of the victim. We already know that he doesn't choose the children, but the families. The parents are his real target, the ones who wanted only one child. He wants to punish them for their selfishness. The symbolism of the victim isn't apparent here. The girls are all different from one another. They're different ages, although not very far apart. Physically, they don't have any features in common, like blonde hair or freckles, for example.
"That's why he doesn't touch them," said Boris. "He's not interested in them in that way." "Why girls, then, and not boys too?" Mila asked. No one could answer the question. Goran nodded, pondering the detail.
"That's occurred to me too. But the problem is that we don't know where his fantasy originated. The explanation is often much more banal than we can imagine. It could be because he was humiliated by a girl at school. Who knows? It would be very interesting to know the answer. But there are no more clues, so we have to make do with what we've got."
Mila was still convinced that the criminologist was annoyed with her. It was as if he were somehow frustrated that she didn't know all the answers.
The third phase is deception. How are the victims lured away? What trick does Albert use to abduct them?
Debbie out of school, Annika in the woods where she'd gone on her mountain bike.
He took Sabine from a merry-go-round from under everyone's noses,
said Stern. Because everyone was looking only at their own children, added Rosa, with a sharp edge to her voice. People don't give a damn. That's the truth of it.
At any rate, he did it in front of lots of people. He's tremendously skillful, the bastard.
Goran nodded to Stern to calm down. He didn't want his anger to take the upper hand.
He abducted the first two in isolated places. They were a kind of dress rehearsal. When he became confident, he took Sabine. And with her he raised the level of the challenge. Let's not forget that no one was looking for him at that time. It was only with Sabine that the disappearances were linked, and the fear began. Yes, but the fact remains that Albert managed to take her in front of her parents. He made her disappear, as if in a conjuring trick. And I'm not convinced, as Rosa says, that the people there didn't care. He tricked those people as well.
Well done, Stern. That's what we've got to work on, said Goran. How did Albert do that?
Got it! He's invisible.
Boris's joke got a brief smile from the others, but for Gavila it contained a grain of truth.
That tells us that he's like an ordinary man, that he has excellent camouflage qualities. He looked just like any other dad when he slipped Sabine off the merry-go-round horse to take her away. The whole thing taking, 4 seconds? He got away immediately, mingling with the crowd.
And the girl didn't cry? She didn't protest? Boris snorted with disbelief. Do you know lots of 7-year-olds who don't throw tantrums on merry-go-rounds? Asked Mila.
Even if she cried, it looked like a perfectly normal scene to everyone there, said Goran, picking up the thread of the discussion. Then Melissa came. There was already a state of high alert. She'd been given a curfew, but she wanted to go out anyway, to meet her friends at the bowling alley.
Stern got up from his chair and walked over to Melissa's smiling photograph on the wall. The picture had been taken from the school yearbook. Even though she was the oldest, her still immature physique had preserved its childhood features, and she was not very tall. Soon she would have crossed the threshold of puberty. Her body would have revealed unexpected softnesses, and the boys would finally have noticed her. For now, the caption beside the yearbook photograph only praised her gifts as an athlete, and her involvement with the student newspaper as chief editor. Her dream was to become a reporter, and it would never come true.
Albert was waiting for her, the bastard.
Mila looked at him. The special agent seemed upset by his own words. But he abducted Caroline from her bed, in her house.
All calculated.
Goran walked over to the board, took a pen, and began quickly jotting down some points.
The first two he simply whisks away. The fact that dozens of children run away from home every day because they got a bad mark or argued with their parents works in his favour. So there's nothing to link the two disappearances. The third must clearly look like an abduction, so that the alarm bells ring. In the case of the fourth, he already knew that Melissa wouldn't have resisted the impulse to go and celebrate with her friends. And finally, for the fifth, he had spent a long time studying the places and habits of the family so that he could enter their house undisturbed. What do we deduce from that?
That he is using sophisticated forms of deception, aimed less at the victims than their guardians, their parents or the forces of law and order, said Mila. You don't need stage directions to win the trust of little girls. You take them away by force, and that's it. Mila remembered that Ted Bundy had worn a fake plaster to inspire trust in the students that he lured away. It was a way of seeming vulnerable in their eyes. He asked them to help him carry heavy objects and persuaded them into his VW Beetle. They all noticed too late that there was no handle on their side. When Goran had finished writing, he announced the fourth stage, the killing. There's a ritual in the bringing of death that the serial killer repeats every time. He can perfect it over time, but broadly it remains the same. It's his trademark, and every ritual is accompanied by a particular symbolism. For now we've got 6 arms and 1 corpse. He kills them by cleanly severing the limb, apart from the last one, as we know, added Sarah Rosa. Boris picked up the pathologist's report. Chang says he killed them all immediately after abducting them. Why such a hurry? Stern wondered. Because he isn't interested in the girls, so there was no point in keeping them alive. He doesn't see them as human beings, Mila broke in. For Albert, they're just objects. Even number 6, they all thought, but no one had the courage to say so. It was plain that Albert didn't care whether she suffered or not. She just had to stay alive until he had achieved his goal. The last stage is the arrangement of the remains. First the graveyard of arms, then Albert puts a corpse in the boot of a pedophile's car. Is he sending us a message? Goran looked quizzically at the others. He's telling us that he isn't like Alexander Berman, said Sarah Rosa. In fact, he might be trying to suggest to us that he was a victim of abuse when he was young. It's as if he was saying, look, I'm the way I am because someone turned me into a monster. Stern shook his head. He enjoys challenging us, giving us a show. But today, the first pages of the newspapers deal only with Berman. I doubt that he wants to share the glory with anyone else. He didn't choose a paedophile for revenge. He must have had other motives. There's another thing that I find curious. Goran was recalling the autopsy he had witnessed. He washed and rearranged Debbie Gordon's body, dressing her in her own clothes. He made her pretty for Berman, thought Mila. We don't know whether he did this with all of them, and whether it has become part of his ritual. But it's strange. The strangeness to which Dr. Gavila was referring, and Mila, even though she wasn't an expert, knew this very well, was that serial killers often take something away from their victims, a fetish or a souvenir, to relive the experience in private. Owning the object is the equivalent for them of owning the person. He didn't take anything from Debbie Gordon. As soon as Goran had uttered the words, Mila suddenly remembered the key dangling from Debbie's bracelet, which opened the tin box. "That son of a bitch!" she exclaimed, almost without noticing. Once again she was suddenly the center of attention. "Do you want to tell us as well?" Mila looked up at Goran. "When I was in Debbie's room at the boarding school, I found a tin box hidden under her mattress. I thought her diary would be in it, but it wasn't." "So?" Rosa asked smugly. "The box was closed with a padlock. The key was on Debbie's wrist, so it was natural to think that if only she could open it, the diary didn't really exist. But I was wrong. The diary should have been there." Boris leapt to his feet. "It was there! The bastard went to the girl's room!" "Why would he have taken such a risk?" objected Sarah Rosa, who didn't want to say Mila was right. "Because he always takes risks. It excites him," Goran explained. "But there's another reason, too," added Mila, feeling more and more confident about her theory. "I noticed that some photographs had disappeared from the walls. They probably showed Debbie with child number 6. He wants to keep us from finding out who she is at all costs." "That's why he took the diary away, too, and he closed the box with the padlock again." "Why?" Stern was troubled. But for Boris it was all clear. "Don't you get it? The diary has disappeared, but the box is locked, and the key is still on Debbie's wrist. He's telling us only I could have taken it."
Why does he want us to know?
Because he has left us with something. Something for us. The sign that they were looking for. Once again, the thinking room had borne fruit. The criminologist turned to Mila. "You've been there. You've seen what there was in that room." She tried to concentrate, but she couldn't think of anything that rang a bell. "But there must be something," Goran pressed her. "We're right about this." "I looked in every corner of that room, and nothing attracted my attention."
"It must be something obvious. You can't have missed it."
But Mila shook her head. Stern decided they would all go back to the place for a more accurate examination. Boris picked up the phone to tell the boarding school they were on their way, while Sarah Rosa instructed Krepp to join them as soon as possible to take prints. It was at that moment that Mila had her little epiphany. "That's why I didn't see it," she announced, finding all the confidence that she seemed to have lost a little while before. "Whatever it isn't in that room anymore." When they got to the school, Debbie's classmates were gathered in the hall that was normally used for assemblies and the official award of diplomas. The walls were covered with carved mahogany. The severe faces of the teachers who had made the school illustrious over the years looked down on the scene from their gilded frames, their expressions frozen in the portraits that imprisoned them. It was Mila who spoke. She tried to be as nice as she could, because the girls were already scared enough. The headmistress had assured them all of complete impunity. And yet from the fear that flickered across their faces, it was clear that they didn't much trust her promise. "We know that some of you visited Debbie's room after her death. I'm sure you did it mostly because you wanted to own a memory of your friend who died so tragically." As she said it, Mila met the eyes of the student she had surprised in the bathroom with her hands full of things. If that hadn't happened, it would never have occurred to her to do what she was doing. Sarah Rosa watched her from a corner of the room, certain that she wouldn't get anything, but both Boris and Stern trusted her. Goran merely waited. "I'd really rather not ask, but I know how fond you were of Debbie, so I need you to bring those things to me here now." Mila tried to be firm about her request. "Please don't forget anything. Even the most insignificant object could turn out to be useful. We are sure that among those things there's a clue that our investigations have missed. I'm sure that each of you wants Debbie's murderer to be caught. And since I also know that none of you would risk being charged with removing evidence, I trust that you will do your duty." Mila had used that last threat, which was impossible, given the young age of the girls, to stress the gravity of their actions, and also to give a small revenge to Debbie, so little valued in life, but suddenly the focus of so much attention after her death, just because of some ruthless looting. Mila waited, gauging the length of the pause to give each of them the chance to think. Silence would be her best instrument of persuasion, and she knew they felt more awkward with each passing second. She noticed some girls swapping glances. None of them wanted to be the first, which was normal. Then a couple of them agreed with a gesture to leave the ranks, which they did almost simultaneously. Another 5 did the same. The rest remained motionless in their places. Mila let another minute pass, studying the girls' faces in search of an individualistic vulture who might have gone against the herd. No luck. She hoped the 7 who had left were the ones responsible. "Fine, the rest of you can go." The girls took their leave without delay and ran off. Mila turned towards her colleagues and met Goran's impassive eye. But suddenly he did something that caught her off guard. He winked. She wanted to smile at him, but she didn't, because all eyes were fixed on her. After about quarter of an hour, the 7 girls came back to the hall. Each one brought several objects. They laid them down on the long table where the cloaked teachers usually sat during ceremonies. Then they waited for Mila and the others to examine the items. Most of them were clothes and accessories, childish objects like dolls and cuddly toys. There was a pink MP3 player, a pair of sunglasses, some perfume, some bath salts, a makeup bag shaped like a ladybird, Debbie's red hat, and a video game. "I didn't break it." Mila looked up at the chubby girl who had spoken. She was the youngest of them all. She couldn't have been more than 8. She had long blonde hair in a plait and sky-blue eyes, barely holding back tears. The policewoman smiled to comfort her, then looked more closely at the console. Then she took it and passed it to Boris. "What is it?" He turned it around in his hands. "It doesn't look like a video game." He turned it on. A red light started flashing on the screen, making a brief sound at regular intervals. "I told you it was broken. The game doesn't do anything," the chubby girl hurried to explain. Mila noticed that Boris had suddenly turned white. "I know what this is. Fuck." Hearing Boris's swear word, the chubby girl opened her eyes wide, incredulous and amused that someone could have desecrated that austere place. But Boris didn't even notice her. He was so intent on the working of the object in his hands. "It's a GPS receiver. Somewhere, someone is sending us a signal." 13. The appeal to the family of the 6th little girl wasn't bearing any fruit. Most of the calls were from people expressing their sympathy, and in fact merely blocking the lines. An anxious grandmother of 5 grandchildren had called 7 times asking for news of the poor little girl. When the umpteenth call came in, one of the officers on duty asked her as politely as possible not to call back, and by way of reply had been told to go to hell. "If you try and tell them they're not being helpful, they tell you you're insensitive," Goran observed when Stern told him what was happening. They were in the mobile unit, tracing the GPS signal. In front of them, the armoured vehicles of the special unit, who were in the driver's seat this time, as Roche had colourfully put it a little while earlier. They still didn't know where Albert was taking them. It could have been a trap, but Goran was of an entirely different opinion. "He wants to show us something he's plainly very proud of." The GPS signal had been narrowed down to a vast area of several square kilometres. At that distance, you couldn't identify the transmitter. They would have to go there in person. The tension in the mobile unit was palpable. Goran swapped a few words with Stern. Boris took out his gun to check its efficiency, then checked again that his bulletproof jacket fitted closely to his ribs. Mila looked out the window at the area close to the motorway junction, a tangle of bridges and tarmac tongues. The GPS receiver had been given to the captain of the special unit, but on her computer screen, Sarah Rosa was able to follow what their colleagues in the car ahead were seeing. A voice announced via radio, "We're getting close to it. The signal seems to be coming from a point a kilometre ahead of us. Over." They all leaned in to look. "What kind of place is this?" Rosa wondered. In the distance, Mila saw a massive red brick building made up of several interconnecting blocks arranged in the form of a cross. The style was the reinvented Gothic of the 1930s, grim and severe, typical of the church-run buildings of the period. A bell tower emerged from one of the sides. Beside it, a church. The armoured vehicles drove in single file down the beaten earth drive leading to the central body. Reaching the area in front of it, the men prepared to break into the building. Mila got out with the others and looked up at the imposing facade, blackened by time. Above the door were some words in bas relief. "Visitare pupillos in tribulatione eorum et immaculatum se custodire ab hoc saeculo." Help the orphans in their tribulation and remain uncontaminated by this world, Goran translated for her. It had once been an orphanage. Now it was closed. The captain nodded, and the operative units split up, entering the building by the side doors. They waited for about a minute, then Mila and the others entered by the main door, along with the captain. The first room was huge. Ahead of them were two interlinking stairways leading to the upper floors. A high window filtered a foggy light. The only owners of the place now were a few doves, which, frightened by the alien presence, stirred and flapped their wings around the skylight, casting fleeting shadows on the ground. The building echoed with the noise of the boots of the men from the special units inspecting room after room.
"Empty,"
they called each time a room was secured. Taking in the unreal atmosphere, Mila looked round. Once again, a boarding school was part of Albert's plan, but very different from Debbie Gordon's exclusive institution.
An orphanage. Here at least they had a home and a guaranteed education,
Stern remarked. But Boris explained.
This is where they sent the ones who would never be adopted, the children of prisoners and the orphans of parents who had killed themselves.
They were all waiting for a revelation. Anything to break the spell of horror would have been welcome, as long as it finally revealed the reason that had brought them all there. The echo of the footsteps suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, a voice broke through on the radio.
"Sir, there's something here."
The GPS transmitter was in the basement. Mila found herself running in that direction with the others, through the school kitchens with their big iron cauldrons, then a vast refectory with chairs and tables covered with blue formica. She went down a narrow spiral staircase until she found herself in a wide, low-ceilinged room whose light came from a row of air vents. The floor was made of marble and sloped towards a central corridor where the drains appeared. The huge basins along the wall were also made of marble.
"This must have been the laundry,"
said Stern. The men from the special units had thrown up a cordon around the basins, keeping a good distance away so as not to contaminate the scene. One of them slipped off his helmet and knelt down to vomit. No one wanted to look. Boris was the first to break through the barrier, and he stopped sharply, bringing a hand to his mouth. Sarah Rosa looked away. Stern said only, "May God forgive us." Dr. Gavila remained impassive. Then it was Mila's turn. Annika. The body lay in a few centimeters of murky liquid. Her complexion was waxy and already showed the first signs of post-mortem decay. And she was naked. In her right hand she gripped the GPS transmitter, still pulsing, an absurd ray of light in that square of death. Annika's left arm had been severed as well, and its absence dislocated the posture of the torso. But it wasn't that detail that disturbed them all, or the state of preservation of the corpse, or the fact of being confronted by the display of an innocent obscenity. The reaction had been provoked by something quite different. The corpse was smiling. 14. His name was Father Timothy. He looked about 35, soft blonde hair parted at the side, and he was shivering. He was the place's sole inhabitant. He lived in the priest's house next to the little church, the only buildings in the vast complex that were still used. The rest had been abandoned years before. "I'm here because the church is still consecrated," the young priest explained. Even though Father Timothy now served Mass exclusively for himself. "No one comes here. The edge of town is too far away, and the motorway has completely cut us off." He had been there for just 6 months. He had taken the place of a certain Father Rolf when the priest had retired, and obviously he knew nothing about what had happened in the Institute. "I never set foot in there," he admitted. "Why would I?" Sarah Rosa and Mila had told him the reason for their raid, and what they had found there. When he had learned of the existence of Father Timothy, Goran had preferred to send the two of them to talk to him. Rosa pretended to take notes in a notebook, but it was obvious that she didn't care in the slightest what the priest had to say. Mila tried to reassure him by telling him that no one expected anything from him and that he wasn't to blame for what had happened. "That poor unfortunate child," the priest had exclaimed before bursting into tears. He was devastated. "When you feel you're ready, we'd like you to join us in the laundry," said Sarah Rosa, reigniting his dismay. "Why?" "Because we might need to ask you some questions about the location. This place is like a maze." "But I just told you, I've hardly ever been in there, and I don't think—" Mila interrupted him. "It'll only take a few minutes, and we'll have removed the corpse." She made sure that she reassured him on this point because she had worked out that Father Timothy didn't want the image of the tortured body of a child to be imprinted on his memory. After all, he had to keep on living in that gloomy place. "As you wish," he finally agreed with a nod of his head. He walked them to the door, repeating his promise to remain available. Returning to the others, Rosa deliberately remained a few steps ahead of Mila to stress the distance that existed between them. At any other time, Mila would have reacted to the provocation. But now she was part of a team and had to respect different rules if she wanted to take her work to its conclusion. "I'll sort you out afterwards," Mila brooded. But as she was formulating that thought, she realized she had taken it for granted that there would be an end, that in some way they would put the horror behind them. "It's part of human nature," she thought. "You've got to carry on with your own life. The dead would be buried, and over time everything would be absorbed. All that remained would be a vague memory in their souls, the waste left by an inevitable process of self-preservation. For everyone, but not for her, because that very evening would render that memory indelible." It's possible to get lots of information from the scene of the crime, both about the dynamic of events and the personality of the murderer. While in the case of the first corpse, Berman's car couldn't be considered a proper crime scene, in the case of the second, you could work out a lot about Albert. In spite of Sarah Rosa's attempts to keep her out of the meeting, Mila had finally won a place in that chain of energy, as she had christened the team's gathering after the finding of Debbie's body, and now even Boris and Stern thought she was one of them. Once they had dismissed the Special Forces officers, Goran and his men had taken over the laundry. The scene had been frozen by halogen lights planted on 4 tripods and connected to a generator, since there was no electricity in the building. They hadn't found anything yet. Dr. Chang was already at work on the corpse, however. He had brought a strange piece of equipment in a little case, consisting of test tubes, chemical reagents, and a microscope. Right now he was taking a sample of the murky water in which the corpse was partially immersed. Soon Crep would be coming too, for the prints. They had about half an hour before leaving the field open to the scientists. "Obviously we aren't looking at a primary crime scene," Goran began, meaning that this was a secondary scene because the death of the child had clearly happened elsewhere. In the case of serial killers, the place where the victims are found is much more important than the place where they were killed. Because while the killing is always an act that the murderer reserves for himself, everything that comes out afterwards becomes a way of sharing the experience. Through the corpse of the victim, the murderer establishes a kind of communication with the investigators. From that point of view, Albert was certainly no slouch. "We have to read the scene, understand the message that it contains, and who it's meant for. Who'd like to start?
I should remind you that no opinion will be rejected out of hand, so please feel free to say what's going through your mind."
No one wanted to go first. There were too many doubts piling up in their heads. Maybe our man spent his childhood in this institute. Maybe this is where his hatred, his rancor, come from. We should look through the archives.
Frankly, Mila, I don't think Albert is trying to give us information about himself.
Why?
Because I don't think he wants to be caught, at least for now. After all, we've only found the second corpse.
I could be wrong, but don't serial killers sometimes want to be caught by the police because they can't stop killing?
"That's bollocks,"
said Sarah Rosa with her usual arrogance. And Goran added,
"It's true that often the ultimate aspiration of a serial killer is to be stopped, not because he can't control himself, but because, when he's captured, he can finally come out into the open. Especially if he has a narcissistic personality, he wants to be recognized for the greatness of his work. And while his identity remains a mystery, he can't reach his goal."
Mila nodded, but she wasn't entirely convinced. Goran noticed and turned to the others.
"Perhaps we should recapitulate on how we're going to go about reconstructing the relationship that exists between the crime scene and the serial killer's organizational behavior."
This was a lesson for Mila's benefit, but she wasn't annoyed about it. It was a way of putting her on a par with the others, and from Boris and Stern's reaction, it seriously looked as if they didn't want her to be left behind. It was the oldest of the officers who spoke. He did so without looking directly at Mila, not wanting to embarrass her.
"According to the state of the crime scene, we subdivide serial killers into two major categories, disorganized and organized."
Boris continued.
"A member of the first group is, as you might think, disorganized in all aspects of his own life. He is an individual who has failed in his human contacts. He is reclusive. His intelligence is lower than the average. He has a limited education and pursues a job that doesn't require any particular skill. He isn't sexually competent. From this point of view, he has only had hasty and clumsy experiences."
Goran continued.
"Usually he is a person who was severely disciplined in childhood. For that reason, many criminologists maintain that he tends to inflict the same amount of pain and suffering on his victims that he received as a child. For that reason, he hides a feeling of rage and hostility that isn't necessarily manifested externally to the people he normally consorts with."
"The disorganized serial killer doesn't plan. He acts spontaneously,"
said Rosa, who didn't like to be excluded. And Goran clarified.
"The lack of organization of the crime makes the killer anxious at the moment of its perpetration. For that reason, he tends to act close to places familiar to him, places where he feels at ease. Anxiety and the fact that he doesn't travel far lead him to commit errors, for example, leaving clues that often betray him. His victims, generally speaking, are just people who happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he kills because that is the only way he knows of having relationships with other people,"
Stern concluded.
"And how does the organized one behave?"
asked Mila.
"Well, first of all, he's very cunning," said Goran. "It can be extremely hard to identify him because of his perfect disguise. He looks like a normal, law-abiding individual. He has a high IQ. He is good at his work. He often occupies an important position within the community that he lives in. He didn't suffer any particular traumas in childhood. He has a family that loves him. He is sexually competent and has no problems getting on with the opposite sex. He just kills for pure pleasure."
This last assertion made Mila shiver. She was not the only one to be struck by these words, because for the first time Chang took his eyes away from his microscope to look at them. Perhaps he too was wondering how a human being can derive satisfaction from the pain he inflicts on his fellow man. He is a predator. He selects his victims accurately, generally looking for them in places far from where he lives. He is astute and prudent. He is capable of predicting the development of the investigations into him, thus anticipating the movements of the investigators. That's why it's hard to catch him. He learns from experience. The organized killer tails, waits, and kills. His actions can be planned out for days or weeks. He chooses his victim with the greatest care. He observes them. He slips into their lives, collecting information and carefully recording their habits. He's constantly trying to find a contact, faking certain types of behavior or certain affinities to win their trust. To gain control over them, he prefers words to physical force. His work is one of seduction. Mila turned to look at the spectacle of death that had been staged in the room. Then she said, "His crime scene will always be clean, because his watchword is control." Goran nodded. "You seem to have given us a portrait of Albert." Boris and Stern smiled at her. Sarah Rosa carefully avoided her eye and pretended to look at her watch, snorting at this pointless waste of time.
"Gentlemen, ladies, we have some information."
The silent member of that little assembly had spoken. Chang rose to his feet, holding a slide that he had just taken from the eye of his microscope. "What is it, Chang?" Dr. Gavila asked impatiently. But the legal examiner wanted to savour the moment. His eye burned with the light of a small triumph.
"When I saw the body, I wondered how it could have been submerged in those 2 inches of water."
"We're in a laundry," said Boris, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world.
"Yes, but like the electrical system in this building, the water supply hasn't worked for years."
The revelation took them all by surprise, especially Goran. "So, what's that liquid?"
"Brace yourself, Doctor. It's tears."
15. Man is the only being in nature capable of laughter or tears. Mila knew that. What she didn't know, on the other hand, is that the human eye produces 3 types of tears. Basal tears, which continuously moisten and feed the eyeball. Reflex tears, which are produced when a foreign body enters the eye. And psychic tears, associated with pain or emotion. These have a different chemical composition. They contain very high percentages of manganese and a hormone, prolactin. In the world of natural phenomena, every single thing can be reduced to a formula. But explaining why tears of pain are physiologically different from the others is practically impossible. Mila's tears contained no prolactin. That was her unmentionable secret. She wasn't capable of suffering, of feeling the empathy necessary to understand other people and thus not feel alone amidst the human race. Had it always been that way? Or had something or someone eradicated that ability? She had noticed it when her father died. She was 14 years old. She was the one who had found him one afternoon, lifeless on the sofa in the sitting room. He looked as if he was sleeping. At least that was how she told the story when people asked her why she didn't immediately call for help, instead staying by his side for almost an hour. The truth was that Mila had immediately understood that there was nothing to be done. But she was more startled by her inability to feel anything emotionally than she was by the actual death. Her father, the most important man in her life, the one who had taught her everything, her role model, would no longer be there. Forever. And yet her heart wasn't broken. She had cried at the funeral, not because the idea of the ineluctable had planted despair in her soul, but only because that was what was expected of a daughter. Those salt tears had been the result of an enormous effort. "It's a block," she said. "Just a block. It's stress. I'm in shock. It must have happened to other people, too." She tried everything. She tortured herself with memories, at least to feel guilty. Nothing. She couldn't explain it to herself. Then she closed herself away in an impenetrable silence, without letting anyone ask her about her state of mind. Her mother, too, after a few attempts, had resigned herself to being cut off from that very private elaboration of grief. The world thought she was broken, destroyed. But Mila, closed away in her room, wondered why she felt only the desire to return to her normal life, burying the man in her heart as well. With time, things didn't change. The pain of loss never came. There were other occasions to mourn: her grandmother, a classmate, other relatives. In those cases, too, Mila could feel nothing but a clean impulse to finish with death as quickly as possible. Who could she tell? They would look on her as a heartless monster, unworthy of membership of the human race. Only her mother, on her deathbed, had for a moment seen the indifference in Mila's expression, and had slipped her hand from hers as if she felt suddenly cold. Once the occasion for mourning in her family had passed, it had become easier for her to simulate with strangers things that she did not feel. Having reached the age when we begin to need human contact, especially with the opposite sex, she had encountered a problem. "I can't start a relationship with a boy if I can't feel empathy for him," she told herself over and over again. Mila had started to define her problem after she had learned the dictionary definition of empathy: ability to project one's own emotions on a subject to identify with him. It was then that she started consulting psychoanalysts. Some of them couldn't give her any answers. Others told her that the therapy would be long and difficult, that they would have to do a fair amount of digging to find her emotional roots and work out where the flow of emotions had been interrupted. They had all agreed on one thing: they had to remove the block. She had been in analysis for years without ever getting anything out of it. She had changed doctors frequently, and would have gone on to infinity if one, the most cynical, to whom she could never be grateful enough, had not clearly told her, grief doesn't exist. Like the whole range of other human emotions, it's just a matter of chemistry. Love is just a question of endorphins. With a syringe full of pentothal, I can take away all emotional demands. We are all nothing but machines made of flesh. Finally, she had felt relieved, not satisfied, but definitely relieved. She couldn't do anything about it. Her body had gone into protected mode, as happens to certain electrical devices when there's a power surge and they have to preserve their own circuits. That doctor had also said that there are people who, at a given moment of their existence, feel a great deal of grief, too much, far more than a human being can bear in a lifetime, and at that point either they stop living or they become desensitized to it. Mila didn't know whether to see her desensitization as a piece of luck, but it was thanks to it that she'd become what she was: a seeker of missing children. Healing the suffering of others compensated her for what she would never feel. So her curse had suddenly become her gift. She saved them. She brought them home. They thanked her. She grew fond of some of them, and they sought her out and asked her to tell their story. "If you hadn't been there to think of me," they said to her, and she certainly couldn't reveal what that thought had consisted of. The same thought for each child she tried to find. She could feel anger for what had happened to them, as for child number 6, but she never felt compassion. She had accepted her fate, but she also asked herself a question. Would she ever be capable of loving someone? Not knowing how to answer, Mila had emptied her mind and her heart long ago. She would never have love, a husband or a boyfriend or children or even an animal, because the secret is to have nothing to lose, nothing that anyone could take away. That was the only way she could enter the minds of the people she was searching for, by creating around herself the same void as they had around them. Until the day she had released a boy from the clutches of a paedophile who had abducted him just to have a bit of fun over the weekend. He was going to free him after 3 days because in his sick mind he had borrowed him. He didn't care about the state into which he had thrown the boy's family and his life. He justified himself by saying he would never have hurt him. And what about everything else? What did he call the shock of the abduction? The imprisonment? The violence? It wasn't a desperate attempt to find a legitimation, however feeble, for what he had done. He really believed it, because he was unable to imagine his victim's feelings. In the end, Mila knew the man was the same as her. From that day onwards, she had decided she would no longer allow her soul to deprive itself of the fundamental measure of others and life that was compassion. Even if she couldn't find it within herself, she would provoke it artificially. Mila had lied to the team and to Dr. Gavila. In fact, she already had a very clear awareness of what serial killers were, or at least one aspect of their behavior: sadism. Almost always, at the bottom of a serial killer's behavior, there were marked and deeply rooted sadistic components. Victims were seen as objects from whose suffering, from whose use, they could draw a personal advantage. The serial killer manages to feel pleasure through the sadistic use of his victim. Often the killer is unable to attain a mature and complete relationship with others, who are degraded from people to objects in his eyes. Violence, then, is his only contact with the rest of the world. "I don't want the same thing to happen to me," Mila had said to herself. The idea of having something in common with those murderers who were incapable of pity filled her with repulsion. After the discovery of Annika's corpse, as she was leaving Father Timothy's house with Rosa, Mila had promised herself that she would make what had happened to that child indelible in her memory. So at the end of the day, while the others were going back to the studio to sum up what had happened and put the results of the investigation in order, she had taken her leave for a few hours. Then, as she had done many times, she had gone to a chemist's. She had bought what she needed: disinfectant, plasters, cotton wool, a roll of sterile bandage, needles and surgical thread, and a razor blade. With a very clear idea in her mind, she had gone back to the motel, to her old room. She hadn't checked out, and was still paying for it with this very occasion in mind. She drew the curtains. She only left the light on beside one of the 2 beds. She sat down and emptied the contents of the little paper bag onto the mattress. She slipped off her jeans. After pouring a little disinfectant over her hands and rubbing it in, she soaked a wad of cotton wool in more of the same liquid and dabbed the skin of her inside right leg. Further up was the wound that had already healed, produced by her earlier clumsy attempt. But this time she wouldn't make a mess of it. She would do it properly. With her lips she pulled off the tissue paper around the razor blade. She held it tightly between her fingers. She closed her eyes and lowered her hand. She counted to 3, then stroked the skin on the inside of her leg. She felt the blade sliding into the living flesh and running along it, creating a warm aperture. The physical pain erupted with a silent roar. It rose up through her body from the wound. It reached its apex in her head, cleansing it of images of death. "This is for you, Annika," Mila said to the silence. Then, at last, she wept. A smile among the tears. That was the symbolic image of the crime scene. Then there was the far from trifling detail that the body of the second child had been found naked in a laundry.
Might the intention be to purify creation in a flood of tears?
Roche had wondered. But Goran Gavila, as usual, didn't believe in those simplistic explanations. Until then, Albert's model murderer had proved too refined to lapse into such banality. He considered himself superior to the serial killers who had come before him. At the studio, the weariness was already palpable. Mila had come back from the motel at about 9 in the evening with red eyes and a slight limp in her right leg. She had immediately gone to lie down in the guest accommodation and rest for a while, without unmaking the camp bed or even taking off her clothes. At about 11, she had been woken by Goran talking on his mobile in the corridor. She stayed motionless, pretending to be asleep. She guessed that the person at the other end wasn't his wife, but a nurse or perhaps a nanny. At one point he called her Mrs. Runa. He asked her about Tommy, so that was the boy's name, whether he had eaten and finished his homework, and whether by any chance he had thrown any tantrums. Goran murmured a few times as Mrs. Runa brought him up to date. The conversation ended with the criminologist promising to pass by the house the following day to see Tommy again, at least for a few hours. Mila, curled up with her back to the door, didn't move. But when Goran started talking again, she felt as if he had stopped on the threshold of the guest room and that he was actually looking at her. She could see part of his shadow projected on the wall in front of her. What would happen if she turned round? Their eyes would meet in the gloom. Perhaps the initial embarrassment would make way for something else, a mute dialogue. But was that really what Mila felt she needed? This man held a strange attraction for her. She couldn't say what the appeal was exactly. In the end, she decided to turn round, but Goran wasn't there anymore. A little while later, she went back to sleep. "Mila! Mila!" Like a whisper, Boris's voice had slipped into a dream of black trees and endless roads. Mila opened her eyes and saw him beside her camp bed. He hadn't touched her to wake her up. He had only called her by name. But he was smiling. "What time is it? Did I sleep too long?" "No, it's 6 o'clock. I'm going out. Gavila wants me to interview some former inmates of the orphanage. I was wondering if you felt like coming with me." Boris's embarrassment told her that it hadn't been his idea. "Fine, I'm coming." The young man nodded, grateful that she'd spared him any further urging. About a quarter of an hour later, they met up in the car park outside the building. The car engine was already turned on, and Boris was waiting for her outside it, leaning on the bodywork with a cigarette between his lips. He was wearing a worn parka that reached almost to his knees. Mila had on her usual leather jacket. When she was packing, she hadn't predicted that it would be so cold in these parts. A timid sun, peeping through the buildings, had begun to warm the piles of dirty snow in the corners of the street, but it wouldn't last much longer. A storm was predicted for that afternoon.
You should cover yourself up a bit, you know that?" said Boris, glancing anxiously at her clothes. "It freezes here at this time of year."
The inside of the car was warm and welcoming. A plastic cup and a paper bag rested on the dashboard. "Warm croissants and coffee?"
"And all for you,"
he replied, having remembered how greedy she was. It was a peace offering. Mila accepted it without comment. With her mouth full, she asked, "Where are we going exactly?"
"I told you we have to listen to some of the people who used to live at the Institute. Gavila is convinced that the arrangement of the corpse in the laundry wasn't just a spectacle meant for us."
"Perhaps he's calling up something from the past."
"The distant past, if he is. Places like this stopped existing almost 28 years ago, since they changed the law, abolishing orphanages once and for all."
There was something pained in Boris's tone, which he immediately voiced.
"I was in a place like that. Did you know that? I was about 10. I never knew my father, and my mother couldn't bring me up on her own, so they parked me there for a bit."
Mila didn't know what to say, startled as she was by such a personal revelation. Boris guessed.
"You don't have to say anything, don't worry. In fact, I don't even know why I told you."
"Sorry, but I'm not a very expansive person. Many people think I'm cold."
"Not me."
Boris was looking at the road. The traffic was going slowly because of the ice that still covered the tarmac. The exhaust fumes hung in the middle of the air. The people on the footpaths walked quickly.
"Stern, may God always keep him the way he is, managed to track down a dozen ex-inmates of the Institute. We'll be dealing with half of those. He and Rosa will be looking after the others."
"Only 12?
"In the area. I don't know exactly what the doctor has in mind, but if he thinks we can get anything out of it—"
That morning they interviewed 4 of the former orphanage boys. They were all over 28, with more or less the same criminal pedigrees: orphanage, reform school, jail, conditional release, jail again, probation. Only one of them had managed to wash his hands of it all, thanks to his church. He had become pastor of one of the many Protestant communities in the area. 2 others lived on handouts. The 4th was under house arrest for dealing. But when each of them spoke of their time in the institution, Mila and Boris noted a sudden agitation. They were people who had gone on to know prison, real prison, and yet they would never forget that place. "Did you see their faces?" Mila asked her colleague after the 4th visit. "Do you think something bad happened in that place?"
"It was no different from others like it, believe me. But I think it's something connected to his childhood. As you grow up, experiences slide off you, even the worst ones. But when you're that age, memories really imprint themselves on your flesh and don't go away."
Every time they told, with all due care, the story of finding the corpse in the laundry, the interviewees merely shook their heads. That obscure symbolism meant nothing to them. At around midday, Mila and Boris stopped at a cafe, where they quickly had some tuna sandwiches and a couple of cappuccinos. The sky was heavy now. The weathermen hadn't been mistaken. Soon it would start snowing again. They still had another 2 orphans to meet before the weather got too bad and stopped them from going back. They decided to start with the one who lived furthest away.
"His name's Felder. He lives about 30 kilometers away."
Boris was in a good mood. Mila would have liked to take advantage of that to ask him more about Goran. He aroused her curiosity. It didn't seem possible that he had a private life, a partner, a child. His wife, in particular, was a mystery, especially after the phone call that Mila had caught the previous evening. Where was the woman? Why wasn't she at home looking after little Tommy? Because Mrs. Runa was there instead. Maybe Boris could answer her questions. But in the end, not knowing how to introduce the subject, Mila gave up. When they got to Felder's house, it was almost 2 in the afternoon. They had tried to call ahead to say they were coming, but the recorded voice of a telephone company had told them the number was no longer available. "It looks like our friend isn't doing very well," Boris had remarked. Seeing where he lived confirmed this. The house, if you could call it that, was in the middle of a field of rubble, surrounded by the carcasses of automobiles. A red-haired dog, which seemed to be rusting slowly like everything else, welcomed them with raucous barking. Soon afterward, a man of about 40 appeared in the doorway. He was wearing only a filthy T-shirt and jeans, in spite of the cold. "Are you Mr. Felder?"
"Yes. Who are you?"
Boris just raised his hand with his card. "Can we talk to you?" Felder didn't seem too pleased by their visit, but he beckoned them in. He had a huge belly, and his fingers were yellowed with nicotine. The interior of the house looked like him, filthy and chaotic. He served cold tea in unmatched glasses, lit a cigarette, and went and sat down on a creaking deck chair, leaving the sofa to them.
"You were lucky to find me. Usually I'm working."
"Why not today?" asked Mila. The man looked outside.
"The snow. No one takes on labourers in weather like this, and I'm losing a whole load of days."
Mila and Boris held the tea in their hands, but neither of them drank. Felder didn't seem to take offence. "So why don't you try to change your job?" Mila ventured, to pretend an interest and establish contact. Felder snorted.
"I've tried. Do you think I haven't tried? But that all went to hell, too. Like my marriage. That whore was after something better. She told me every damned day that I was worthless. Now she's a two-bit waitress and shares an apartment with two tramps like herself. I've seen it. It's managed by the church she's joined. They told her even a good-for-nothing like her has a place in heaven. What do you think of that?"
Mila remembered that they had passed at least a dozen of those new churches along the road. They all displayed big neon signs showing the name of the congregation and also the slogan that summed them up. For a few years they had been proliferating around here, welcoming converts among those laid off by the big factories, single mothers, and people disillusioned by traditional faiths. Even though the various denominations liked to seem different from one another, what they had in common was their unconditional adherence to creationist theories, homophobia, opposition to abortion, the affirmation of the principle according to which each individual has the right to bear arms, and complete support for the death penalty. It would be impossible to know how Felder would react, Mila thought, if she had told him that one of his fellow inmates at the Institute had become a pastor in one of those churches.
"When you arrived, I mistook you for two of them. They come here to preach their gospel. Last month, that whore I used to be with sent a couple of them here to convert me."
He laughed, showing 2 rows of rotten teeth. Mila tried to move away from the conjugal theme and asked casually, "What did you do before your labouring jobs, Mr. Felder?"
"You won't believe it."
The man smiled, glancing at the filth that surrounded him.
"I'd set up a little laundry."
The 2 officers tried not to look at each other so as not to show Felder how interesting this statement was. Mila couldn't help noticing that Boris let his hand slide to his hip, revealing his holster and gun. She remembered that when they got to this place their mobiles had no signal. They didn't know much about this man, and they had to be careful. "Have you ever been in jail, Mr. Felder?"
"Only for small misdemeanours, nothing that would keep an honest man awake at night."
Boris visibly made a mental note of that information. He stared at Felder, making him uneasy.
"So, what can I do for you, officers?"
said the man, without concealing a certain irritation. "As far as we can tell, you spent your childhood and much of your adolescence in an institution run by priests," Boris went on cautiously. Felder stared at him suspiciously. Like the others, he wondered what the cops were leading up to.
"The best years of my life,"
he said mischievously. Boris told him what had brought them there. Felder seemed pleased to have been told the facts before they were made public.
"I could make a lot of money telling the papers this stuff, couldn't I?"
was his only comment. Boris stared at him. "You try that and I'll arrest you." The smile vanished from Felder's face. The officer leaned towards him. It was an interrogation technique. Mila knew it too. People speaking to one another, unless bound by particular emotional or intimate relations, always tend to respect an invisible boundary. In this case, however, the interrogator was approaching the interrogatee in order to invade his personal space and make him feel uncomfortable. "Mr. Felder, I'm sure you think it's pretty funny to welcome the cops who come to see you, giving them tea you've probably pissed in, to enjoy their faces as they sit there like morons with glasses in their hands without having the courage to drink." Felder said nothing. Mila looked at Boris. She wondered if that had been a good move, given the situation. They would find out soon enough. The officer calmly set the tea down on the table and went back to staring the man in the eyes. "Now, I hope you'd like to tell us a bit about your stay in the orphanage." Felder looked down, his voice a whisper. "You could say I was born there. I never knew my parents. They brought me there as soon as my mother spewed me out. I was given my name by Father Rolf. He said it belonged to someone he had known, who'd died young in the war. Maybe that crazy priest thought the name had brought lousy luck to the other guy, so it might bring good luck to me." The dog outside started barking again, and Felder broke off to shout at it. "Shut up, Koch!" Then he turned back to his guests. "I had more dogs many years ago. This place was a dumping ground. When I bought it, they assured me it had been drained. But every now and again stuff comes up. Shit and various kinds of filth, especially when it rains. The dogs drink that stuff. Their bellies swell up, and after a few days they croak. Koch's the only one I have left, but I think he's on the way out too." Felder was rambling. He didn't like going back with them to the places that had probably shaped his destiny. By talking about the dead dogs, he was trying to negotiate with the officers so that they would leave him in peace, but they couldn't relax their hold. Mila tried to be convincing when she said, "I'd like you to make an effort, Mr. Felder." "Okay, shoot." "I'd like you to tell us what you would connect with the image of a smile among the tears." "It's like that stuff psychiatrists do. Is that it? A kind of free association?" "Something like that," she agreed. Felder started to think about it. He did it melodramatically, staring at the ceiling and with one hand scratching his chin. Maybe he wanted to give the impression of helping them, or maybe he had worked out that they couldn't charge him with failure of memory, and he was just playing around with them. But then he said, "Billy Moore." "Who was that? A friend of yours?" "Ah, that kid was extraordinary. He was 7 when he arrived. He was always cheerful, always smiling. He immediately became everyone's mascot. At that time they were about to shut the place down. There were only 16 of us left." "That whole institution for so few of you?" "The priests had gone too. The only one left was Father Rolf. I was one of the oldest boys. I was 15, more or less. Billy's story was incredibly sad. His parents had hanged themselves. He had found the bodies. He hadn't screamed or gone for help. Instead, he'd got up on a chair and, holding on to them, untied them from the ceiling." "That kind of experience marks you for life." "Not Billy. He was always happy.
He adapted to the worst. As far as he was concerned, everything was a game. We had never seen anything like it. For us, that place was a jail, but Billy paid us no attention. He had an energy, I don't know how to put it. He had two obsessions, those damned roller skates that he used to ride up and down the empty corridors, and football. But he didn't like playing. He preferred to stand on the sidelines, doing the radio commentary. "This is Billy Moore from the Aztec Stadium in Mexico City for the World Cup final." For his birthday, we did a whip round and bought him this tape recorder. It was amazing. He spent hours and hours recording stuff on that thing and listening to it over again.
Felder was going on a bit now. The conversation was derailing. Mila tried to bring it back on its original track. "Can you tell us something about the last few months at the institution?"
"Well, as I've told you, they were about to close it, and us boys had only two possibilities. Either get adopted or end up in other institutions, like care homes. But we were grade B orphans. No one would take us. It was different for Billy, though. They were queuing up. Everyone immediately fell in love with him. They all wanted him."
"And how did that end up? Did Billy find a good family?"
"Billy died, miss."
He said it with such disappointment in his voice that it sounded as if the fate had been his own. And perhaps, in a way, it had been, as if the boy had represented a kind of ransom for the rest of his friends, the one who could have made it in the end.
"How did it happen?"
asked Boris.
"Meningitis."
The man sniffed, his eyes gleaming. He turned towards the window because he didn't want these two strangers to see him so vulnerable. Mila was sure that once they had left, Billy's memory would go on floating around him like an old ghost in that house. But with his tears, Felder had won their trust. Mila saw Boris taking his hand away from his holster. He was harmless.
"Billy was the only one who got meningitis. But being afraid of a pandemic, they cleared us all out of that place in a flash. Stroke of luck, eh?"
He struggled to smile.
"Well, they granted us a reprieve. They certainly did that. And the shithole was closed down 6 months earlier than predicted."
As they were getting up to leave, Boris asked again, "Did you ever see any of your classmates again?"
"No, but a few years ago I did run into Father Rolf again."
"He's retired now."
"I was kind of hoping he'd kick the bucket."
"Why?" asked Mila, imagining the worst. "Did he hurt you?"
"Never. But when you spend your childhood in a place like that, you learn to hate what you remember because you're there."
A thought much the same as the one expressed by Boris, who found himself nodding involuntarily. Felder didn't walk them to the door. Instead, he leaned over the table and picked up the glass of cold tea that Boris hadn't drunk. He brought it to his lips and drank it down in one go. Then he stared at them again, defiantly.
"Have a nice day."
An old group photograph, the boys who had lived in the orphanage just before it was closed, taken from what had once been Father Rolf's office. 16 little boys posed around the old priest, only one smiling at the lens. A smile among the tears. Eyes bright, hair tousled, one incisor missing, a visible grease stain on his green pullover, displayed as if it were a badge of honor. Billy Moore rested forever in that photograph, and in the little graveyard next to the orphanage church. He wasn't the only child buried there, but his grave was the loveliest, with a stone angel spreading its wings in a protective gesture. After listening to the story from Mila and Boris, Gavila asked Stern to get hold of all documents relating to Billy's death. The officer complied with his usual zeal, and when they were confronted with the papers, they were immediately struck by a curious coincidence. In the case of potentially infectious diseases like meningitis, the health authorities must be informed. The doctor who received the report from Father Rolf is the same one who then drew up the death certificate. The two documents have the same date.
Goran tried to think this through.
The nearest hospital is 20 miles away. He probably didn't even take the trouble to check the identity.
He trusted the priest's words, added Boris, because priests don't usually tell lies. Not always, thought Mila. Gavila had no doubts on the matter.
We've got to exhume the corpse.
The snow had started falling in small, hard grains, as if to prepare the ground for the flakes that would come afterwards. Soon it would be evening, so they would have to get a move on. Chang's gravediggers were at work, and were using a little bulldozer to dig the frost-hardened ground. As the team waited, no one spoke. Chief Inspector Roche had been informed about the developments and was staving off the press, which had suddenly whipped itself up into a state of great excitement. Maybe Felder really had tried to speculate on what the two officers had told him without giving too much away. Besides, Roche always said,
"What the media doesn't know, they make up."
So they had to get a move on before someone decided to fill that silence with some well-crafted nonsense. It would be hard to deny everything. There was a dull thud. Finally, the bulldozer had touched something. Chang's men climbed into the hole and started digging by hand. A plastic cloth covered the box to slow down its decomposition. It was cut away to reveal the lid of a small white coffin.
"It's all rotten here,"
said the medical examiner after a quick glance.
"If we pull it up, we risk breaking everything. And this snow is messing everything up,"
added Chang, speaking to Goran, from whom he awaited the final decision.
"Fine. Open it up."
No one had expected the criminologist to organize an exhumation on the spot. Chang's men stretched a tarpaulin over the hole, supporting it on poles like a big umbrella to shelter the site. The pathologist put on a waistcoat with a lamp on the back, then went down into the hole beneath the eyes of the stone angel. In front of him, a technician with an oxyhydrogen flame began to melt the zinc soldering of the coffin, and the lid began to move. How do you wake up a child who's been dead for 18 years? Mila wondered. Billy Moore would probably have deserved a short ceremony or a prayer, but no one had the desire or the time to do it. When Chang opened the coffin, Billy's wretched remains appeared, still wearing what was left of a First Communion suit. Smart, with a clip-on tie and trousers with turn-ups. In a corner of the casket were the rusted skates and an old tape recorder. Mila remembered Felder's story. He had two obsessions, those damned roller skates that he used to ride up and down the empty corridors, and football. But he didn't like playing. He preferred to stand on the sidelines doing the radio commentary. They were Billy's only belongings. Chang slowly began to cut away parts of the fabric of the suit with a scalpel, and even in that awkward position his movements were quick and precise. He checked the state of conservation of the skeleton. Then, turning to the rest of the team, he announced,
"There are a number of fractures. I can't be 100% certain about when they happened, but in my view, this child definitely didn't die of meningitis."
16. Sarah Rosa brought Father Timothy into the mobile unit's camper, where Goran was waiting for him with the others. The priest still looked anxious.
"We have a favor to ask you," Stern began. "We urgently need to talk to Father Rolf."
"I told you, he's retired. I don't know where he is now. When I got here 6 months ago, I only met him for a few hours, just long enough to do the handover. He explained a few things to me, gave me a few documents and the keys, and then he left."
Boris turned back to Stern. "Perhaps we ought to speak directly to the Curia. Do you happen to know where they send retired priests? I've heard there's a kind of rest home."
"Could be, but—"
They turned back to look at Father Timothy.
"What?"
asked Stern.
"I seem to remember that Father Rolf planned to go and live with his sister. Yes, he told me she was more or less the same age as him, and she'd never married."
The priest seemed pleased to have made a contribution to the investigation at last, and he had managed to offer the help he had previously denied.
"I'll talk to the Curia, if you like. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be too hard to find out where Father Rolf is, and I'll probably think of something else."
The young priest seemed calmer now. Then Goran said, "It would be a great help to us, and we would avoid a lot of pointless publicity about what's happening here. I don't think the Curia would mind."
"I think you're right,"
Father Timothy agreed. When the priest left the camper, Sarah Rosa turned back to Goran, visibly vexed.
"If we're all agreed that Billy's death wasn't an accident, why don't we put out a warrant for Father Rolf? He clearly has something to do with it."
"Yes, but he wasn't responsible for the murder of the little boy."
Mila was struck by the word murder, which Goran was uttering for the first time. Billy's fractures might be indications of a violent death, but there was no proof that anyone else had been involved.
"And how can you be so sure that the priest isn't guilty?"
Rosa went on. "Father Rolf only covered the thing up. He came up with the story of Billy's meningitis so that no one would risk delving any deeper for fear of infection. And then the outside world did the rest. No one cared about those orphans. You can see that too, can't you?"
"And the orphanage was about to close anyway,"
Mila added. "Father Rolf is the only one who knows the truth. That's why we have to question him. But I'm worried that if we put out a warrant, well, we still mightn't find him. He's old, and he might be determined to take this story to the grave."
"So what do we do?"
Boris was impatient.
"Should we wait for the priest to get in touch?"
"Certainly not," replied the criminologist. Then he returned his attention to the plan of the orphanage that Stern had brought back from the local land registry office. He pointed out an area to Boris and Rosa. "You have to go to the Eastern Pavilion. You see? The archive is there, with all the files on the boys who lived in the orphanage until it closed. Obviously, we're only interested in the last 16 children." Goran handed them the group photograph with Billy Moore's smile. He turned it over. On the other side were the signatures of all the little boys in the picture. "Compare the names. We need the one with the only missing file." Boris and Rosa looked at him, puzzled.
"How do you know there's one missing?"
"Because Billy Moore was killed by one of his schoolmates." In the same group picture that showed Billy Moore smiling, Ronald Dermis was standing third from the left. He was 8. That meant he must have been the institution's mascot before Billy arrived. For a child, jealousy can be reason enough for wishing someone dead. When he left the orphanage with the others, the bureaucracy had lost track of him. Had he been adopted? Unlikely. He might have ended up in a care home. It was a mystery. Almost certainly the hand of Father Rolf was behind that gap in information. It was absolutely necessary to find the priest. Father Timothy had assured them that the Curia was taking care of it.
His sister died, and he asked to be reduced to lay status.
So he had left the priesthood. Perhaps it had been his sense of guilt for covering up a murder. Perhaps it was the unbearable discovery that evil can be very well concealed even by the appearance of a child. The team was troubled by this and other hypotheses.
"I still haven't worked out whether I should launch the manhunt of the century or wait for you to deign to come up with some kind of reply."
The plasterboard walls of Roche's office trembled at the sound of his voice, but the Chief Inspector's anxiety bounced off Goran's stubborn calm.
"They're chasing me for the story of the 6th child. They say we're not doing enough."
"We won't find her until Albert decides to give us a clue. I've just had Krepp on the line. He says that crime scene's clean as well."
"At least tell me if you think Ronald Dermis and Albert are the same person."
"We've already made the same mistake with Alexander Berman. For the time being, I wouldn't rush to hasty conclusions. Roche wasn't used to taking advice about how to conduct his cases, but this time he accepted it."
"But we can't sit here waiting for that psychopath to take us wherever he wants to. We'll never save the girl that way, especially given that she's still alive."
"There's only one person who can save her, and that's him."
"You really expect him to hand her over, just like that?"
"I'm saying that at a certain point he might want to make a mistake himself."
"Damn it to hell! Do you think I can live on hope while those people out there just want me to look ridiculous? I need results, Dr. Gavila."
Goran was used to Roche's temper tantrums. They weren't directed at him in particular. The Chief Inspector had them with the whole world. It was a side effect of the job. When you're too high up, there's always someone wanting to drag you down.
"I've taken a ton of crap over the last little while, and it wasn't all directed at me."
Goran knew how to be patient, but he was aware that that didn't always work with Roche, so he tried to take the initiative to get him off his back.
"Do you want me to tell you one thing that's driving me mad?" "Anything to get me out of this impasse, please."
"I haven't mentioned it till now. The tears."
"And?"
"There were at least 5 liters around the corpse of the second girl. However, tears are saline. That's why they tend to dry straight away. But these didn't. I wondered why."
"And why, if I may ask?"
"They're artificial. They precisely reproduce the chemical composition of human tears. But it's a trick. That's why they don't dry. Do you know how tears are recreated artificially?"
"I've no idea."
"That's the point. Albert does, and he did it. He devoted some time to it. Do you know what that means?"
"You tell me."
Roche sat back in his armchair, staring into the void.
"What can we expect, in your view?"
"Frankly, I fear the worst is yet to come." Mila went down into the basement of the Institute of Legal Medicine. She had acquired some figurines of famous footballers, or at least that was what they had told her when they had sold them to her. That little gesture was part of a farewell ritual. In the morgue, Chang had reassembled Billy Moore's corpse to bury it again beneath the stone angel. The pathologist was completing the post-mortem and had X-rayed the fractures. The boards were exposed on a light panel which Boris was standing next to. Mila wasn't surprised to find him there. When he became aware of her, he felt the need to justify himself. "I just came by to see if there was any news." "And is there?" asked Mila, going along with his story so as not to make him feel embarrassed. Boris was clearly there for personal reasons. Chang broke off his work to answer the question from Mila.
"The body had dropped a long way. From the seriousness and number of fractures that I have found on the skeleton, we may deduce that death was almost instantaneous."
That almost contained hope, and at the same time anguish.
"Obviously, no one can say whether Billy jumped or whether he was pushed."
"Obviously." Mila noticed that on the chair there was a brochure for a company of funeral directors, certainly not a service supplied by the police. It must have been Boris's idea, paying his own money to ensure that Billy received a decent burial. On a shelf were Billy's skates, perfectly polished, and the tape recorder, a birthday present from which the boy was never separated.
"Maybe Chang has worked out where the death occurred,"
said Boris. And the medical examiner walked towards some enlarged photographs of the boarding school.
"Bodies fall freely and gain weight along with their velocity. It's an effect of the force of gravity. In the end, it's as if you're being squashed against the ground by an invisible hand. So, if we combine the data concerning the age of the victim, readings of bone calcification, with those of the extent of the fractures, we can estimate the height from which the fall occurred. In this case, more than 40 feet. Thus, taking into consideration the average elevation of the building and the inclination of the ground, we may assert with almost 100% certainty that the child fell from the tower at this point here. Do you see?"
Another almost mixed in among Chang's words as he pointed to the exact spot in the photograph. At that moment, an assistant appeared at the doorway.
"Dr. Vross, you're wanted."
For a moment, Mila couldn't connect the medical examiner with his real name. Plainly, none of his subordinates dared to call him Chang.
"Excuse me,"
he said, leaving them on their own. "I have to go too," said Mila, and Boris nodded. As she left, she passed close to the shelf with Billy's skates and tape recorder on it, and set down the figurines she had bought. Boris noticed. "His voice is on it." "What?" she asked, not understanding. Boris nodded at the tape recorder and repeated, "Billy's voice. He's made up news reports." He smiled, but it was a sad smile. "Have you managed to listen to them?" Boris nodded. "Yes, only the first bit. Then I couldn't go any further." "I understand," Mila said simply. "The tape is almost perfectly preserved. Do you know that? The acids produced by the—" he couldn't bring himself to say it— "decomposition process haven't damaged it. Chang says that's pretty rare. Maybe it depended on the nature of the ground he was buried in. There were no batteries. I put them in myself." Mila pretended to be surprised, to ease Boris's tension. "So the tape recorder works?"
"Of course it does. It's Japanese."
They both laughed.
"Do you want to listen to the whole thing with me?"
Mila thought for a moment before replying. She didn't really want to. There are things that should be allowed to rest in peace, she thought. But in this case it was Boris who needed to listen, and she didn't want to tell him he couldn't. "Okay, then. Turn it on." Boris walked over to the tape recorder, pressed play, and in that cold morgue, Billy Moore came back to life.
"We're in the legendary Wembley Stadium, sports listeners. The match is one that will go down in the history of the game. England v. Germany."
He had a lively voice, with a sibilant S on which his sentences frequently stumbled. His words contained the sound of a smile, and Mila thought she could actually see Billy, young and carefree, trying to give the world some of his distinctive joy. Mila and Boris smiled with him.
"The temperature is mild, and even though it's late autumn, no rain is forecast. The teams are already lined up in the centre circle to hear the national anthems. The terraces are packed with fans. What a sight, ladies and gentlemen! We will shortly witness a great football clash. But first, the list of players who will be taking part in today's—"
"Oh, my lord, I'm sorry, and I repent with all my heart for my sins, because by sinning I have deserved your punishment, and much more, because I have offended you, who are infinitely good and worthy of love beyond all things." Mila and Boris looked at one another uncomprehendingly. The voice that had been superimposed over the first recording was much feebler. "It's a prayer. But that's not Billy. I propose, with your holy assistance, never to offend you again,
and to shun all opportunities for sin. Lord of mercy, forgive me.
That's fine.
A man's voice.
What do you want to say to me?
I have said many bad words recently, and 3 days ago I stole some biscuits from the larder, but Jonathan ate them with me, and also I copied my maths homework.
Nothing else?
That must be Father Rolf, said Mila.
Think very carefully, Ron.
The name chilled the silence in the room, and Ronald Dermis, too, returned to his childhood.
Actually, there is something.
And do you want to talk to me about it?
No.
If you don't talk to me, how can I give you absolution?
I don't know.
You know what happened to Billy, don't you, Ron?
God took him away.
It wasn't God, Ron. You know who it was?
He fell. He fell from the tower.
But you were with him.
Yes.
Whose idea was it to go up there?
Someone had hidden his skates in the tower.
Was it you?
Yes.
And did you push him as well? No one will punish you if you tell us what happened. That is a promise.
He told me to.
Who's he? Billy? Did Billy ask you to push him?
No.
So was it one of the other boys?
No.
Who then? Ron?
Yes.
Come on, answer me. This person you're talking about doesn't exist, does he? He's just a figment of your imagination.
No.
There's no one else here, just me and your companions.
He only comes for me.
Listen to me, Ron. I want you to say you're very sorry for what happened to Billy.
I'm very sorry for what happened to Billy.
I hope you mean that. At any rate, this will remain a secret between me, you, and the Lord.
Okay.
You mustn't speak of it to anyone else.
Okay.
I absolve you of your sins. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Amen.
17.
We're looking for an individual by the name of Ronald Dermis.
Roche announced to the packed audience, speaking into flashes and microphones.
He is about 36 years old, brown hair, brown eyes, light complexion.
He showed an image based on the photograph in which he had posed with his companions, showing a hypothetical adult Ron. He held the image up as the flashes went off.
We have reason to believe that this man was involved in the abduction of the missing girls. Anyone who knows him, who has any information about him, or who has had contact with him over the last 30 years is requested to inform the police. Thank you.
The last words set off a chorus of questions and pleas from the journalists.
Mr. Roche, Chief Inspector, a question.
Roche ignored them, leaving the room by a back door. It had been an inevitable move. They had to set alarm bells ringing. Boris and Mila's discovery had been followed by 2 feverish hours. The situation was clear now. Father Rolf had recorded Ron's confession on Billy's tape recorder. Then he had buried it with him, like someone planting a seed, knowing that it will sooner or later bear fruit, in the hope that the truth would one day redeem everyone. The one who, in spite of his innocent years, had committed this terrible crime. The one who had been its victim. And the one who had taken the trouble to bury it under 6 feet of earth.
At any rate, this will remain a secret between me, you, and the Lord.
Goran said, "How did Albert know about all this?"
Father Rolf and Ron were the only ones who were aware of the secret. So the only possible explanation is that Ron and Albert are one and the same person.
Perhaps the decision to involve Alexander Berman also needed to be read in that context. The criminologist couldn't remember who it was who had told him that their serial killer had chosen a paedophile because he had probably been abused as a child. Perhaps it had been Sarah Rosa, but Stern had immediately dismissed the hypothesis, and Gavila had agreed with him. Now he had to admit that he might have been wrong.
The preferred victims of paedophiles are orphans and stray children, because they have no one to defend them.
Goran was angry with himself for not having reached that answer sooner, and yet he had all the pieces of the puzzle in front of his eyes from the start. Instead, he had allowed himself to be seduced by the idea that Albert was a subtle strategist.
Serial killers are telling us a story with what they do, the story of their inner conflict,
he constantly repeated to his students. So why had he been misled by a different hypothesis?
He used my pride to trick me. I could only see that he was trying to challenge us, and I liked thinking we faced an adversary who was trying to be smarter than me.
After watching Roche's press conference on television, the criminologist had once again assembled the team in the laundry room at the orphanage, where Annika's body had been found. It struck him as the most suitable place to relaunch the investigation. His brief mea culpa had served to dispel all doubts about the idea that they were still a team and not just a laboratory for Dr. Gavila's experiments. The corpse of the second girl had been removed some time before. The marble basin had been drained of its tears. All that remained was the halogen lamps and the generator hum. Soon they would be taken away too. Goran had requested the presence of Father Timothy. The priest arrived, breathless and in a clear state of agitation. Even though there was nothing in the room that recalled the crime scene, he still felt terribly ill at ease.
"There's no sign of Father Rolf," the young priest began,
"and I really think that Father Rolf must be dead by now,"
Goran interrupted him curtly.
"Otherwise we would have heard from him after Roche's appeal."
Father Timothy looked shocked.
"So what can I do for you?"
Goran took a moment to choose his words. Then, turning towards everyone, he said,
"It might seem unusual to you, I know, but I would like us to say a prayer."
Rosa couldn't conceal her astonishment, nor could Boris, who immediately exchanged a glance with her. Mila was baffled. Not so Stern, who was very religious. He was the first to welcome Goran's suggestion. He placed himself at the center of the room and held his arms out by his side to take the hands of the others and form a circle. Mila was the next to approach. Rosa followed her unwillingly. Boris was the most reluctant, but he couldn't refuse Dr. Gavila's request. Father Timothy nodded, serene at last, before taking his place among them. Goran didn't know how to pray, and perhaps there weren't even any prayers appropriate to the occasion. But he tried anyway, in a sad voice. "In recent times we have witnessed terrible things. What has happened here is unspeakable. I don't know if a God exists, but I have always wished it so. I know for certain that evil exists, because evil can be demonstrated. Good can only be witnessed. But this isn't enough for us, who need concrete proof." Goran paused.
"If there were a God, I would like to ask him, why did Billy Moore have to die? Where did Ronald Dermis's hatred come from? What happened to him during those years? How did he learn to kill? What led him to choose evil? And why does he not put an end to all this horror?"
Goran's questions hung in the silence that surrounded them.
"When you wish, Father,"
said the irreproachable Stern after a while. And Father Timothy took control of the little gathering. He clasped his hands together and began to intone a sacred hymn. His voice, confident and beautiful, took possession of the echoing space and began to swirl around it. Mila closed her eyes and allowed herself to be transported by his words. They were in Latin, but their meaning would have been obvious even to the deafest of men. With that chant, Father Timothy was bringing peace to where there had been chaos, cleansing everything of the defilement of evil. The letter was addressed to the Department of Behavioral Sciences. It would have been classified as the work of a pathological liar had the handwriting not shown some similarities with a piece of homework that Ronald Dermis had done as a child. It had been written on the page of an exercise book with a perfectly normal ballpoint pen. The sender hadn't worried about leaving fingerprints on the page. Apparently, Albert had no need of contrivances.
"For those who are hunting me, Billy was a bastard, and I was right to kill him. I hated him. He would have hurt us because he would have had a family, and we wouldn't. What was done to me was worse, and nobody came to save me, nobody. I've always been here, in front of your eyes, and you didn't see me. Then he came, he understood me. He taught me it was you who wanted me like this. You didn't see me. Now do you see me? Worse for you in the end. It will all be your fault I am what I am. Nobody can prevent all this. Nobody. Ronald."
Goran had made a copy of the letter so that he could study it more closely. He would spend that night at home, with Tommy. He really wanted an evening with his son. There were days when he didn't see him at all. He stepped into the apartment and immediately heard him coming.
How was it, Dad?
Goran grabbed him and pulled him up in a hearty hug.
"I can't complain. What about you?"
I'm fine.
They were magic words. His son had learned to use them when the two of them had been left alone, as if to say that Goran had no reason to worry because he was fine. He didn't miss Mum. They were learning not to miss her. But that was also as far as it went. The subject was closed with those simple words. Everything was reconciled. There, we've remembered how much it hurts to be without her. Now we can get on with our lives. And that was what happened. Goran had brought a bag that Tommy impatiently explored.
Oh, wow! Chinese food!
"I thought you might like to vary Signora Runa's menu a bit."
Tommy pulled a disgusted face.
I hate her meatballs. She puts too much mint in them. They taste of toothpaste.
Goran laughed.
The boy was actually right. "Okay, off you go and wash your hands."
Tommy ran to the bathroom. When he came back, he started to get things ready. Goran had moved lots of the kitchen equipment down from shelves higher than the boy could reach. He wanted to make him feel he was part of their new family arrangement. Doing things together meant that they now had to look after one another, so neither of them could give up. Neither of them was allowed to yield to sadness. Tommy picked up a plate on which he put the fried wontons and sweet and sour sauce, while his father poured Cantonese fried rice into 2 bowls. They also had chopsticks, and instead of ice cream, Goran had bought a tub of chocolate and vanilla. As they had their dinner, they talked about the day. Tommy told him how his plans for summer camp were going. Goran asked him about school and was proud to discover that his son had got outstanding marks in gymnastics.
"I was lousy at almost all sports," Goran admitted.
Which one were you good at?
"Chess." "Chess isn't a sport." "What do you mean? They play it in the Olympics, don't they?"
Tommy didn't seem entirely convinced, but he had learned that his father never told lies. That had been a hard lesson, in fact, because the first time he had asked him about his mother, Goran had told him the whole truth. No beating around the bush. No funny business, as Tommy always said when claiming someone's loyalty, and his father had immediately agreed, not out of revenge or to punish his mother. Lies, or worse, half-truths, would only have increased the boy's anxiety. He would have found himself on his own, facing big lies. The lie of his mother who had left, and his father who didn't have the courage to tell him. "Will you teach me to play chess one day?" Of course. With that solemn promise, Goran put him to bed. Then he went and closed himself away in his study. He picked up Ronald's letter and read it for the umpteenth time. One thing had struck him about the text since he first read it. The phrase, "Then he came. He understood me. He taught me." The word "he" had been deliberately written in capitals. Goran had heard that strange reference once before. It was on the tape of Ronald's confession to Father Rolf. "He comes only for me." It was a clear example of personality dissociation, in which the negative I is always separated from the acting I, and becomes he. It was me, but he told me to do it. It's his fault I'm what I am. In that context, everyone else became nobody. That, too, written in capitals. Nobody came to save me. Nobody can prevent all this. Ron wanted to be saved, but everyone had forgotten him, and the fact that he was, in the end, only a child. She had gone out to get something to eat, and after wandering pointlessly among shops and restaurants that had closed early because of the weather, Mila had had to settle for some ready-made soup from a grocery store. She thought she would heat it up in the microwave she had noticed in the studio kitchen, but she had remembered too late that she wasn't even sure it worked. She went back to the apartment before the searing cold of the evening paralyzed her muscles, keeping her from walking. She wished she had her tracksuit and jogging shoes there. She spent whole days not moving much, and the lactic acid building up around her joints made moving more difficult. As she prepared to climb the stairs, she saw Sarah Rosa on the pavement outside, in animated conversation with a man. He was trying to calm her down, but without apparent success. Mila thought it must be her husband, and felt a great deal of sympathy for him. Before the harpy could spot her and thus have one more reason to hate her, Mila entered the building. On the stairs she bumped into Boris and Stern, who were coming down. "Where are you going?" "We are calling in at the department to check how the manhunt's going," Boris replied, putting a cigarette in his mouth. "Want to come?" "No, thanks." Boris noticed the soup. "Then bon appetit." Mila continued on her way upstairs, and heard him addressing his older colleague. "You should take up smoking again. You'd be better off taking up these." Mila recognized the sound of Stern's box of mints, and smiled. She was alone in the studio now. Goran was going to spend the evening at home with his son. She was slightly disappointed. She'd got used to him being there, and found his investigative methods interesting. Apart from the prayer. If her mother had been alive and had seen her taking part in that ritual, she wouldn't have believed her eyes. The microwave worked, and the soup wasn't too bad. Or perhaps it was her hunger that made it seem better than it was. With the bowl and a spoon, Mila went and sat in the guest accommodation, happy to have a bit of time for herself. She sat down, cross-legged, on the camp bed. The wound on her left thigh felt a bit tight, but it was getting better. Everything always gets better, she thought. Between one mouthful and another, she took a photocopy of Dermis's letter and put it in front of her. She studied it as she went on eating. Of course Ronald had chosen a very strange moment to reappear in this business. But there was something about his words that wasn't quite in tune. Mila hadn't had the courage to talk to Goran about it because she didn't think he could offer any advice. But the idea had tormented her all afternoon. The letter had also been made available to the press, quite unusually. Clearly, Gavila had decided to stroke their serial killer's ego. It was as if he were saying, "You see, we're paying attention to you," when in fact he only wanted to distract him from the little girl he was keeping prisoner. "I don't know how long he'll be able to resist the impulse to kill her," he had said a few hours before. Mila tried to banish that thought from her mind and focused on the letter once again. She was irritated by Ronald's chosen form for the missive. That was what she found discordant. She couldn't have said why, but the text, centered on the page in a kind of single unbroken line, prevented her from fully grasping its contents. She decided to break it down. She set down the bowl and picked up a notebook and pencil. "For those who are hunting me, new line. Billy was a bastard, and I was right to kill him. I hated him. He would have hurt us, because he would have had a family and we wouldn't. New line. What was done to me was worse, and nobody came to save me. Nobody. New line. I have always been here in front of your eyes, and you didn't see me. New line. Then he came. He understood me. He taught me. New line. It was you who wanted me like this. You didn't see me. Now do you see me? Worse for you in the end. It will all be your fault. New line. I am what I am. Nobody can prevent all this. Nobody. New line. Ronald." Mila reread the sentences one at a time. It was a rant, full of hatred and rancor. It was aimed at everyone, without distinction, because Billy, in his murderer's mind, represented something big and all-absorbing, something that Ron would never be able to have. Happiness. Billy was cheerful, even though he had witnessed his parents' suicide. Billy would have been adopted, even though he was a grade B orphan. Billy was loved by everyone, even though he had nothing to offer in return. By killing him, Ronald would erase his smile forever from the hypocritical face of the world. But the more she reread those words, the more Mila realized that the sentences in the letter weren't a confession or a challenge. They were answers. As if someone were questioning Ronald, and he couldn't wait to leave the silence in which he had been imprisoned for so long, to free himself from the secret imposed on him by Father Rolf. But what were those questions? And who was asking them? Mila thought again of what Goran had said during the prayer, about the fact that good is not demonstrable, while we constantly have examples of evil right in front of our eyes. Proof. Ronald maintained that he had performed a positive, necessary action by killing his fellow orphan. For him, Billy represented evil. And who could show that he had not done something good? His logic was perfect. Because Billy Moore, as he grew up, might well have become a very bad man. Who could truly say? Going to Sunday school as a little girl, there was one question that Mila had always asked herself. As she had grown up, the question had stayed with her. If God is good, why does he let children die? If you thought about it, it did contrast with the ideal of love and justice that filled the Gospels. But the fate of dying young is perhaps the one that God reserves for his worst children. And perhaps the children she saved could turn into murderers or serial killers. In all likelihood, what she was doing was wrong. If someone had killed Adolf Hitler or Jeffrey Dahmer or Charles Manson when they were still in nappies, Would that have been a good or a bad deed? But their murderers would have been punished and condemned, certainly not celebrated as saviours of humanity. She concluded that good and evil are often jumbled up, that the one is sometimes the instrument of the other, and vice versa. Just as the words of a prayer can be jumbled up with the ravings of a murderer, she thought. Suddenly there was that familiar tickle at the base of her neck, like someone emerging from a hiding place behind her. Then she repeated the last thought to herself and realized at that moment that she knew the questions that Ronald had tried to answer in his letter. They were contained in Goran's prayer. She struggled to remember them, even though she had heard them only once. She made various attempts in her notebook. She got the order wrong and had to start again, but finally, there they were, right before her eyes. Then she tried to match them up with the sentences in the letter, reassembling that long-distance dialogue. At last she reread everything, and it was all quite clear from the very first sentence.
For those who are hunting me.
Those words were aimed at them, at the police, to answer the questions that the criminologist had spoken into the silence. Why did Billy Moore have to die?
Billy was a bastard, and I was right to kill him. I hated him. He would have hurt us because he would have had a family, and we wouldn't.
Where did Ronald Dermis's hatred come from?
What was done to me was worse, and nobody came to save me, nobody.
What happened to him during those years?
I have always been here in front of your eyes, and you didn't see me.
How did he learn to kill?
Then he came. He understood me. He taught me.
What led him to choose evil?
It was you who wanted me like this. You didn't see me. Now do you see me? Worse for you. In the end it will all be your fault.
And why does he not put an end to all this horror?
I am what I am. Nobody can prevent all this. Nobody.
Mila didn't know what to think. But perhaps the answer to her question lay at the bottom of the letter. A name. Ronald. She would have to test her hypothesis straight away. 18. Snow fell from purple clouds in a heavy sky. Mila managed to find a taxi only after waiting in the street for more than 40 minutes. When he learned where she was going, the taxi driver protested. He said it was too far away, and at night, with that awful weather, he would never find another passenger to bring back. It was only when Mila offered to pay him twice the going rate that he changed his mind. Several centimetres of snow had already accumulated on the road, making salt scattering pointless. It was only possible to drive with chains, and the gears plainly resented it. The taxi smelled of stale air, and Mila noticed the remains of a kebab with onions on the passenger seat. The smell mingled with that of a pine air freshener right over the heating vents. It really wasn't a nice way to receive customers. As they crossed the city, Mila put her ideas in order. She was sure her theory held, and as they approached the place where they were headed, her conviction grew even stronger. She thought of calling Gavila for confirmation, but her phone was almost out of battery. So she postponed the call until she had found what she was looking for. When they reached the motorway toll booths, the police were sending the traffic back.
"There's too much snow. It's dangerous,"
the officers were telling the drivers. Some articulated lorries were parked on the edge of the road in the hope of continuing their journey the following morning. The taxi passed the roadblock and set off along a secondary road. The orphanage could be reached without taking the motorway. In the past, this had probably been the only way, and luckily the taxi driver knew it. She asked him to drop her off near the gate. Mila didn't even think of asking him to wait for her and offering him money again. She was sure she wasn't wrong, and that soon the place would be full of her colleagues again.
"Don't you want me to stay here until you've done what you have to do?"
the man asked when he saw the dilapidated state of the building. "No, thanks. Just go." The taxi driver didn't press the point, but turned round and changed into first, leaving a faint whiff of kebab and onions. Mila climbed over the gate and walked up the dirt path, her feet sinking into the muddy snow. She knew that the police, following Roche's orders, had removed their patrol. Even the mobile unit's camper had been taken away. There was nothing there that could be of interest to the investigation. Until tonight, she thought. She reached the front of the building, but the door, after being forced open by the special units, had had its lock replaced. She turned towards the priest's house, wondering whether Father Timothy was still awake. She'd come all that way, and she had no choice. She headed towards the priest's dwelling. She knocked several times until a second-floor window lit up. Father Timothy appeared a moment later.
"Who is it?"
"Father, I'm Officer Vasquez. We've met before, do you remember?" The cleric tried to focus his eyes on her in the middle of the dense snow.
"Yes, of course. What do you want at this time of night? I thought you'd finished your work here."
"I know, but I'm sorry, there's something I need to check in the laundry room. Could you let me have the keys, please?"
"Fine. I'll come down."
Mila was already starting to wonder why it was taking him so long, when a few moments later she heard the sound of rattling behind the door as he undid the bolts. She saw him appear, wrapped in a threadbare cardigan with holes at the elbows, and with the usual mild expression on his face.
"You're shivering."
"Don't worry, Father."
"Come in and dry yourself for a moment while I look for the keys. You know, you lot left a terrible mess behind."
Mila followed him into the house. The sudden warmth produced an immediate effect of well-being.
"I was about to go to bed."
"I'm sorry."
"That's okay. Can I get you some tea? I always have some before I go to sleep. I find it relaxes me."
"No, thanks. I'd like to get back as soon as possible."
"Drink it. It'll do you good. I've already made some. You'll just have to pour it. In the meantime, I'll get the keys."
He came out of the room, and she headed towards the little kitchen that the priest had pointed towards. The teapot was on the table. Its scented steam wafted over to her, and Mila couldn't resist. She poured herself a cup and added a large amount of sugar. She remembered the squalid, cold tea that Felder had tried to get her and Boris to drink in his house on the dump. God knows where he got the water to make it. Father Timothy came back with a big bunch of keys. He was still trying to find the right one.
"Feeling better now, aren't you?"
smiled the priest, pleased to have insisted. Mila returned his smile. "Yes, much better."
"Here we are. This should be the one that opens the main door. Do you want me to come with you?"
"No, thanks," and she immediately saw the priest relaxing.
"But you could do me a favor." "Tell me."
She handed him a piece of paper. "If I'm not back in an hour, call this number and ask for help." Father Timothy turned white.
"I thought the danger had passed."
"It's just a precaution. I don't think anything's going to happen to me. It's just that I don't know how to get about in this building. I could even have an accident, and there's no light in there." As she said those last words, she realized it was a detail she had never considered. How did she think she would do it? There was no electricity, and the generator used for the halogen lamps would certainly have been dismantled and taken away along with the rest of the equipment. "Damn," she said. "You haven't got a torch, by any chance?"
"I'm sorry, officer, but if you've got a mobile phone, you might be able to use the display light."
She hadn't thought of that. "Thanks for the tip."
"You're quite welcome."
A moment later, Mila went back out into the cold night, while the priest slid the bolts of the door shut one by one. She walked down the slope until she reached the front door of the orphanage. She slipped the key into the lock and heard the echo of the clicks disappearing into the space beyond. She pushed the enormous door and closed it behind her again. She was in. The doves, gathered around the skylight, greeted her presence with a frantic beating of their wings. The display of her phone gave off a faint green glow, revealing only a very small portion of what she had in front of her. A dense darkness lay in wait on the edge of that bubble of light, ready to invade and attack her at any moment. Mila tried to remember how to get to the laundry, and she set off. The sound of her footsteps violated the silence. Her breath condensed in the cold air. Soon she found herself back in the kitchens and recognized the outline of the big iron cauldrons. Then she passed into the refectory, where she had to be careful not to crash into the formica tables. She bumped into one with her hip, knocking over one of the chairs that had been placed on top of it. The noise, amplified by the echo, was almost deafening. As she was putting it back, Mila saw the opening that led to the lower floor via the narrow spiral staircase. She entered the stone intestine and slowly went down the stairs, made slippery by the wearing of the years. She reached the laundry. She moved her phone to look around her. In the marble basin in which Annika's body had been found, someone had left a flower. Mila also remembered the prayer that they had all recited together in that room, and she started looking. First of all, she looked along the outline of the walls. Then she ran her fingers around the baseboard. Nothing. She tried not to wonder how long it would be before her phone ran out of battery. Less because of the prospect of finding herself in the dark again than because of the idea that without that light, however small, it would take her much longer. After an hour, Father Timothy would come for help, and she would cut a very sorry figure. She would have to hurry. "Where is it?" she thought. "I know it's here somewhere." A very loud and sudden noise made her heart leap in her chest. It was a few moments before she realized it was only her phone ringing. She turned the display around and read Goran. She put on her hands-free and replied, "Is there no one at the studio? I've called at least 10 times in the last hour." "Boris and Stern have gone out, but Sarah Rosa should be there." "And where are you?" Mila thought there was no point telling a lie. Even though she wasn't at all sure about her hypothesis, she decided to let him know. "I think Ronald was listening to us the other evening." "What makes you think that?" "I compared his letter with the questions that you asked yourself during our prayer. They seem like answers." "That's an excellent deduction." The criminologist didn't seem very surprised. Maybe he had reached the same conclusion. Mila felt a bit stupid for thinking she could surprise him. "But you haven't answered my question. Where are you now?" "I'm looking for the microphone." "Which microphone?" "The one Ronald put in the laundry." "Are you at the orphanage?" Goran's voice was suddenly alarmed. "Yes." "You've got to get out of there, straight away." "Why?" "Mila, there's no microphone." "I'm sure that—" Goran interrupted. "Listen! The officers scoured the whole area. They would have found it." She immediately felt really stupid. The criminologist was right. Could she really have been so foolish not to consider that? What was she thinking of? "Then how did—" She didn't finish her sentence. An imaginary drop of icy water slipped down her spine. He was here. The prayer was just a trick to bring him out into the open. Why didn't I think of that before? "Mila, for the love of God, get out of there." At that moment she realized what a risk she was taking. She took out her gun and walked quickly towards the exit, which was at least 200 meters from where she was. A vast distance to cover with that presence in the orphanage. Who could it be? Mila wondered as she climbed the spiral staircase to the refectory. As she noticed that her legs were giving way, she worked out the answer. The tea. There were disturbances on the line. She heard Goran on the headphones asking her, "What?"
"Father Timothy is Ronald, isn't he?"
Disturbances, noise, more disturbances. Yes. After Billy Moore's death, Father Rolf sent everyone away from the orphanage before the real date of closure. Except Ronald. He kept him with him because he feared his nature and hoped he could keep him under control.
"I think he's drugged me."
Goran's voice was irregular. "You said, I don't stand." "I think," Mila tried to repeat, but the words thickened in her mouth. She fell forward. The hands-free slipped out of her ear. The phone fell from her hand, sliding under one of the tables. Her heartbeats were getting faster with terror, speeding the drug through her body. Her senses grew dull, but she managed to hear Goran's voice coming from the hands-free, saying, "Mila! Mila! Say something! Going on!" She closed her eyes, afraid that she wouldn't be able to open them again. Then she told herself that she didn't want to die in a place like that.
"Adrenaline. I need adrenaline."
She knew how to get some. She was still holding the gun tightly in her right hand. She aimed it so that the barrel brushed her deltoid and fired. The bullet ripped through the leather of her jacket and pierced her flesh, powerfully echoing around the abyss that surrounded her. She screamed through the noise, but she regained consciousness. Goran clearly called her name. "Mila!" She crept towards the light on her phone display. She picked it up and replied to Gavila. "All okay." She got back to her feet and started walking again. It took a huge effort to move as much as a step. She felt as if she was in one of those dreams when someone's chasing you and you can't run because your legs are heavy, as if you were up to your knees in a dense liquid. The wound pulsed, but it wasn't losing much blood. She had gauged the shot well. She gritted her teeth, and step by step she felt as if the exit was getting closer and closer.
"If you knew everything, why didn't you arrest that bastard straight away?" she yelled into her phone. "And why wasn't I informed?"
The criminologist's voice was clear again. "Sorry, Mila. We wanted you to go on acting naturally with him so as not to arouse his suspicions. We're monitoring him from a distance. We've put signal tracers in his car. We hoped he could lead us to the 6th child.
But he didn't."
Because he's not Albert, Mila."
"But he's still dangerous, isn't he?"
Goran stayed silent for a moment too long. He was. "I've raised the alarm. They're on their way to you, but it'll take some time. The control cordon has a radius of several kilometers."
"Whatever they do, it'll be too late," thought Mila.
In that weather, and with the drug circulating around her body, draining her strength, she hadn't a hope, and she knew it. She should have listened to that stupid taxi driver when he tried to discourage her from coming here. And damn it, why hadn't she agreed when he'd offered to wait for her until she'd finished? And now here she was, in a trap. She had chased herself right into it, perhaps because unconsciously part of her wanted it to happen. She was seduced by the idea of taking risks, even of dying. "No," she insisted to herself. "I want to live." Ronald, alias Father Timothy, still hadn't made his move, but she was sure she wouldn't have long to wait. 3 short sounds in sequence brought her back to her senses. "Fuck," she said as her phone battery abandoned her once and for all. The darkness closed over her like the fingers of a hand. How many times had she found herself in a mess? After all, it had happened before, in the music teacher's house, for example. But how many times had she found herself in a mess like this? The answer she gave herself caught her off guard. Never. Drugged, injured, without her strength and without her mobile phone. That last lack made her feel like laughing. What could she have done with the telephone? Perhaps call some old friend, Graciela, for example, and ask her, "How are you? I'm about to die." The darkness was the worst thing, but she had to see it as an advantage. If she couldn't see Ronald, he couldn't see her either. He's expecting me to head for the exit. She really did want to leave this place behind her, but she was aware that she mustn't follow her instinct, or she would die. I've got to hide and wait for reinforcements to arrive. She established that this was the wise decision, because sleep could have come for her at any moment. She still had the gun, and that reassured her. Perhaps he was armed too. Ronald didn't look like someone who was good with guns, but then she wasn't good with them either. But Father Timothy had been good at acting shy and apprehensive. Basically, Mila reflected, he might be able to hide lots of other skills. She crouched under one of the tables in the huge refectory and listened. The echo didn't help. It amplified useless noises, obscure creaks, far off and deceptive, that she couldn't interpret. Her eyelids closed inexorably. "He can't see me. He can't see me," she repeated constantly to herself. "He knows I'm armed. If he makes a noise or uses the torch to look for me, he's a dead man." Unlikely colors started floating in front of her eyes. "It must be the drugs," she said to herself. The colors turned into faces and grew animated just for her. It couldn't only be her imagination. Suddenly, flashes were going off at various points in the room. "That bastard's in here, and he's using a camera flash." Mila tried to aim her gun, but those blinding lights, distorted by the hallucinogenic effect of the drug, made him impossible to locate. She was imprisoned in a huge kaleidoscope. She shook her head, but she was no longer in control of herself. A moment later, she felt a tremor running through the muscles of her arms and legs, like an uncontrollable convulsion. However much she tried to banish it, the idea of death kept seducing her, with the promise that if she closed her eyes, everything would stop. Stop forever. How much time had passed? Half an hour? 10 minutes? And how much time did she have left? And at that moment she heard him. He was close, very close. No more than 4 or 5 meters away from her. Then she saw him. It only lasted a fraction of a second. In the halo of light surrounding him, she spotted the sinister smile that oozed from his face. Mila knew he would find her at any moment, and she wouldn't have enough energy to shoot at him. So she had to do it first, even if it meant revealing her position. She aimed into the darkness, pointing her weapon in the direction in which she saw him reappearing from one moment to the next, in the halo of the flash. It was risky, but she had no alternative. She was about to pull the trigger when Ronald started singing. The same beautiful voice as when Father Timothy had intoned his hymn of prayer in front of the team. It was a contradiction in terms, a freak of nature, that such a gift should have been stored in the unfeeling heart of a murderer. And it was from that heart that the song of death, high and dismayed, rose up. It could have been sweet and touching. Instead, what Mila felt was terror. Her legs were finally giving, as were the muscles of her arms, and she let herself slip to the floor. The glare of a flash. Torpor wrapped around her like a cold blanket. She heard Ronald's footsteps getting more distinct as he approached to flush her out. Another flash. It's over. Now he's going to see me. It didn't really matter how he killed her. She abandoned herself to death's flatteries with unexpected calm. Her last thought went to child number 6. "I'll never know who you were." A faint flow enwrapped her completely. The butt of her pistol slipped from her palm. 2 hands gripping her. She felt herself being lifted up. She tried to say something, but the sounds remained stuck in her throat. She lost her senses. As she awoke, she was aware of a springy gait. Ronald was carrying her over his shoulder. They were climbing the stairs. She lost consciousness again. A very strong smell of ammonia sucked her from her artificial sleep. Ronald was holding a small bottle to her nose. He had tied her hands, but he wanted her to be alert. She was buffeted by an icy wind. They were outside. Where were they? Mila sensed that they were somewhere high up. Then she remembered the enlarged photograph of the orphanage that Chang had produced to show her the spot from which Billy Moore had fallen. The tower. We're on the tower. Ronald lost interest in her for a moment. She saw him walking towards the parapet and looking over the edge. He wants to throw me down. Then he came back and grabbed her by the legs, dragging her to the cornice. With the little strength remaining to her, Mila tried to kick out, but without success. She screamed, she struggled. A blind desperation filled her heart. He lifted her torso onto the parapet. With her head thrown back, Mila looked at the chasm below her. And then through the curtain of snow she made out in the distance the gleaming lights of the police cars approaching along the highway. Ronald leaned over. She felt his hot breath as he whispered, "It's too late. They won't get here in time." Then he started to push her. Even with her hands tied behind her back, she managed to grip the slippery edge of the cornice. She battled with all her strength, but she couldn't resist for long. Her only ally was the ice that covered the floor of the tower, making Ronald's foot slip every time he tried to give her the final push. She saw his face distorting with the effort and losing his calm because of her stubborn resistance. Then Ronald changed his technique. He decided to lift her legs beyond the parapet. He planted himself in front of her. And at that precise moment, a desperate survival instinct made her put all her remaining strength into her knee, which she landed in his lower abdomen. Ronald staggered backwards, bending breathlessly over, his hands clamped over his crotch. Mila worked out that this was her only chance before he recovered. Without her strength, gravity was her only ally. The wound to her shoulder was on fire, but Mila ignored the pain. She straightened up. Now the slippery ice was against her, but she still took a run and hurled herself towards him. Ronald saw her suddenly pouncing at him and lost his balance. He waved his arm around in search of a handhold, but by now he was halfway over the cornice. When he worked out that he wasn't going to make it, Ronald stretched out a hand to grab Mila and drag her with him into the chasm that gaped below him. She saw his fingers claw at the hem of her leather jacket in one last terrible caress. She saw him plunge in slow motion, the white flakes seeming to break his fall. The dark received him. 19. The deepest darkness. A perfect barrier between sleep and waking. The fever has increased. She feels it on her reddened cheeks, on her aching legs, in her churning stomach. She doesn't know when her days start and finish, whether she has been lying there for hours or weeks. Time doesn't exist in the belly of the monster that has swallowed her. It dilates and contracts, like a stomach slowly digesting its food. And it's no use. Here time is no use for anything, because she can't answer the most important question. When will it end? The deprivation of time is the worst of her punishments, more than the pain in her left arm, which sometimes spreads towards her neck and presses on her temples until it makes her feel ill. because one thing is clear to her now. This is all a punishment. But she doesn't know exactly what sin she must be punished for. Maybe I was bad to my mother or father. I've thrown too many tantrums. I never want to drink milk at the table, and I secretly throw it away when they aren't looking. I insisted that they bought me a cat, promising that I would look after it forever. But after I met Houdini, I asked for a dog, and they got very angry and said we couldn't get rid of the cat. And I tried to make them understand that Houdini doesn't like me at all. Or perhaps it's because I got bad marks at school. This year my first report was half a disaster, and I have to get better at geography and drawing. Or maybe it was the 3 cigarettes I smoked secretly on the roof of the gym with my cousin. But I didn't inhale. No, in fact, maybe it's the ladybird-shaped hair grips that I stole from the mall. I swear I only did it that one time. And I'm very stubborn, especially with Mum, who always wants to decide what clothes I have to wear. And she hasn't worked out that I'm a big girl now, and I don't like the things she buys for me because we've got different tastes. When she's awake, she goes on thinking of an explanation, trying to find a motive that would justify what's happening to her. So she ends up imagining the silliest things. But every time she seems to have identified a reason at last, it collapses like a house of cards because her pain outweighs her guilt. Other times, though, she gets angry because her father and mother haven't yet come to get her. What are they waiting for? Have they forgotten they have a daughter? Then she regrets it, and she starts calling out to them in her mind, hoping she has some kind of telepathic power. It is the last resource remaining to her. There are also times when she is convinced she is dead. Yes, I'm dead, and they've buried me down here. I can't move because I'm in a coffin. I'll be here forever. But then the pain reminds her she is alive. The pain is both a sentence and a liberation. It drags her from her sleep and brings her back to reality, as it's doing now. A hot liquid slides into her right arm. She feels it. It's nice. It smells like medicine. Someone is taking care of her. She doesn't know whether to be happy about it or not, because it means 2 things. The first is that she isn't alone. The second is that she doesn't know if the presence near her is good or bad. She has learned to wait. She knows when it will manifest itself. For example, she has understood that the weariness filling her at all times and the sleep into which she suddenly plunges are not autonomously decided by her body. It's a drug that dulls her senses. Only when the drug takes effect does the presence come. It sits down next to her and feeds her patiently with a spoon. The taste is sweet. There's no need to chew. Then it gives her water to drink. It never touches her, never says anything. She would like to speak, but her lips refuse to form the words, and her throat won't make the necessary sounds. Sometimes she feels that presence moving around her. Sometimes she feels as if it's there, motionlessly watching her. A new stab of pain, a strangled scream that bounces off the walls of her prison and brings her back to her senses. It's then that she notices. In the darkness now, a small light has appeared, far away. A little red dot has suddenly appeared to limit her small horizon. What is it? She tries to get a better look, but she can't. Then she feels something under her hand, something that wasn't there before, an object with a rough and irregular consistency. It seems to be scaly, It's disgusting. It's stiff. It must be a dead animal. It's stiff because it's made of plastic. It's fixed to her palm with sticky tape. And those aren't scales. They're keys. It's a remote control. Suddenly, everything's clear to her. She just has to lift her wrist a little and point the object towards the little red light and press a key at random. The sequence of noises that follows tells her she isn't mistaken. First, a gap. Then the tape quickly rewinding. The familiar sound of the mechanism of a videotape recorder. At the same time, a screen lights up in front of her. For the first time, light illuminates the room. She is surrounded by high walls of dark rock, and she is lying in what looks like a hospital bed, with handles and a steel head and foot. Beside her there's a stand with a drip feed ending in a needle in her right arm. The left is completely hidden by very tight bandages that hold her whole torso immobile. On a table there are jars of baby food, and lots of medicine. Beyond the television, though, there is still impenetrable darkness. Finally, the videotape finishes rewinding. It suddenly stops, and then it starts again, but slower this time. The rustle of the audio heralds the beginning of a film. A moment later, some cheerful, strident music starts up. The soundtrack is slightly distorted. Then the screen fills with blurred colours. A little man appears in dungarees and a cowboy hat. There's also a horse with very long legs, and the man tries to get on but can't. His attempts repeat and always end in the same way, with the man tumbling to the ground and the horse laughing at him. It goes on like that for about 10 minutes. Then the cartoon finishes without end titles. But the videocassette goes on playing static. When it reaches the end, the tape rewinds automatically and starts again from the beginning. Always the little man, always the horse he will never be able to climb up on. And yet she goes on watching him, even though she knows how things are going to go with the scornful animal. She hopes, because that is the only thing left to her. Hope. The ability not to abandon herself completely to horror. Perhaps whoever chose that cartoon for her had an opposite intent. But the fact that the little man won't give up and keeps on trying in spite of the tumbles and the pain gives her courage. "Go on, climb back in the saddle," she tells him in her head every time, before sleep overwhelms her once more. District of blanked out. Office of the District Attorney J.B. Marin. DIC.11-C.A. For the attention of the Director, Dr. Alphonse Beringer. Care of Prison of Blank. Penitential District Number 45. Subject: in reply to the confidential report of 23rd November. Dear Dr. Beringer, I am writing in reply to your request for additional investigations into the individual imprisoned in your penitentiary, and so far identified only as prisoner number RK357/9. I regret to inform you that the latest research into the man's identity has produced no results. I agree with you when you state that the suspicion exists that prisoner RK357/9 may have committed some serious crime in the past and is doing everything he can to keep it in the dark. At this point, DNA examination is the only instrument at our disposal to confirm or deny it. However, as you know very well, we cannot force prisoner RK357/9 to carry out the test. In fact, this would expose us to a serious violation of his rights with regard to the crime for which he has been sentenced, refusing to supply identification to public officials. This would be a different matter if there were substantial and unequivocal indications that prisoner RK357/9 was responsible for a serious crime, or if there were serious motives for thinking him a danger to society. At present, however, this is not the case. In the light of this, the only way we have of getting hold of his DNA is to take it directly from matter of organic origin, with the sole condition that this has been casually lost or left spontaneously by the subject in the course of his normal daily activities. Taking into account the hygienic obsession of prisoner RK357/9, this office authorizes prison guards to enter his cell without warning to inspect it with a view to retrieving the said organic material. In the hope that this expedient is adequate for the achievement of the purpose, I remain yours sincerely, Vice District Attorney Matthew Cedris.